This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate first part of what if Naruto became the Shinigami spirit walking agent. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
The Konoha as the Kyuubi no Kitsune, who is most known for being the strongest Biju in existence and least known for being the greatest demon prankster, continued its destructive path. Blood and death were in the air in Konoha. It was finally released by a masked ninja with odd, swirling pinwheel eyes after years of being imprisoned within its current host. The Kyuubi was teleported out of the village by Minato Namikaze, also known as the fourth Hokage, who suddenly materialized atop Gamabunta, his toad summon. When Kushina Uzumaki, his wife, yelled, "Chakurahan Shoheki, Chakra Chain's Barrier," Minato went over to restrain the Kyuubi. "Minato, I'm going to reseal the Kyuubi in me. Whatever happens, please take care of Naruto for me," said a dying Kushina. She had been on the verge of death when the Kyuubi was forcibly removed. The only thing keeping her going at the moment was her willpower. "No," protested Minato. "In your condition right now, the Kyuubi will only break free again. The only choice we have is for me to use Shiki Fujin, demon-consuming seal, to seal the yin half of the Kyuubi into me and Haka no Fuin Shiki, 8 trigrams sealing style, to seal the yang half along with some of our chakras into Naruto to help him and act as fail-safe for the seal. But if you do that, then you will die, and Naruto would end up alone and hated as a Jinchuriki," his spouse replied. "Don't worry. We made Jiraiya his godfather and I'm sure he will take care of Naruto," said Minato. In the vicinity of a bathhouse, Toad Sage, who had white hair, sneezed. As he resumed his surveillance, Jiraiya remarked, "I feel like I'm going to let my student down by abandoning the responsibility that he gave me. Oh well, back to my research, hehe." Returning to Kushina and Minato, "Besides, I will make it my last request that Naruto will be viewed as a hero for imprisoning the Kyuubi. I'm positive that the village will honor my last request, the request of their beloved and awesome Hokage," Minato joked. Returning to Konohagakure, the League of Unholy Miserable Old People known as Homura, Kaharu, and Danzo sneezed, as did the majority of civilians and the minority of ninjas. Returned to Minato and the others incredulously, Kushina questioned, "Are you sure about that?" In response, he said, "Yes, and there is no way that I could ever be wrong about this." "You just had to go and jinx it, didn't you? I'm going to beat you to a bloody pulp if anything happens to Naruto, you know," Kushina said. Ignoring his wife's threats, Minato said, "Okay, let's get this started," and he started to summon the Shinigami and perform the Shiki Fujin, demon-consuming seal. At last, a little time away from the nightmare that is paperwork, as he started to extract Kyuubi's yin chakra and seal it into Minato, the Shinigami thought, "Anyway, I should probably get to my job of taking souls now." At the same time, Kushina and Minato were bidding their son farewell. The remaining fox's chakra and a portion of Minato's and his wife's chakra were then sealed into their son. Your parents placed a great deal of burden on you, while at the same time they placed a lot of faith in you, little one. It seems that you will do many great things in this world," the Shinigami said as they looked at Naruto. As the Shinigami was ready to depart, he felt something and turned back to Naruto. "As for these 2 souls, once they are done with what they have to do, I shall collect their souls," he said, glancing toward Minato and Kushina. "Anything that will give me less paperwork to deal with now is good for me." The Shinigami pondered. It appears that some of my essence was sealed inside the boy as well while the fox was being sealed away. After examining the small human for a while, he decided, "I can deal with it now or wait and see how it will benefit me later." As he walked away, the Shinigami said, "I'll just deal with it later, it might be fun to see what happens." After 5 years in Konoha, as Naruto fled from a vengeful horde of villagers once more, he questioned, "Damn stupid villagers, why do they always do this to me every time?" For Naruto, a typical week consists of being despised, being hunted down, and being beaten while having people after him. However, this spiky blonde child couldn't be described as normal because, for as long as he can remember, he has seen things that no one else can. He can see spirits of all kinds all around him. He was terrified the first few times he discovered he could communicate with the dead, but he eventually grew accustomed to them since they were willing to speak to him despite being rejected by the majority of the village. He discovered through his unusual talent that everything has a soul, including rocks, animals, plants, rivers, and the air we breathe. He saw the world in a different way as a result. He became friends with many of the amiable spirits despite being the village outcast. Naruto acquired a new familiar named Cloud as a result of his wind affinity, which he learned about through a conversation with the spirit of a friendly shinobi a few years ago. Cloud was a free, spirited, winged, glowing gray or silver orb. Demon. The irate crowd yelled, "Monster," as they pursued Naruto. Don't worry Naru.kun. Soon the Anbu will be here to deal with the mob and then we can spend the rest of this nice day watching clouds, Cloud said in an upbeat voice. Naruto deadpanned. First of all, who are you, Anara? As he ran, Naruto yelled. Secondly, can you help me out by blinding them with a sandstorm or something? Okie dokie, was Cloud's cheerful response as he blew a dust storm that slowed down and blinded the approaching crowd. Unfortunately for Naruto, he encountered another irate mob as he turned the next corner, and they beat him to a bloody pulp. The Anbu arrived as he was starting to faint and quickly dispatched the foolish villagers who had violated the third law. In the mindscape of Naruto, when Naruto woke up, he found himself in a dank, dark sewer. I wonder where I am. I guess I will have to walk around to find out, he replied. He found a cage with the kanji for seal attached to it after hours of aimless wandering. Then suddenly he was the focus of a pair of enormous red eyes. So we finally meet, you pathetic excuse for a human, the voice said. Who are you? A terrified Naruto inquired. The words, I am the great and powerful Kyuubi no Kitsune, echoed once more. Ah! Help! I'm going to get eaten by a demon fox, cried Naruto as he frantically circled around. He ran around for a few minutes before colliding with the Shinigami. The Shinigami remarked, you almost died there, kid, you don't realize how fortunate you are. Naruto passed out when he saw the Shinigami's demonic face. How the hell is it possible for him to faint inside his own mind, he said deadpanned. With a sigh, the Shinigami said, hey kid, wake up. I don't have all day you know. A terrified Naruto pleaded, please don't eat me? When the Shinigami said, we're not going to eat you. Adding, I don't know, I haven't had a decent meal in a long time, the Kyuubi licked his lip further. Shut up Kurama, bellowed the Shinigami. Kurama? Inquired Naruto. According to the Shinigami, that's the name of the giant furball here, pointing to a furious Kurama. As the Shinigami transformed into a dashing man with dark eyes and white hair slicked back, he remarked, I guess I should change my appearance so you stop freaking out. He carried a cane, a black fedora, and a black suit with white gloves. Naruto waved his arm and inquired, where are we, what are we doing here, and what are you? We are in your mind. You're here because you were knocked unconscious. The Kyuubi is here because the fourth Hokage sealed it inside your gut to save the village. I'm the Shinigami and I am here to talk to you, the Shinigami stated as he wrote down the inquiries. He crossed his arm in a gangster pose and said, also, if you were wondering about the demonic look it because I look badass with it, but then again, I always look badass, as Naruto and Kurama both started to perspire. Naruto mentioned, so that's why the villagers hate me. They think I'm the Kyuubi, while lowering his head. Yep. They're that stupid to not know the difference between the cereal box and the prize inside it, but you don't worry about it because you are not fluffy. Chan, the Shinigami replied. Yeah, like a pathetic human like you could be me. Hey, don't call me fluffy. Chan, Kurama snapped. Anyways, this talk may take some time, so can you change the scenery around here and feed some rabbits or something to Mr. Ego here? The Shinigami responded. I can do that, inquired Naruto. Yes, said the Shinigami. Then Naruto repeated, change it to what? The Shinigami answered, this is your mind, isn't it? Make the surroundings look nice. When Naruto closed his eyes, he saw that they were standing atop an endless sea that reflected the sky above, and that the sky had turned into an endless blue sky with white clouds floating about. There was a huge white rabbit beside the Kyuubi, a collar with the seal on the dog tag around his neck, and a table and two cozy chairs for Naruto and the Shinigami to sit in front of the fox. Kurama snarled, this tastes like miso ramen and it doesn't bleed. That's because the only thing they feed me is ramen. Miso is the best flavor by the way, and I don't want to have any more nightmares than I already do, so no blood for you, deadpanned Naruto. Anyways, the first thing on our agenda is that I want to make a deal with Kurama. I have your yin chakra with me, and with it I can make a body for you so you can come out to the outside world to get some fresh air. I can place the new seal on him to let you do this if you make a promise to me that you will protect and help the kid. And with the new body and seal you can eventually end up being truly free if you make an oath with me to amend for your past sin by doing good deeds and promise to not to do any more evil deeds after you're free, said the Shinigami. Interesting, but being good is not my thing, Kurama replied. The kid will help you take down that S-rank shinobi that you were pissed at, said Shinigami. Who? Inquired Naruto. He answered Naruto, I tell you later but for now help me out here, before turning back to the Kyuubi. Well? The Shinigami inquired. Good but no, retorted Kurama. I give you more bunnies to eat and add some different flavors that are both ramen and non-ramen in taste, Naruto stated. An interested fox said, keep going. I will make the kid stronger and you have the most powerful host as your partner. And, candy? I'm not a little kid, women? Nope, men. I don't swing that way, pie? Now you guys are just making things up, Disneyland. How the hell do you know about that place? How about you help me prank peoples that are mean to me? With a sly grin, Kurama concurred, ha ha ha, causing people to endure unspeakable agony and humiliation is the ultimate form of entertainment. Alright, you have yourself a deal. Kurama, I think you have a lot of unresolved issues to deal with, but for now, let's move on to the next issue at hand. Naruto, as you know now, the fourth Hokage was unable to kill Kurama here, so he was left with no choice but to seal him in you. The Shinigami replied with a wink. However, he couldn't seal all of the fox's chakra, so the fourth summoned me to seal half of it in him and the other half in you. But while I was there I wasn't careful about controlling my power, so when Kurama was being sealed in you some of my essence got sealed into you, giving you a little bit of my ability. Kurama snorted, are you just being lazy again? Ability? You mean how I can see spirits and weird stuff? Replied Naruto. The Shinigami asserted, yes, but there is more to it than that and my minion here will tell you all about it, as a black bird materialized before him. Before turning to face the blonde boy, the bird yelled, I'm not your minion, I'm your employee. Don't make me call the union on you. Anyway, hi Naruto-kun. I used to be a Konoha ninja when I was alive, but after I died I made a deal to be a reaper, a middleman for the Shinigami, the bird said. Why? Inquired Naruto. I can't tell you why right now because of a certain reason, also because of that reason I can't tell you my real name either, so until that time you can call me Crow, he replied. So because of the situation you were in, I decided to help you grasp your ability. In return, you have to work for me, said the Shinigami. But I want to be a ninja, then fulfill my dream of becoming the Hokage, said Naruto. Oh, you can still do those things. What I'm asking from you won't interfere with your dream. I'm just asking you to do a few tasks for me when you have the time, the Shinigami replied with ease. Naruto questioned, what would I be doing for you? You will be helping any spirits with any task that they need help with and help the spirits of the dead with any unfinished business so they can move on to the afterlife. Once you get stronger, I want you to help me hunt down certain immortals that are foolish enough to believe they can escape me. You don't need to worry about that right now. Most likely you will cross paths with them eventually, he replied. Sure, anything that makes me strong and awesome sounds good to me, said Naruto. Okay. Let me make a few adjustments to the seal to make things a little easier for you now, and I will start working on crafting a body for the fox with his yin chakra. Once that is done, there will be more things for you to do, so until then Crow here will tell you about your unique ability, the Shinigami stated prior to his departure. So let me tell you about your abilities, or should I say Kekkei Genkai, since you can pass it to your descendants. Also I should tell you about the Kekkei Genkai you got from the fox as well, said Crow. Kekkei Genkai? Inquired Naruto. It looks like I have a lot to explain, so let's begin, Crow said. Omake interview with Kurama, Crow, and Naruto. Naruto questioned, so why did you attack Konoha for anyway? Kurama said, well, I suppose I'll let you know when you're a genin. Naruto questioned, why does the Shinigami eat a person's soul for? The gateway to the afterlife is in the bowels of the Shinigami's stomach, replied Crow. Naruto said, okay, oh hey, you are sealed in my gut, right? Hunching, don't remind me, Kurama said. Naruto went on, and we are in my mind, right? Yes, we are. Where are you going with this, Naruto-kun? Replied Crow. Well, I know that sometimes I tend to think with my stomach, Kurama said, laughing. How come I can talk to the fox in my mind when he's in my gut? Naruto went on, ignoring the fox. I'm not sure, Naruto-kun, said Crow. I have no idea, said Kurama. Crow proposed, mind link? Kurama went on to ask, how the chakra network is set up. Pocket universe? Astral projection? Magic? 42. Well, I guess it is just one of those life mysteries that we will never know, Crow said. Naruto questioned, you mean like where babies come from? Crow remarked, that's actually one of those things that we will tell you when you are older. Kurama laughed, and I can't wait to see the brat's face when he finds out, she said. Inside the Hokage Tower, the infirmary, Cloud and Crow were beside Naruto when he woke up. Yeah, Naru-kun is alive, and best of all we have a new friend to play with, cheered a dynamic Cloud. I'm glad to know that my life comes second to meeting new people for you, Naruto said. Cloud smiled and said, well, if you do die, then you will just end up as a ghost and we will still be friends. Naruto stated, but I will be dead, in an attempt to make his point. So it's not like I'm going to discriminate against you due to your state of existence, Cloud replied. Naruto sighed, that's not the point. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, intervenes to see how Naruto is doing. Ah Naruto, you're finally awake. I'm sorry for what happened and will do everything in my power to make sure it won't happen again. Anyway, how are you feeling right now? Replied the Thrid. Naruto replied, I'm fine, Gigi, and I appreciate you worrying about me. Sarutobi remarked, think nothing of it, it is my job to take care of all the people within this village, before turning to face Crow. That is an unusually pet you have there. Will you be able to take care of it, Naruto? Naruto questioned in shock. He can see you. Crow answered, yes, he can see me. Why wouldn't he? Aren't you like dead, therefore a spirit? He said. Yes, but I also work for Shinigami Sama as a reaper, therefore given certain privilege such as having a physical form that can be seen by those in the physical world, replied Crow. Naruto, are you taking to the bird, and what do you mean by it being dead? Sarutobi responded. Though in this form, because they can't communicate with spirits, so for them it will be like speaking to any other animal, therefore they wouldn't understand anything I say, said Crow. Naruto said, so what do we do now? We can tell him the truth. From what I remember of the third, I believe him to be trustworthy, Crow replied. Okay. Gigi, there's something I have to tell you and I don't want other to know about it yet, so can we keep it a secret between us? Naruto said. Sarutobi said, sure, let me seal the room so no one can eavesdrop on our conversation, and he began. Okay, let's start with letting you know I know about Kyuubi no Kitsune being sealed in me, Naruto said. What? Who told you? A furious Hokage exclaimed. Naruto started telling the Hokage about the encounter between the Shinigami, Kurama, and himself. No told me I met him when I pass out along with the Shinigami, he said. A short while later, so that what happened, Naruto concluded after explaining for a few minutes. So you gain a Kekkei Genkai from both the Kyuubi and the Shinigami, so what exactly can they do? Sarutobi responded. From what Crow? Sensei told me the Kitsune no Iyashi, fox healing, that I got from Kurama give me an amazing healing ability that range from a slightly increase in regeneration to resistance to most poison. As for the Shinigami no Okuramono, gift of the death god, that I got from the Shinigami, it allow me to communicate, see and sense the spirits around me, but that part of it true potential, said Naruto. True potential? Inquired Sarutobi. Crow. Sensei told me that the true purpose of it is to allow me to connect with a targeted soul in order to understand it from its perspective, so in a battle I can know how my opponents think and feel. Then once I am connected to the targeted soul, I'm able to manipulate it to affect the mind, body and spirit of my opponent, though what that entitle is still unknown to me. Me and Crow Sensei are still trying to figure it out, but once we do I will tell you, Naruto continued. The Hokage pondered, Naruto, you have a really incredible ability there. Yeah, it great and all, however Crow Sensei told me that I need to train hard to master it and also to not heavily depend on it and work on my other skill if I want to be an uber ninja like he was, Naruto said. That is some good method to follow, the Hokage remarked. The following day on his way to the Ninja Academy, Naruto, Crow, and Cloud were passing the bathhouse when he noticed the lower half of a body protruding from the wall of the female side of the hot spring. You don't see a wall with a pair of legs every day now, do you? Naruto thought. With emerald green eyes and blue, spiky hair, the stranger said, ah, that was some nice anti-emo therapeutic session, and I got to say that brunette have some nice C.cup, as he pulled the upper half of his body out of the wall. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Yelled Crow. As Naruto said, yeah, you tell him Crow, Sensei. Crow remarked, the one with the purple hair's breasts has better skin tone and nipple ratio, while Naruto took the blame. The black hair one looked like her breast jiggle a lot. I bet it will be fun to bounce on them, adds a childlike Cloud. Pointing a finger at them, Naruto said, hentai, hentai, all of three of you are hentai, his eye twitching. Naruto caught the stranger's attention. Naruto returned the gaze. You can see me? Inquired the stranger. Yes, said Naruto. The stranger repeated, so you possess the Shinigami no Okuramono, right? Yes, Naruto said once more. Yahoo, I can finally pass on my legacy, the outcast exclaimed. There's no way I'm letting you turn me into a peeping Tom, Naruto stated, crossing his arms. No, that come later on. What I'm passing on to you now is my jutsus, especially those based around the Shinigami no Okuramono. So follow me, my young new apprentice, and we will begin you torture, I mean your training, replied the outsider. Actually I have to get to the academy now, and also I'm not allowed to talk to stranger nor follow them anywhere, said Naruto. Don't worry about that, what you learn in the academy is pretty much useless for being a ninja for the most part, and as for the stranger danger, it doesn't apply to you because you are an orphan, said the outsider. Naruto responded by sobbing anime tears while sitting in the corner of the room and stating, "I know I'm an orphan, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt when people bring it up, jerk." Cloud chuckles as a teardrop falls on Naruto-kun, saying, "Hee, his eyes are making raindrops." Crow went on, "Harsh man harsh, the stranger threw a knife. Made entity out of chakra, and when it struck Naruto, a boot suddenly materialized and slammed into his face, leaving a shoe imprint on his face. Oh my gosh, he's going emo. I must take drastic measures to stop his emo breakdown. Nis no genjutsu. Tobui no budo no jutsu. False reality. Boot to the head technique," he said. Kurama chuckled, "Haha, that was classic, in Naruto's imagination." "Stop talking," Naruto said. "Hey, this is the only entertainment I get, it not like there's cable TV in here. Anyway, get me some beef flavor ramen rabbit, I like a snack with my show," Kurama stated. As he returned to deal with the stranger, Naruto said, "Fine here, jerk." "Ouch, what the hell, that hurts, and where did that boot come from and where did it go? But most importantly, why the hell is there a knife sticking out of my back?" said Naruto. "The knife will disappear when I cancel the jutsu. As for everything else, let go somewhere private to talk. People are beginning to look at you like you are crazy and might send you to a mental institution," he responded. Naruto muttered, "Yeah, like you want to talk," as he noticed that everyone was staring at him oddly. After nodding, he started to follow the stranger. In an unoccupied training area. "Okay, before we started our conversation, can you please get rid of this knife in my back?" Naruto replied. The stranger casually said, "Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot about that there," as he cancelled the jutsu. Naruto gave him a fierce look. The stranger said, "All right, let's begin by introducing ourselves. You go first, Whisker." "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The bird is named Crow and this ball of sunshine is named Cloud. And if you don't start telling me how to get you to go to the afterlife, I'm going to find a priest to exorcise you." Naruto continued to stare at him. "Yeah, so my name is Nanashi and I possess the Shinigami no Okoromono too," Nanshi replied. Naruto questioned, "You have the Shinigami essence's seal in you too?" What actually happened to me was I was exposed to a strong concentration of the Shinigami's essences when I was in close approximate to him, and now I'm kind of stuck with it," Nanashi replied. "Yeah, that sound like something that the Shinigami would cause," said Crow. "As for the reason why I haven't moved on, it is because of two reasons. The first, I need to pass on my jutsus and legacy to someone because I die before I could do that, and the second is that there's a princess that I have to save from an evil spirit that kidnapped her about 100 years ago and has recently been reported to be sighted around here. Anyway, about the jutsus, Wait, 100 years? Naruto cut in. Yeah, 100 year, anyway, back to the jutsus, Nanashi said in an attempt to shift the conversation. Naruto deadpanned, "It's been a century and you still haven't been able to save her." Nanashi looked away and remarked, There were a lot of key items to collect." "Liar!" shouted Naruto. "Mini-bosses?" Naruto's expression was one of disbelief as he gazed at him. "I got lost?" Naruto kept his gaze fixed. "I hit a glitch." "Will you tell me already?" Okay. The truth is that I was busy peeking at every town, village, and city I stop at during my quest," Nanashi acknowledged, blaming Naruto. Crow nodded his head in comprehension. "Well, being invisible and intangible to the world makes it great for peeking," he said. Cloud exclaimed, "Naked girls are fun girls," with a leap of happiness. As Naruto whispered, "Arrow. Seishin, pervy. Spirit. Hello, I'm Nanashi," said Nanashi. Together, Crow and Cloud said, "Hi Nanashi." "I am a pervert and it been 25 minutes since I done something perverted," stated Nanashi. "This is not Pervert Anonymous, so find help for your problem somewhere else," Naruto said. So back to our discussion, the jutsus I developed for the Shinigami no Okoromono based on the aspect of the manipulating the targeted soul and follow the three basics style. The Nis no Genjutsu, false reality. Affecting the mind the soul perceive. Fu no Noroi, curse vessel. Affecting the body the soul inhabits. Seishin o Kawasu Mono, spirit breaker. Affecting the very soul itself. The boot to the head that you experience early today, Naruto growled remembering about the incident, was due to the Nis no Genjutsu style. From the connection I made with you, I was able to alter your perception of reality, forcing your mind to experience an illusion of my choice similar to Genjutsu, which in this case is a flying boot to the head. However, unlike Genjutsu, these images are not just false image that led the body to believe that it is just in pain, but trick the mind to believe the body is actually being physical attack and harm, causing actually physical damage to the body. The bruise there on your face is proof of that. Okay, but what about the chakra knife that you throw at me? Not only did it not hurt me, but I have no cut mark from it, said Naruto. That because I didn't want it to happen, but if I did I could. However, it did serve a purpose to the jutsu. Also, to calling it a chakra knife is a bit incorrect because I don't use chakra, Nanashi explained. Naruto questioned, What do you mean you don't use chakra? What I mean is that I can't use it because I'm dead, so no living body, no physical energy to mix with spiritual energy. So like your friend Cloud, I replace physical energy with natural energy from the air and ground around me. Though since your friend is a wind elemental, it is easy for him to draw from the air than the earth, and use it to mix it with the spiritual energy to create spiritual essence to perform the jutsu. But when you learn these jutsu, you will use regular chakra. As for the purpose of the knife, they serve as receiver to focuses on the intended target. As you know, even when you are connected to a target soul, you are still aware of the other souls and spirits around you, so you're connected to them on some level. So the illusion is not only seen or heard by the target but also by other around you, so to prevent other from suffer unnecessary injury, the chakra knife are used because when you're cast a jutsus you pour some of your soul into it. That why you emotional stated sometime affect the strength of jutsu. Therefore the essence of the jutsu is in sync with the essence in the knife that spread out all over the target when it hit them, so the jutsu know who defected, Nanashi explained. Naruto remarked, wow, that's awesome. What about the other two styles? Well, the Fu no Noroi is the power to manipulate the state of the body. The possibility of this include diminish the strength of your opponent while augmenting the strength your allies and transferring the damage you and your allies receive to your opponent. And finally the Seishin Okawasu Mono style. This one literally strike at a person will to fight, affecting the emotional state of your opponents, causing them to feel from everything to hopeless, fear to pure bliss. Nanashi concluded. Naruto pleaded, awesome, okay, teach me, with excitement. Okay, holds your horse, we will start with the basic and work our way up, said Nanashi. With that, Naruto said, fine, so what do we start with? Well, the logical but boring way to go about this is to start with chakra control, mainly due to the fact that the large amount of chakra you possessed from having the fox seal in you make it very difficult to gain control of it, Nanashi thought. That made Naruto groan. But I think we can do that after we do it the fun way first, Nanashi smirked evilly. A frightened Naruto questioned, which is? Oh, just an evaluation to see where you are at, by bombarding you with a whole lot of Nis no Genjutsu. Tobui no Budo no Jutsu. False reality. Boot to the head technique. To see how many of it you can dodge and how long you can last, Nanashi said with an evil grin. Cloud cheered, yeah, kick the Naru game, as Naruto attempted to avoid death by footwear. Omake plans for Naruto training, Crow and Cloud, since we're training Naruto-san in the way of the ninja. Then we must come up with a creative way to torture him for our entertainment, Nanashi stated. Naruto uttered, you know I right here, Crow remarked, yeah, that's a great idea. New game for Naru.kun, Cloud's statement read. Naruto deadpanned, do you guys have selective hearing or something? First thing on the list is a daily booth to the head to start the day off. Nanashi began. Naruto sighed, why am I not surprised here? Let tie him up and hang him from a tree, then beat him with a stick until he learn how to do the Nawanuke no Jutsu, rope escape technique, said Crow. Cloud said naively, vital points are worth 100 points. Random attacks on Naru.kun with sharp, pointy objects are worth 100 points. Naruto said, not you guy too, while crying like an anime character. Good I going to add a booth to the head for motivation, Nanashi said. Naruto uttered the words, what with your obsession with injuring my head with footwear, behind his back. And from the look of it, another booth to the head to treat any possible emo syndrome, said Nanashi. In the apartment of Naruto awoke the following morning bruised and sore from an evening spent being brutally bludgeoned by boots of death for hours. He was met by Nanashi, Crow, and Cloud in the kitchen. Nanashi sat down to read a newspaper and said, good morning, champ. Eat your breakfast quickly so I can take you to school on my way to work. Naruto ni. Chan, you better work hard when you are in school if you want to be as cool and amazing as your Onichan now, Crow said. Arf. Bacon, yelled Cloud. While preparing some instant ramen for breakfast, Naruto deadpanned, isn't it a little early for all this craziness? Nope, they all three said at once. So what are all three of you really going to do today, said Naruto. Well, while you are in class 1 we'll try to find heaven on earth, also known as the hidden Kunoichi hot spring, Nanashi said with a nosebleed, then we will continue your training. Naruto said, how about attempting to locate that princess of yours? Nanashi responded, oh, she waited for 100 years, a few days won't matter that much. Baka, Naruto whispered, she didn't wait for 100 years. I'm going to check on how my old clan is doing and then join you in class halfway through, said Crow. Naruto inquired, you're from a clan, what is it like? It pretty much like any other clan, all the elders has a major stick up their ass, said Crow. And I'm going to class with Naruto-kun and blow air behind people's ears for fun, Cloud said. In the academy, Naruto failed the exam once more because it had a question that no one in the class could have answered, and the teachers either ignored him or continued to sabotage his progress. When they saw Crow again, Naruto and Cloud were eating their moldy old bread by themselves. Crow inquired, "So how was your day so far?" His words, "No one tried to kill me, so okay so far." Naruto inquired, "How about you, how was your day?" "Fine. The elders still have a stick up their butt. What's up with your lunch?" asked Crow. According to Naruto, it was the only few things anyone is willing to sell me. It seemed like we have to teach you how to do the Henge no Jutsu, transform technique, to fool people so you can buy better things, Crow thought. Naruto remarked, "Thank you, that will be very helpful." "No problem, we better head back to class and see what we need to fix for you in your training," Crow replied. People noticed Crow perched on Naruto's shoulder as they entered the building. The teacher yelled, "Hey, you are not allowed to bring wild animals in here." "It's not a wild animal, it's my ninja bird," Naruto answered. "Yeah right," replied the instructor. Naruto responded, "It's true that Kiba's family has a ninja dog, so it's possible for me to have a ninja bird." "Fine," he replied angrily, muttering under his breath, "Stupid demon brat." One of the students remarked, "I bet it is lame and can't do anything at all." Naruto whispered, "Do something," to Crow. Crow went to pick up a pen and dropped it in front of a girl with dark hair and tinted white eyes. She blushed when Naruto looked at her for an inexplicable reason. Naruto boasted, "See, I am an amazing bird trainer." As his classmates were being picked up by their relatives after class, Naruto, Crow, and Cloud noticed Nanashi gesturing for them to follow him. They eventually found themselves close to the edge of a sizable forest after a few minutes of walking. "How was your day?" inquired Naruto. As an angelic version of Nanashi left his body and ascended to heaven despite being already dead and thus a spirit, he said, "I found the Holy Land, the hidden Kunoichi hot spring is truly heaven on earth. I feel fulfilled in my afterlife and now I can move on to the great beyond with no regret." As a spotlight shone on him and anime tears streamed from his eyes. With a drop of perspiration, Naruto questioned, "Is he using Nis no Genjutsu on us?" Crow's response was, "I don't know, but it is better to not ask." Nanashi questioned, "So what useful thing have they been teaching the kid?" When Crow said, "Nothing, the thing they taught is either useless or going to get him killed in the field," Naruto looked dejected. "Don't look so down, we will beat everything we know into you and make you a great ninja even if it kills you," Nanashi stated. Naruto deadpanned, "Something tell me that you mean that in a literal sense. Anyways, let's go get you some tool of the trade and maybe find a weapon for you to master," said Nanashi. "How? No one would sell me anything in this village unless it is in bad condition, and if they do it is highly overpriced and I'm really short on money because I also have pay for the other overpriced necessity," Naruto grumbled. "That's why I came up with a great idea of going into the Forest of Death to scavenge some stuff that past ninja lost or no longer have any use for, but my advice for you is to ignore any dead body you see," Nanashi said with a happy voice. The smile on Nanashi's face made Naruto a little uncomfortable. How is going into a big scary forest with death in its name a good idea? It is kind of, oh I don't know, suicidal, he said. As Nanashi said cheerfully, "But that what being ninja is all about, doing stupid stuff that can get you killed." Naruto turned to look at him. "You don't have to worry, I can still use jutsu to handle anything that come our way," Nanshi murmured. "Beside, we are having you train with the Shinigami no Okoromono by using it to not only be aware of any danger that nearby but also talk your way out from being eaten by any carnivorous animal you will encounter, because the Shinigami no Okoromono allow you to communicate with animal on a spiritual level." "What if they want to eat me regardless of what I said?" replied Naruto. When Nanashi said, "Well, you can always run away, anyway, let's head out." Naruto repeatedly muttered, "I'm going to die, and he's going to kill me," as they made their way into the forest. In the Death Forest, Naruto gathered a respectable collection of kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, and a high-quality ninja pouch after exploring the forest. An agitated Cloud exclaimed, Matey, we got some booty to dig up. Look like we got you some decent set of ninja tools but can't seem to find a weapon you can specialize in," Nanashi said. "Yeah I know, hey Arrow. Seishin, I was wonder about something," Naruto replied. You give me a nickname. I like it, it really reflect me perfectly, I'm so proud," Nanashi replied. Naruto muttered, "Of course you are, you stupid perverted ghost." Nanashi said, "Anyway, what are you thinking about?" "Well, we kind of deep in the forest and I was wonder if you know how to get back when we done here," replied Naruto. Nanashi ignored the question and simply stared at Naruto before turning away. Naruto sneered, We're lost, aren't we? Nanashi ignored Naruto's query and stated, we can't leave until we find you a weapon, Naruto-kun. Don't worry Naruto-kun, I can fly above the tree to see where we have to go in order to get back, Crow said to Naruto. So you guys are looking for a weapon for the little one there, if that's true then I know where one is, said an unfamiliar voice. When they turned around, they saw a tiny wooden human figure holding a big leaf in the shape of an umbrella, wearing a flower hat with a branch like antler protruding from its head, and covered in moss and leaves. Hi, I'm Naruto and this is Crow, Cloud and Nanashi, but he a pervert so I just called him Arrow. Seishin, and proud of it, Nanashi yelled. So who are you? Naruto said. My name is Tree and I am one of the many spirit that affiliate itself with plant life that tends to inhabit the forest, and as I was saying, if you are looking for a weapon I know where one it, however if you can wield it or not is up to you, said Tree. Nanashi said, really, so will you show us where it is? Tree replied, yes, if you help me with my task. What kind of task? Inquired Naruto. Man, this feel like an RPG doing mini quest to get a rare items. Planting stuff. We plant spirits like places with a lot of vegetation, so doing such task helps us a lot, Tree stated. Well, at least I don't have to slay a dragon, Naruto remarked instead. Instead of doing that, why don't you just become one of Naruto-kun familiar, then you can have him do thing for you when he not busy like he does for me, Cloud replied. Tree questioned, can I really do that? Yeah, I'm Naruto-kun familiar and he play game with me because he promised to play with me when he can, Cloud replied. When Naruto said, I thought it was because you won't leave me alone, he was laughing. Same thing, Cloud said naively. Okay, I don't mind, from now on I am your familiar and I will assist you in any way that I can, Tree replied. With a, okay, I fine with that, Naruto answered. Cloud applauded, yeah, a new friend to play with. Tree said, follow me and I will show where the weapon is at, and started to leave. They reached a clearing in the forest after walking for approximately an hour. A staff as dark as the night sky protruded from the center of it. There it is. It was forges out of a dark ore that fall from the heaven and ashes from a very ancient and mystical tree, so know how much damage it receives it will repair itself back to its original form. Legend said it once belonged to a great warrior that was able to defeat his enemies even after he'd been long dead. All there is left to do is place your hand on it and be judged, Tree continued. Naruto approached it and put his hand on it, saying, yep, definitely feel like an RPG, before everything went dark. You seek to wield me, but in order for that to happen I must see into your heart to see if you are worthy to wield me, a woman's voice said. He searched his surroundings for the source of the voice but was only able to see himself, the staff, and the darkness surrounding him. You bear a great burden and face a lot hated and loneliness, yet you don't let it taint your heart but deal it head on. You seek strength for recognition, that is not a bad reason, however it is not the best reason either, but you still young and still have a lot of time to live and grow. Stubborn, not very bright, ramen obsessive. Naruto yelled, hey, don't diss the ramen. But possess a strong will and a pure heart. Well, as pure as it can be in a world like this. For these reasons I deem you worth to wield me, but if you become my master I ask only one thing from you, and that is to always hold on to the strength and will that you have in your heart that you currently have right now, the speaker concluded. Okay, said Naruto. The blackness appears to dissipate, and Naruto returns to his position holding the staff, but now a pale blue chakra blade protrudes from the staff's head. Then Naruto's new scythe vanished into a seal that appeared on his right hand. If you ever need to wield me, call me by the name you earn me, Mugen no Sora. Endless sky. For the potential you possess is as endless as the sky above you. Beside all the hero do it when they take out their kick-ass weapon, a voice said to him. A scythe, not a bad choice. Kind of symbolic considering you are an agent of death and it looked badass, said Nanashi. So the soul of that scythe decided to choose you to be its master, right? Tree responded. Yeah, I also made a promise with her when she chooses me and hopefully I won't disappoint her in the end, Naruto replied. Nanashi smiled lustfully and said, so how does she rate on a scale of hotness? Naru.kun and scythe. Shan, sitting in a tree kissing, Cloud said. Cloud.kun, it is not like that an arrow. Seishin, keep your perverted thought to yourself. Beside I haven't seen her, only heard her voice, Naruto replied. The whisper, you haven't seen me yet, came from Mugen no Sora. Ah, but you're my student and as my student I am supposed to pass everything that I know on to you including my perverted ways, Nanashi grumbled. Not happening, said Naruto. In an attempt to break up their arguments, Crow said, hey guy, it's getting dark, so I think now will be a good time to head back. Yeah, the kid needs his sleep for tomorrow since it is the weekend and we got all day to torture him, Nanashi replied. As they made their way back, Naruto complained, "You sadist, you enjoy my pain too much." The following day at an unknown training facility. The leaf concentration exercises were how Nanashi got Naruto to start working on his chakra control, but because of his short attention span, things weren't going well until Nanashi literally pounded it into him until he does it instinctively. After a few minutes, when Naruto had only gotten a foot or two off the ground, Nanashi called for his attention. At that point, he started the tree climbing exercises. "Now that you've gotten better on using your chakra, well, somewhat better than before, I can now tell you what I plan for your training," Nanashi stated. When Naruto said, "You mean that causing me unnecessary pain was not a part of your plan," he was deadpan. "Know that part of the fun that come with training you. Anyway, from the look of it, it seemed that you will most likely never be able to do a normal Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique," Nanashi stated. "What?" exclaimed Naruto. I know you need to learn that to pass to be a genin, that why we going to replace it with the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, and I chose that technique for a reason. First off, usually Kage Bunshin, shadow clone technique, is dangerous to learn due to how much chakra need to make one, but because of your large chakra reserve you can make a lot with no problem, but we will start off small. Secondly, because you will gain the memory of the clone when it dispels, it will be useful for training. Lastly, it will also help make your reserve grow even more, making you a chakra monster, and on the plus side there will be more of you to torture," Nanashi continued. Naruto said, "So I can learn a lot of things faster, disregarding the threat of torture." "Yeah, but you still have to work hard. Now once you are able to make Kage Bunshin, shadow clone technique, I want you to make up to 9 clones to train with me. I shall up the number as time goes on. Once we get up to 9 clone, I want 2 of them to train with me to master the Shinigami no Okoromono, gift of the death god, Kekkei Genkai, and the jutsu that are based around it. Another 2 to train in basic ninja skill with Crow.san. Another 2 to learn some wind jutsu with Cloud.kun, and 2 to learn some earth and water jutsu from Tree.kun, because you can't rely on one element only. As for the last clone, he will continue chakra control exercises while you will train your body to build up your strength and speed. With the Kage Bunshin, shadow clone technique, you can train all day while sending a clone to attend the academy," Nanashi replied. "Work for me," said Naruto. Nanashi grinned and said, "Good, let's finish this so we can continue your personal hell." Naruto was eventually able to master the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, after an hour of trying, during which Nanashi used the Nis no Genjutsu to motivate him by striking him with boots, a chibi penguin, and other odd objects. Omake planting a garden with Tree.kun in the Death Forest. Nanashi was off taking another look at the hot spring since Naruto had some free time and nothing to do, so we found him planting some exotic plants in the Forest of Death with Crow, Cloud, and Tree. "Thank for doing this task for me, Naruto." "Sama," Tree replied. "Yeah, and with you coming with us it is way safer coming here than before," Naruto replied. "Well, since my kind are like the guardian of the forest creature tends respect us and leave those with us alone, it was kind of lucky you didn't die before," Tree said. Naruto said, "I know, so what kind of plant are we planting here?" Tree said nonchalantly, "Just one of the many man-eating plants that are found within the Forest of Death. I know you spirits don't have to worry about self-preservation, however I do, and growing something that can end up eating me doesn't seem to agree with my survival instinct," Naruto replied. "Everything has a purpose in this world, Naruto. Sama, it just turned out that this plant purpose is to consume mankind," Tree calmly responded. "I'm not questioning its existence, I'm questioning my well-being here," stated Naruto in a deadpan tone. Suddenly, a strange creature in the shape of a blue teardrop materialized directly in front of them. Pointing to the creature, Naruto yelled, "What the hell is that?" "It's a level 5 slime, so kill it to get some gold," said Tree. I don't own slime because it's from Dragon Quest." After giving Tree a long look, Naruto asked, "Is that thing made out of gold?" "No," said Tree. "Then how will killing it get me gold? It doesn't make sense. This is not an RPG," said Naruto. "Since when does the ninja world make sense? They give kids as old as 12 the license to kill," Tree said. "And give them nice pointy sharp object to play with," said Crow. "Hell, they even let you live by yourself without any kind of adult supervision," Tree remarked. "Okay, I get the point, I will go and kill it, beside I could use the money," Naruto murmured. Cloud applauded, "Go Naru.kun used infer most on it." En route to the academy, Naruto, who was 10 years old, was walking to the academy with Cloud, Tree, Crow, and Nanashi. Nanashi was only there to talk to them until they arrived at the academy, and he still hadn't broken the habit. He would then go out and do something perverse once more, after years of training from his 4 friends and teachers. Naruto now possesses the skills necessary to become a genin if he so chooses. Now that you got the basics down, we will move on to more advanced stuff, although we will still work on the basics from time to time so you won't forget them, said Nanashi. That is a sound plan. I was actually going to teach you some sealing techniques, replied Crow. Naruto inquired, you're a seal master? Yes, replied Crow. You are required to learn it if you become a Reaper working under Shinigami Sama, and we are considered the best at it. Hopefully you learn enough that you can create a medium through which Cloud and Tree can interact in the physical world. Cloud exclaims, Yahoo! More wind attacks for Naru.kun and flying. Flying? Inquired Naruto. Magic and pixie dust. Believe in them and you can soar toward the sky. Naru.kun, Cloud says. With a drop of perspiration, Naruto remarked, note to self, never give Cloud.kun sugar if he ever gains the ability to eat food. From me, you will learn more earth and water techniques. Also, I will teach you some exercises to draw water from the environment and atmosphere, plus how to shape the ground around to gain some field advantage, Naruto Sama, Tree stated. We started on shape transformation starting from 1 dimension up to 3 dimensions shape to get you to make those chakra knives and will come in handy to shape the blade on the Mugen no Sora so that you not only limited to scythe and staff mode. Nanashi continued, also speaking of Mugen no Sora, I was planning to teach you 2 different taijutsu styles, one best for close combat and the other for utilizing the Mugen no Sora, which I will teach you first so you can get you some practice with it and to get you used to using that weapon. In Naruto's mind, Mugen said, yeah, we need to hang out more. Naruto.kun. All these extra skills will be good for you if your enemies ever discover your Kekkei Genkei's weakness. Always have a backup plan, said Nanashi to him. Huh? The Shinigami no Okuramono have weaknesses? Naruto asks. Yes, everything has its own limitation and nothing is absolute, though I thought by now you had figured one of them out from all the time you saw me use the Shinigami no Okuramono. The first weakness is due to the chakra knife, or whatever you use as a receiver is limited by how long they can stay on the target, so you can only affect the target until you cancel the receiver or until the essence that your chakra speared inside your opponent is filtered out. The other weakness is the strength of your opponent's will compared to yours. If your opponent's will is stronger, they can break the effect of the Shinigami no Okuramono. However, you are really stubborn. I doubt that you will have to worry about it much, Nanashi clarified. So as long as I never give up and never let my opponent break my will, they can't overcome the Shinigami no Okuramono, replied Naruto. Yes, now about your graduation plan. Not only do I want you to graduate around the same time as everyone in your age group, but to also be the dead last or at least pass with an average grade instead of Rookie of the Year or anywhere near the top of the class. You should have Iruka as your teacher, who is the first teacher to treat you fair and equal, said Nanashi. Naruto asked, you want me to do this for a reason, right? Yes. Being the dead last when are you truly the Rookie of the Year is more advantageous because it will cause others to underestimate you, and when you reveal your true skills it will be too late for them and cost them their victory, said Nanashi. So the title of Rookie of the Year is stupid because it shows your true strength to everyone and goes against what being a ninja is all about, which is deception, said Naruto. Yep, you really are learning. Anyway, I got naked ladies to look at, so off to school with you guys or else I send a flying monkey after you like I did for the teacher that came before Iruka, warned Nanashi. Huh? I thought that we drugged him, dressed him in drag and sent him to one of those special bars where he got traumatized enough that he ended up in a long-term therapy program forcing him to quit his job just because he trying to kill me, Naruto thought. Naruto recalled Kurama saying, haha, his girly scream and face of terror and humiliation will be forever carved in my memory. Seriously Kurama, you have problems, but as long as those 101 flavored bunnies and pranks keep the village from being destroyed, I really don't care, Naruto murmured. Cloud questioned, ninja have therapists? I think they have psych evaluators to make sure most ninja don't go kamikaze on missions, replied Tree. You know, we kind of got that drug a bit too easily, though it was supposed to be for poison techniques, which is important for ninja, but still drug control is a bit bad around here, said Crow. If we did that to him, then who did I send that flying monkey to? Nanshi was thinking. While the others went to class, Nanashi went in search of naked women, thinking about who the flying monkey victim was. Within the classroom, Naruto noticed that fangirls were swooning over Uchiha Sasuke, the emo king, every day when he walked into the classroom. The cry, Sasuke-kun, please go out with me, came from all of his admirers at once. Sasuke said, no, turning away and starting to think. While thinking, Sasuke.kun is so cool, all of his fangirls appeared dejected. Sakura Haruno, Naruto's crush was one of these despised fangirls, and he made an effort to make friends with her by trying to lift her spirits. "Hey, Sakura. Chan, stop being so depressed," Naruto remarked. "Sasuke. Teme is a fool for not recognizing your greatness and asking you out on a date." In a different universe where Sakura Haruno was not a blind, devoted fangirl, she would have accepted Naruto as a friend after seeing his kindness. In this one, however, she felt that Naruto had insulted her beloved Sasuke-kun, so she took her anger at being rejected out on him. "Naruto. Baka, stop talking. You really irritate me, and you dare not make fun of Sasuke-kun. He is attractive, cool, talented, and a member of the Uchiha clan, which is the best clan in Konoha. In contrast, you are a dead last, useless loser, orphan, and nobody should do anything but be useful and go lay down in a hole somewhere and just die, as all the villagers advised." She growled, "Do me a favor and don't bother me ever again." The majority of Sasuke's fangirls supported him in the hopes of gaining his attention, but he ignored them again. Some of his classmates felt that was cruel, while others were unconcerned. However, Naruto's heart broke at the idea of becoming friends with Sakura, whom he felt understood his loneliness because he believed she experienced the same loneliness as a result of being bullied by the other student. "All right, Haruno-san." Naruto looked at her with a fake smile but emotionless eyes and said, "I will leave you alone and shall never bug you again." She didn't notice, though, and moved to sit down far from her. For the remainder of the class, Naruto remained silent and never spoke, which worried Iruka and his friends. However, whenever they inquired about his well-being, he would always reply that he was in an emotionless tone and return to his silence. During his training sessions with Nanashi, Crow, Cloud, and Tree, he would work silently and endlessly on the task until Nanashi had had enough and took action. "All right, kid, what's wrong?" Nanashi inquired. "Nothing," Naruto answered. "So, what am I going to do for my training?" "For 2 weeks you will do no training but try to find a hobby to occupy your time," said Nanashi. "I don't require a pastime. To become a ninja, I must practice and master jutsu," Naruto said impassively. Nanashi assured him, "I am your teacher, and you will follow my instructions." Naruto gave him a fierce look and turned to leave. Nanashi questioned the others about Naruto's actions after he left. "Well, he's been like that since that Sakura girl dumped him," said Crow. "We tried to cheer him up and told him there are other fish in the sea, but it didn't work," stated Tree. "Yeah, sharks and whales too," Cloud said, attempting but failing to be helpful. "So, do you believe he's going emo once more?" Crow inquired. "No, this is not the same thing. Naruto is turning into a robot, an emotionless machine. Something more is happening here." As he stood up to search for Naruto, Nanashi declared, "I'll go talk to him and downgrade him into a human again." Monument to Hokage. Following his meeting with everyone, Naruto went to the summit of the Hokage monument to get some fresh air, where he sat, entered his mindscape, and gazed up at the sky. "So you got dumped, kid? Move on," Kurama said. "Since we weren't dating, I didn't get dumped. Are you attempting to lift my spirits?" Naruto inquired. "Well, your depressed self is more annoying than your normal self," Kurama said. Mugen no Sora, who looked like a blue-haired, blue-eyed teenage girl wearing a black kimono decorated with white flowers, said, "Kurama is right. You really need to get over whatever is bothering you and talking about it will help, so tell Kurama ni-san, big brother, and Mugen no Sora ne-san, big sister, all about it." Ni-san? Gazing at Mugen no Sora, Kurama posed the question. Mugen replied, "Would you prefer Okazen, mother?" According to Kurama, ni-san it is, with haste. The words, "You really should talk about what's upsetting you," came to him as Nanashi. "How did I think of you?" Naruto inquired. "A trick I discovered while playing around with magic or the Nis no Genjutsu style, depending on your preference. In any case, is it just that you're upset about being dumped, or is there more to it?" Nanashi inquired. "I'm not angry about her leaving me because she didn't do so because we weren't dating. I'm upset because of what she said to me. She essentially told me to die for the sake of everyone, the same way the villagers do when they call me a monster or a demon and look at me with fearful or hateful eyes, as they have done all my life because they believe I am the fox. I grow weary of it and detest it. Having no friends, family, or people who care about me is what I'm most tired of, along with being angry and lonely. No offense, but Gigi never has time for me, and even though I have you, Crow, Cloud, and Tree, none of you are human or alive." With tears streaming down his face, Naruto uttered, "I just don't want to feel anything because it hurts so much." "Those foolish peasants," Kurama snarled, "if I could, I would grind their bones for believing that I am a helpless and pitiful human. Mugen sighed. This is not about you, you conceited fool. Do you know why I behave in such a crazy manner, Naruto? Nanashi questioned him. Naruto deadpanned, because you find it entertaining to mess with my mind. Yes, but also because I was unable to do it constantly while I was living. I always behaved the way I believed my friends and family wanted me to when I was living. Although I occasionally irritated her enough to beat me to bloody pulp. Something I don't regret. I think she enjoyed it a little too much, that crazy sadist, Nanashi said, shuddering at the thought of such a beating. But when I was with my princess, I never acted as anything I wasn't. I was always my true crazy flawed pervert self around her, and she never truly hated me for it. As Naruto talked about his past, he started to perspire. With this, where was I headed? Yes, exactly. The problem is that after more than a century and a half of death, I discovered that I was happiest when I was with her. I also realized how foolish it was for me to waste my life acting like someone I wasn't and worrying about what other people thought of me when there was someone who was content with me just the way I was, and I felt the same way. I'm trying to tell you that life is far too short to waste time worrying about negative aspects of it. There will undoubtedly be moments when you feel depressed or angry. To prevent those negative feelings from taking over and causing you to become emotionally damaged, or, kami forbid, emo. You can cry or trash a training ground and then do something really foolish or enjoyable, like I always do. Emos really don't mean anything, Naruto.kun, Nanashi remarked, gesturing with his index finger. Okay, I get it. That you are prejudiced against emos. I promise that I won't dress up in black with black eyeliner and lipstick sheesh, said Naruto. Well, that's the most crucial lesson I can ever give you. Let's get back to our original topic. The problem is that life, particularly ninja life, involves pain. You should learn to live with it instead of ignoring or forgetting about it, though, as it is a part of who you are and how you respond to it defines who you are. Nanashi ruffled Naruto's hair and remarked, no matter what you do, don't keep your heart closed, because then you might miss that someone who can drown all your sorrows with an endless amount of happiness. So you advised me to take up a hobby in order to give myself time to cope with my current situation? While adjusting his hair, Naruto posed the question. Yeah, part of it is to give you time to recover, but I also want you to find activities you enjoy. You can't be a ninja all the time, even though you might decide to be one. You need time to unwind and act like a regular person. It's okay for you to feel down for a few days, but by the time we resume training in 2 weeks, I want you to have a fun pastime and be your crazy self again after that. Nanashi inquired. No, I refuse to return to my previous insane self. I will be even more insane than I was before, like you said. Life is too short to worry about what other people think, and besides, it might be fun to get back at them by messing with their heads after the way the villagers treated me, Naruto grinned. Nanshi grinned and remarked, ah, there's my student that I love and know. Mugen remarked, well, it seems he will be okay. On the way to the academy the following day. Hey Arrow. Seishin, when you mentioned finding a hobby, I thought of two and couldn't decide between them, so I'm going to do both. Sewing and cooking. Even though I enjoy ramen, I suppose I'll have to eat more than that, so I decided to cook instead. As for sewing, I don't particularly enjoy walking around with so many holes in my clothes. Before we leave for school, let's get some cooking and sewing books, Naruto said. I was also considering creating dolls, action figures, for Cloud and Tree to own because of what Crow mentioned about having mediums for them. Ah, it's the end of the world, and Naruto wants to study with books. Nanashi let out a scream. Stop talking. Naruto gazed intently at him. I apologize, but that's alright. You are not limited to a single pastime. You are free to have as many as you like. I can teach you some breakdancing techniques that you can incorporate into your taijutsu if you'd like, Nanashi said. Oh, I thought you mentioned that we wouldn't be training for 2 weeks, Naruto inquired. We're not, but that doesn't mean that the skills we acquire outside of ninja training can't be applied when we're acting like ninjas. Similarly, the skills we acquire inside of ninja training aren't just for ninja tasks. The first taijutsu style is based on the same idea. The skills you acquire in life can be applied to your fighting style. However, we'll discuss this topic in greater detail when the time comes, Nanashi stated. All right. I could give it a try to see if it's enjoyable. Hey, is there anything else you guys can teach me? Naruto inquired. Cloud declared, I am a good musician. And I can make some music instruments when you need some and give you gardening tips since you are helping me fill the world with plants, added the tree. I was a prankster when I was alive, so I can teach you my prankster art. Like different ways to make stink bombs, said Crow. Yes, those sound like a lot of fun, especially Crow's suggestion. I'll give them all a try. Naruto uttered those words. As he parted ways with them, Nanashi said, "Okay, see you guys after school while I go do my hobby of studying the female body." Naruto muttered, "That is a crime, not a pastime." In the academy, when Naruto noticed that other students in the classroom were staring at him, he was reading a cookbook he had bought and perusing it to see what dishes would be tasty to prepare. "What?" Naruto inquired of everyone. "Is that you, Naruto?" Iruka inquired. "Yes," replied a bewildered Naruto. "And you are choosing to read a book on your own initiative?" Iruka repeated her question. "Yes," replied a still perplexed Naruto. "Oh, my Kami. It is the apocalypse," Iruka yelled. Everyone started whispering, and Naruto started to perspire. Sakura nodded in agreement as Ino remarked, "I think you broke him with what you said to him last time, Sakura." "Oh, hurry up, it isn't that significant," Naruto moaned. "Don't worry, Naruto, everything will be alright, Anbu," said Iruka. "What's the matter?" As they arrived, the two masked Anbu responded. Iruka said, "It's Naruto reading a book." Both Anbu declared, "It's the apocalypse." "Really?" Naruto let out a moan. "Do not be alarmed, Uzumaki-san. One of the Anbu said, "We'll take you to the Hokage, and he'll determine what's wrong." "All right, but I don't feel like running all the way there, so you'll have to carry me," Naruto said. "I just arrived at class." The Anbu asked, holding a drop of sweat, "You want us to carry you like a little child?" "Yes, please," said Naruto. Naruto was taken by the Anbu, who then proceeded to the Hokage tower. The third asked, "What seems to be the problem here?" One Anbu responded, "Uzumaki-san was reading a book in class." A pale Hokage declared, "It is the apocalypse." Naruto sighed and said, "You too, Oji-san, how are you, Naruto?" A worried Hokage inquired. "Yes. I wanted to learn how to cook, so I was reading this book." Naruto remarked, "I think I'll skip class for the remainder of the day since I was pulled out of class to meet you and if you don't have anything else to talk to me about." "Okay. It seemed like you were well enough and Iruka won't expect you back in class today anyway," replied the Hokage. Naruto couldn't resist because riding Anbu on his back was so much fun. "Great, now, Anbu, carry me outside," he said with puppy dog eyes. Everyone started to perspire at that point, and Naruto's day of hobby exploration started when one of the Anbu carried him out. In the Death Forest. Coming here for so long and making friends with the forest critter made this place a nice place to be. Anyway, since class got cut short for me, let's start with my music lesson, Cloud," said Naruto. In his mind, Kurama said, It was funny how you freaked everyone by pretending to read a book." Naruto answered, "I wasn't pretending. It's the end of the world," Kurama exclaimed fearfully. Naruto said, "Oh, don't you start too. So what instrument do you want to learn to play? Flute, violin, guitar, drum, or can you help you with your vocals if you want to learn how to sing?" said Cloud with enthusiasm. As Tree made his instrument and Naruto made clones, he said, "Well, you know what, if this ninja thing doesn't work out, I'll just use Kage Bunshin no Jutsu to learn it all and start a one-man band, and I can also start on my other hobbies too. Here are the first instruments. I used some plant substance to substitute for the string because we don't have the real thing, and I used some earth jutsu to shape the ore for some of the drum part," Tree said. "Okay. Me and some of my clones will stay at practice while one will follow you to look for place to start a garden and another will have Crow teach him some pranks," replied Naruto. A couple of hours later, "How did my first attempt go?" Naruto inquired. "Okay, but you still need a lot more practice to be able to perform for others," replied Cloud. A female voice said, "You're not bad for a beginner, but your friend is right." When Naruto turned around, he saw a young girl with amber eyes and brown hair. "Hey, I take it you're dead?" Naruto inquired. Cloud exclaimed with joy, "Naru-kun is a master without tact." "That he is, and you right, I am a ghost. My name is Uda and I heard from others that you can help me move on to the afterlife," Uda replied. "What exactly is tying you up here, then?" Naruto inquired. "Well, when I was alive I always had to stay inside and never got out of my bed because of my illness, and it was that illness that took my life, but I always liked to sing and everyone told me how beautiful my voice was. However, due to my illness I never fulfilled my dream of being a performer," Uda stated. "So if you perform for a concert of some sort you can more on," replied Naruto. "Yes," she said. Naruto grinned and said, "Okay, once I get better at playing these instruments, then I will set up a concert for you." As she walked away, she said, "Thank you, I will practice too until then." In the Forest of Death, elsewhere the Tree and Naruto's clone were in a wide meadow that was encircled by a wall of trees, with the exception of one area where the trees curved to create a narrow passageway. This place is amazing. Not only can we have garden here, but it can be a secret base to hang out in, Naruto's clone said. Yes, this location is perfect for that. In fact, one of our gardens will be here. In any case, Naruto Sama, have you chosen what to plant yet? Tree inquired. The clone told him, well, it would be good to eat a lot of different fruits and vegetables. That's good, and we might add some more fruits tree around here. Also you should plant some herbs which help to make medicines or poisons, added a tree. As he dispelled himself, the clone said, that's a good idea, you should head back now and I will show the original this place. With Crow and another clone, I will give the original some books on sealing and tips that will be useful for pranks, but until then let me tell you about stink bombs, replied Crow. What can be inferred? The clone of Naruto said, it explodes and makes everything smelly. Well, you were mistaken there. That is not all there is to it. Numerous factors need to be taken into account, including the explosion's size, duration, and level of stench, as well as the impact of adding particular substances, Crow said. The clone, wow, teach me, Crow said. Okay, and started the talk. Alongside Nanashi, the child was given a half-day after frightening his teacher and classmates by reading a book. Huh? Nanashi grinned with anime tears and said, I'm so proud. All of a sudden, he sensed a familiar evil force coming from the forest of death. He hurried to the forest, saying, he's here now and close to the kid, I have to get there quickly. Naruto is back in the forest of death. Naruto and Cloud were still practicing, and Crow and Tree were returning to meet them. Hey guys, let's take a break and go find Arrow Station so I can get something to eat, replied Naruto. A malicious force materialized beside them as they were leaving. An ogre-like creature with horns and sharp teeth exclaimed, my, what lovely souls we have here. Behind him stood a group of people with empty eyes and chains. Creep, who or what the devil are you? Naruto inquired. Cloud declared, he's U.G.L.Y. and he has no alibi. An abandoned sideshow star. Crow thought. Tree went on to say, a plastic surgery that went bad. You dare to make fun of me? The ogre-like creature snarled. Yes, was their collective response. I'm going to devour you all, instead of enslaving you all, he said, launching himself at them before Nanashi's katana stopped him. Hey everyone, it appears that I arrived on time. Anyway, Nanashi said, remain back and let me take care of this. Do you know this man? Naruto inquired. Yes, he is Lord Oni, the jerk that killed me and kidnapped my princess, Hikari. The guy I've been searching for 100 years to defeat in order to get her back, said Nanashi. Naruto remarked, Lord Oni, what a lame name. I understand, correct? Anyway, let me handle this. This is my battle, Nanashi remarked. You arrogant idiot, I'll murder you, Lord Oni declared. As the chain that held the people behind him broke, Nanashi remarked, I don't think so. Seishin o kawasu mano kawarita chen. Spirit breaker broken chain. And Lord Oni started to deteriorate and take on human characteristics. No, what did you do? My souls, cries Lord Oni. It's time to stop. As the gate formed and a grim reaper materialized, Nanashi uttered the words, Shinigami no Jotejo, invitation of the grim reaper. How are you, Crow? Your girl is missing you, the reaper said. I've been taking care of this child, and I'm fine, Bob. Tell her I'm missing her, and say hello on my behalf, Crow said. Bob dragged Lord Ona's soul to hell and said, okay, well, I got to go back to dragging souls to the afterlife. That didn't live up to the hype. Why were you unable to defeat him the first time? Naruto inquired. He accidentally set off the bombs he was threatening us with, which is how he kind of killed us. After we were dead, he enslaved Hikari. And used her to gain power. The only thing he is good at. We only met 3 times after that. The first time, he ranting about his evil plan until my brain shut down. He fled when I got it to start up again. The second time, he simply fled when I pulled out a kick-ass katana, and finally, I defeated him, Nanashi said. That sucks, was Naruto's reply. I understand. Nanashi ran toward a stunning woman in a blue dress with silver eyes and white hair, saying, Hikari. I finally free you and we can be together forever. Hikari gave him a hug and then started beating the living daylights out of him. Nanashi, I miss you so much, she said. Why did it take you so long? It's been more than a century, you moron. As she kept hitting him, Hikari yelled angrily. Sorry, there were quest items to collect and mini-bosses to defeat, Nanashi begged. Despite the fact that he was a ghost, she said, don't lie to me, as he got bloodied. Nanashi started to say, okay, I am Nanashi and I am but was interrupted by a punch to the face. Avoid beginning the pervert anonymous project once more. As she stopped beating him to a bloody mess, she sighed, go find help somewhere else, but I am glad to see you again. Wow, this has more action than the fight with Lord Oni, said Naruto. Hi, may I ask who you are? She inquired. I am Naruto Uzumaki, that perverted idiot's apprentice, and these are my friends Crow, Cloud and Tree. Nice to meet you, replied Naruto. Hi, my name is Hikari. Did the pervert corrupt you yet? She inquired. Naruto said, no, Hikari remarked, good, I will keep it that way. Nanashi said feebly, from the ground, what? But he's my student and I have to teach him my ways. Hikira responded to him, no, you won't if you don't want the pain, that is. I'll be alright, Nanashi declared. The group is seen hanging around a row of fences with a paintbrush and paint can after 2 weeks of training, free days. So, we're finally back to training, Naruto.kun. Now, I will teach you the fighting style of the Shaolin monks. I will teach you Shaolin Kung Fu, Nanashi said. I doubt you know anything about monkhood considering how perverted you were, said Naruto. Yes, I didn't know much about Shaolin Kung Fu when I was alive, until I was trained by a friend who was a monk. I was also trained by a dead Shaolin monk, and from what I learned they fight with staffs really well, so this will help you wield the Mugen no Sora. Anyway, let's start your training by painting all of these fences, replied Nanashi. How will painting fences help me learn Shaolin Kung Fu? Asked Naruto. Naruto nodded in agreement when Nanashi said, remember when I told you that the things you learn in ninja training can be used to do things outside of your ninja life and vice versa? Well, Kung Fu applies to it too. I want you to not just paint the fence, but do it a certain way. When you are painting the fence, I want you stand a certain way, hold the paint can a certain way and move the paintbrush a certain way. The way you stand and hold the can will help with your form and paint movement will help with the way you strike your opponent. I want you to do it until you get in that stance and do your movement by instinct. Using what you do in your everyday life, then using it in your fighting style will make that form come easily to you, Nanashi continued. As he assumed the stance Nanashi demonstrated for him and started painting the way he did, Naruto questioned, okay, like this? Yes. Daniel.san listens to Mr. Miyagi and you will go far. Now Mr. Miyagi will have some fun while you paint as many fences you can for today, Nanashi replied. Oh no you don't. You stay here or take me to places that I want to see and not go off peeking, Hikari responded. Fine, sheesh. Anyway Naruto, fence painting is not the only way we train. I will find other methods and once you get them down you can spar to see how well you've learned them, said Nanashi. They were unaware that an Anbu was observing him. Concerned that it was a prank, he informed the Hokage. The Anbu informed the Hokage, Hokage, Sama, Naruto is painting some fences. The Hokage questioned, what? Naruto is it graffiti? Well actually no, he's just painting them for reason we don't know. We think it is some sort of prank Hokage. Sama, replied the Anbu. As stated by the Anbu, Naruto was applying a fresh coat of paint to an old, deteriorating fence when the Hokage took out his dandy crystal ball to observe what Naruto was doing. The Hokage remarked, this is troublesome indeed. Mighty Guy suddenly rushed into the room. Guy said, Yash, I finished the mission you gave me, and then he noticed Naruto painting the fence while the Anbu and Hokage were watching. What's a youthful kid doing using one of stances of the ancient Shaolin warrior monks? Guy replied. Stance? Inquired the Hokage. Yash, the way he is standing and moving his arm can only be that of the Shaolin Kung Fu style, though not many know it, so whoever teaching him knows it well, Guy replied. Thank you, Guy, for enlightening us on this, the Hokage remarked. However, the Hokage was informed of other Naruto-related incidents that day in addition to this peculiar behavior. The subsequent incident the Anbu declared, Hokage, Sama, Naruto is dancing out in the street. The Hokage inquired, and the problem is? Well, I thought I should report it. Also if I might say, he is quite good, stated the Anbu. Thank for your report, but I don't think it is anything to worry about, the Hokage replied. Then there was, Hokage. Sama, Naruto is staging a performance in the city center, stated the Anbu. The Hokage remarked, I don't see the problem here. No problem here, it just I thought you might want to see it. His singing is very good, said the Anbu. Then the Anbu began, Hokage. Sama, Naruto, the Hokage interrupted him and asked, what did Naruto do this time? The Anbu informed him, well, he made some fudge and told me to bring some for you. After taking a bite out of the fudge, they both burst into anime tears. The Anbu exclaimed in complete ecstasy, "This is a piece of heaven." As he started to go into a food coma, the Hokage declared, "This is better than Icha book series." Next, there was the Anbu caught the Hokage's attention. The Anbu looks back. For several minutes, they look at one another. "So, have you anything to report involving Naruto doing something strange?" replied the Hokage. "Nope." "Well, he was seen carrying 2 buckets of water attached to a pole on his back and climbing up the Hokage monument where he seemed to start a secret garden there that only he can enter, but compared to what he's done lately, it doesn't seem so important," stated the Anbu. The Hokage glared at his most despised foe, paperwork, and said, "All right, I'll just go back to my paperwork then. Let's return to Naruto and the rest." Naruto remarked, "Wow, this month has been eventful." Nanashi replied, "Yeah, and your skills are coming along quite nicely." "Really? I've been training really hard to be a great ninja," said Naruto. "Huh, ninja? Oh right, your ninja training. Your skills in that are decent. They could be better, but they're decent," said Nanashi. "Couldn't give the kid a break, could you, you idiot?" Hikari replied. Arrow. Seishin is being a meanie calling my ninja skills decent. I mean, come on, I learned that I can gain my allies' special ability by soul linking with them, Naruto said in his moment of despair. "Yeah, it was cool and stuff when we found out that you have the Mokuton, wood style, so long as you were soul linked with tree, but it's not awesome enough to surpass me," said Nanashi. "Jerk," was Naruto's mumble. "It's time like this that I'm glad you are not a father," said Hikari. "Oh come on, you know you want to have a mini-me running around calling you mama," replied Nanashi. "Shut up," Hikari said, blushing. "So kid, what are you doing today since you don't have class?" Nanashi inquired. "Well, I was going to send some clones to do some pranks while establishing my alibi by working on making the medium for Cloud and Tree at the Hokage's office, since my sealing and sewing skills are good enough to make them. Then, tonight is the night of the concert in the forest that I set up for Uda Shan," replied Naruto. In the office of the Hokage. "Yo, Oji-san, I've come to hang out with you since I haven't seen you in a while, so I'm going to stay here and be working on some stuff," said Naruto. The Hokage said, "All right, Naruto, I could use the company." An Anbu stormed into the office a few hours later. "Hokage Sama, there are reports of pranks all across the village. It must be Naruto. We have to find him," stated the Anbu. The Hokage pointed to Naruto and said, "Okay, found him." Naruto greeted him by raising his right hand and saying, "Yo, Anbu-san." The Anbu inquired, "How long have you been here?" Naruto answered, "Since 10 a.m. this morning." Then a group of ninjas and villagers suddenly rushed in. Stink bomb, water balloon, clothes disappearing, rabbit doing the moonwalk, demon brat, were some of the things they were saying. One of the villagers exclaimed, "Look what happened. This is the demon brat's doing." As Naruto considered whether the dancing rabbit was a bit excessive, he said, "Hey Anbu-san, can I borrow your kunai for a second?" As the Anbu handed Naruto his kunai, they all turned to stare at him, wondering how long he had been there. The majority of those present were shocked when Naruto made a tiny cut on his body and bled some into the container, combining it with the ink inside. The Hokage said, "Naruto, what are you doing? Mixing my blood with some ink here," was Naruto's statement as he created the dolls and began drawing symbols on the inside. "I can see that, but why?" The Hokage asked that question. As he completed the final symbol, Naruto replied, "Blood is an important ingredient used for sealing." He then started sewing the dolls and stuffing them with cotton and tiny stones. "Sealing? I didn't know you know how to do that. Naruto, that is amazing. So, what does the seal that you're making right now do?" replied the Hokage. "It will either give me a friend that I can play with because no one wants to be friends with me, or summon some powerful dragon that I have to aid in its quest to save the world. Considering how cool dragons are, I'm shooting for that," Naruto said as he continued to work. Everyone thought he was willing to do it, and they all started to perspire. Another Anbu exploded inside at that very moment. The Anbu ran around in agony and yelled, "Someone just released a stink bomb and it burns." Naruto concluded his work, believing that stink bomb 32 had been successful, and said, "I didn't do it because I've been here the whole time. All of you have seen me too." After that, Naruto channeled chakra into the dolls, and when Tree and Cloud touched the one that resembled them, the doll's eye changed from lifeless to vibrant and started to move, indicating that they had taken possession of the dolls. Cloud shocked everyone by saying, "Yeah, I'm alive now. We can play hide and seek with Naru-kun." Tree remarked, "Well, we did that before." Cloud said, "Tag." Tree replied, "Done it. Play ping pong." Cloud inquired. We can do that, but we have to find a table, net and paddles, replied Tree. The Hokage told the ninja and villagers, if you have nothing more to say, you can leave now. Now that everyone had left, the Hokage questioned, so what does the seal truly do, Naruto? Naruto retorted, it gives my familiars a physical body to possess. That's truly amazing, Naruto. Now if only you knew a seal to deal with paperwork, the Hokage grumbled. Well, I don't know about a seal, but there is the Kage Bunshin no jutsu that I just used it to pull off those pranks, Naruto replied. After a few minutes of staring at Naruto, the Hokage palmed his face. He said, thank you, Naruto, for your assistance with the dread paperwork. After thanking everyone and shedding a few tears of gratitude, please let me know if there is anything I can do to help. Well, you can forget that I mentioned that I did those pranks and also help with my staff technique, since I heard you were skilled at that, was his response. Done, the Hokage declared, assigning some Kage Bunshin to finish the paperwork while he went to train Naruto. Journeying to the Death Forest, Naruto sensed that someone was pursuing him with the Shinigami no Okuramono as he made his way to the Forest of Death. All right, I recognize you there. You're following me, but why? Naruto yelled at the unidentified individual. Naruto recognized the girl as Hinata Hyuga from his class. She had dark blue hair, fair skin, and lavender-tinted white eyes. The words, I'm sorry and Naruto-kun, hinted at Hinata. So, Hinata-chan, why are you following me? As Hinata flushed at him, adding, Chan, to her name, Naruto inquired. I was worried about why.ub, because why.you have been acting strange lately, said Hinata. You've been following me, then? Naruto inquired. No, I have been watching you from a distance, she said. What's the distinction? Naruto inquired. Stalkers take your things for their collection, but someone observing from afar doesn't, Naruto. Sama, said Tree. As Tree mentioned, have you taken anything from me? Naruto inquired. No, Hinata answered. You're not a stalker, all right. Hold on. You mentioned that you were concerned about me, Naruto inquired. Yes, was Hinata's blushing response. Does that imply that you are interested in me? Naruto inquired. Why? Yes, Hinata said, her face flushed even more. Yes. Many thanks, Kami, at last, I have a friend who is alive and human. As Naruto embraced Hinata, who passed out upon contact, he shed anime tears. Oh no, she passed out. Does she have a medical condition? I must take action, panicked, Naruto uttered, I don't want to lose a friend that I just made. As Hinata regained consciousness, Cloud remarked, wow, I think Naru-kun is really dense. Hinata said, I'm okay and Naruto.kun, as she started to awaken. All right, so I'm performing in the forest. Would you like to attend? Naruto inquired. Yes. With excitement, she answered. Okay, but you have to keep it a secret on what you will see. I will explain about that later, but if you want to come you have promised to keep it a secret, said Naruto. According to Hinata, okay and Naruto.kun, in the Death Forest. They arrived at the meadow that Naruto and Tree had discovered and which would become their secret base. It was teeming with forest animals, ghosts, and spirits of every description. Thank you for visiting my hidden base. Alright, so I have the ability to see and speak with ghosts and spirits, and the purpose of this concert is to assist a ghost in passing over. Don't worry, they can't hurt you, okay? I'm going to activate a seal so you can see and hear the spirit in this meadow. Naruto uttered those words. The blushing Hinata said, oh. Okay and by the way this page plays is beautiful, after spending time with Naruto. As Naruto activated the seals and Hinata witnessed the appearance of all the ghosts and spirits, he said, thank you. This is Uda-chan, Hinata-chan. She is the ghost that I am performing with and assisting today. Hinata-chan is my new friend, Uda-chan, Naruto said. They said, hello, to one another. How are you doing, Naruto? He was welcomed by the Shinigami. What are you doing here, Shinigami? Sama, Naruto inquired. SS Shinigami. Hinata sobbed. The Shinigami, indeed. I see ghosts and spirits because of him. Don't worry, I work for him part-time as well. Naruto remarked, I don't think he's here for your soul. No, her soul is not why I'm here. Naruto, you are the reason I am here, the Shinigami uttered. What? I believed that I wouldn't have my chance until much later, Naruto uttered those words. Slow down. I'm not yet ready for that. You're not even dying, anyway. In return for training you occasionally when they're not too busy exploring, I'm letting two souls travel to Konoha, their hometown. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju and the second Hokage Tobirama Senju are the best people to train you since you want to be Hokage, and what Crow told me about what you can do when you soul link with Tree, the Shinigami said. Hello, friends and Uzumaki-san. We've heard wonderful things about you, the first said. The second replied, yes, we hope we can help you in any way we can. Hinata bowed and said, it'd be nice to meet you both. Yeah, it is nice to meet you old guys again, said Crow. Cloud cheerfully replied, Wood Guy and Water Guy, it's nice to meet you. You may have created the forest around here, but we forest sprites own the whole forest, Tree said with a smile. You guys are older than Ojiazam, but you don't have any winkles, said Naruto. The way they spoke to the former Hokages astounded Hinata. The Frist said, ha ha, I guess Sarutobi's age is catching up to him. Anyway, keep up the fantastic job, Naruto. Our small project is progressing, but it still needs some fine-tuning. I haven't seen a show in a long time, so go ahead and start yours. The Shinigami then declared, since I'm already here, I will take Uda's soul to heaven myself. Yeah, we should get started, Naruto-kun, replied Uda. All right. Could you please sit next to Hikari-chan and hold on to Crow for me, Hinata-chan? Make sure Arrow Seishin doesn't do anything to ruin the show, Hikari-chan and Crow-kun, Naruto commanded. What makes you believe that I would take any action? Nanashi inquired naively. Together, Naruto, Hikari, Crow, Cloud, and Tree uttered the words, because you are a perverted idiot. With anime tears in his eyes, Nanashi uttered the words, you guys are all meanies. As Hinata and the others stared in wonder at the beauty of their voices and song, Naruto, Cloud, Tree, and Uda took the stage and began their performance. The song reverberated throughout the forest, and the villagers and ninja who were close to the forest heard the seductive music. Those who were brave enough to venture into the forest to find the source of the sound only turned back when they were close enough to see spirits of all kinds surrounding the area that the music attracted them. They fled without ever identifying the performers. This event sparked the legend of the forest spirits playing music and the rumors of a haunted forest. Omake, this is the real story of the flying monkey. The marketplace. While strolling among the market vendors, Naruto and the group all paused to inspect some bananas at a stand. You mean bananas? Naruto said, I think I can make some milkshakes or smoothies with them. Tree remarked, Naruto-sama, they are of good quality. Hey, demon brat, you're not welcome here, the fruit vendor said. Naruto remarked, but I just want to buy some bananas. The banana Nazi said, no bananas for you. So Naruto began, but he started throwing rocks at Naruto, saying, I said no bananas for you. Naruto fled from his stand and the insane fruit vendor. He must be held accountable for his treatment of me. Have any suggestions? Naruto inquired. Flying monkey was Nanashi's description. Monkey in the air? Naruto inquired. Flying monkey. Cloud lets out a loud cheer. According to Tree, flying monkey. Definitely flying monkey, is confirmed by Crow. Where can we find monkeys that can fly? Naruto inquired. Death Forest. They have a wide variety of creatures, Nanashi remarked. Yeah, there are even colonies of kung fu squirrels, Tree replied. At the flying monkey's den in front of the Council of Flying Monkeys, Naruto and his companions stood. Human, what do you want? In its own language, one of the flying monkeys said. Well, I wanted some bananas, but some jerk vendor wouldn't sell me any and threw rocks at me, said Naruto. The flying monkeys all let out a gasp. Denying anyone of the goodness of a banana is the highest crime for us. Not only will we give you the justice you deserve, but also the bananas that you should have gotten, the flying monkey declared. All right, are you able to meet some other fruit as well? Naruto declared. I want to make some milkshakes and smoothies. According to the flying monkey, only if you give us some too. Deal, was Naruto's response. The following day, while Naruto and his friends were enjoying a smoothie and milkshake party with a group of flying monkeys, the banana Nazi vendor was severely maimed by the monkeys and his fruit was taken from him. The Forest of Death's secret base, Naruto, who was 11 years old and in his last year of academy, and the group were having a good time on their day off. When Hikari noticed Naruto reading an Icha Icha Paradise book, she asked him in a kind but menacing manner, Naruto-kun, why are you reading that book? After Arrow Seishin give me the traumatic version of the talk, which you end up beating him up for, and then give me the safe version. He thought that since he partly corrupted me with that, then he might just as well as corrupt me all the way by having me read this, said Naruto. With anime tears in her eyes, Nanashi declared, "It is a true work of art for all of mankind to experience." Hikari gave all four of them a beating of their lives after Crow, the first, and the second Hokage collectively declared, "The writer is a god among men." Naruto declared, "It's low. Rate smut. Blasphemy," was a feeble cry let out from the ground by Nanashi, Crow, the first, and the second Hokage. Sure, the scenes are very descriptive and the story has a lot of emotion in it, but there's no character development and the plot is lacking. I could write a better novel than this. No, I will write a better novel than this so no one will have to read this crime against literature, Naruto said with a spotlight on his face. With tears in his eyes once more, Nanashi remarked, "I'm so proud, my pupil is writing smut and porn. I'm doing no such thing, as I told you I will not end up being a pervert. I already have the problem of being surrounded by them, I will not turn into one of them," said Naruto. The first and second Hokage, Nanashi, and Crow said in a zombie-like manner, "Join us, become one of us, and Hikari started beating them up once more. The Shinigami asks, "Am I interrupting something here?" As she continued to thrash them, Hikari remarked, "No, just idiot being idiot." "Right. Anyway, I done with molding a body for Kurama, now all you have to do, Naruto, is to separate Kurama's chakra from him so when you use it the next time, it doesn't influence you and then I can put a new seal on you. You know how dangerous this is and if you failed you will die, however if you want to turn back now would be the only time you can, but if you do you won't get another chance ever," the Shinigami replied. "I know it is dangerous but this is something I have to do so I'm going to do it," said Naruto. Nanashi said, "And we will help you, we're not going to let you do this alone," and the other person nodded. "Okay, Shinigami no Tamashi no Shoheki. Death God Soul Barrier. This barrier will be taken down once you complete what you're supposed to do, but if you failed it will drag you and Kurama to the world hereafter. Let's get started," said the Shinigami when they entered Naruto's mindscape of Naruto. "Wow kid, I know you are stupid but there are more empty space in here than I thought," said Nanashi. Hikari slapped Nanashi in the back of the head and said, "Be nice." The Shinigami pointed to the door behind Naruto and said, "The first thing you have to do is go through this door to face and defeat the darkness in your heart alone. You can't face Kurama until you do this. Naruto, remember what I told you about pain, don't ignore nor forget about it but learn to live with it because it is a part of you and make you who you are," said Nanashi. With a nod, Naruto entered the room. He was surrounded by a city in ruins, with buildings that had collapsed and broken. Another version of him, with a red pupil and black eye, was perched atop one of the ruins. Yami Naruto, Dark Naruto, remarked, well, look who came to visit, it's nice to finally meet myself. So you're the darkness is my heart. You know I thought you would be more symbolic, with black hair and wearing inverted color clothes to mine but not this," said Naruto. As he charged at Naruto, Yami Naruto remarked, yeah, I'm the darkness in your heart and it is foolish to think that you can defeat me because you won't." Naruto retorted, "Well, I won't know until I try," and charged at him as well. Using the Muay Thai technique that Nanashi had taught him for close combat, Naruto began with a jab. However, Yami Naruto ended up using the same technique against him and also delivered a jab as their fists struck each other's faces. Both then strike the stomach with a knee, then slit the elbow, and conclude with a roundhouse kick. "Ha ha ha, I told you that you can't defeat me because I know your every move," replied Yami Naruto. As he called out Mugen no Sore in scythe mode, Naruto remarked, "And like I said I won't know until I try." Yami Naruto said, "Oh, then prove me wrong," as he also pulled out Mugen no Sore, but this time it was red chakra blade instead of blue and pure white instead of black. As Naruto slashed horizontally with his scythe to be blocked by Yami's own scythe, he said, "Don't worry, I will." As he and Naruto continued to trade blows, Yami remarked, "You will fall, you will lose because you are weak." "I am not weak, futon. K's Sarashu, wind style. Wind slash." Naruto responds, cutting Yami with his scythe to create a crescent-shaped wind attack, which he cancels with the same one. As Yami leapt into the air to perform a vertical slash, he said, "Yes, you are, but you're too weak to face your fear, too weak to face the truth that you are running away from." As he blocks the final attack, Naruto asks, "And what would that be?" Yami rushed in to cut Naruto with a diagonal slash, but this time he didn't block or move, instead taking the attack head on. "That you are the monster that everyone said you are because deep down you want them to bleed the same bloods that they made you bleed, cry the same tears that they made you cry, and suffer the same pain that they made you suffer," Yami said. "You're right, deep down in my heart I truly do feel that way. I buried those feelings because I am so afraid to face that part of me, for if I do I will have to acknowledge it and then those who hate and spite me would have won and I would have to admit it that I lose to them, lose to the hated, and lose to the sorrow and pain. I wasn't strong enough to face neither my problems nor the pain inside, so I lost faith in myself and became weak while you stay strong for Barret, and for that I thank you as well as apologize that I was unable to do anything for you. But now it is time for me to step up and stop run away from who I am. So let's face the world together as one to become the greatest ninja in history. We can do this because we are Naruto Uzumaki, the most epic and awesome ninja who will be a kick-ass Hokage. Naruto began to cry. As he merges with Naruto, Yami Naruto whispers, "So you were able to defeat me, huh? Thank you for accepting me and please don't ever forget about me." Naruto said, "I won't because you are now a part of me and will always be there for me," as he went outside to join the group. Everyone outside Nanashi remarked, "It appears that you have vanquished your darker side, Naruto." Naruto remarked, "It's better to embrace it than to defeat it." "So did you get the dark side famous grandma's homemade cookies?" Nanashi asks. Naruto sarcastically remarked, "Yes, and I ate them all and didn't give you any, but it's not like it matters because you can't eat at all." With anime tears in her eyes, Nanashi remarked, "It is cruel to mention that I can't, I was never that mean to you." The deadpan, "Yes you were," came from Naruto. "Ah Naruto, it seemed that you conquer your dark side, now you can face Kurama, but before that there are some things you should know and people you should meet," said the Shinigami. Crow remarked, "I suppose I will go first." Naruto asks, "What do you mean?" Crow said, "I told you when we first met that I would tell you my real name and why I am helping you, so here it is. My name is Obito Uchiha." Obito then transformed from a bird form into a male with dark eyes and short black spiky hair. Naruto asks, "Uchiha huh, any relation to Sasuke, Teme?" "I'm his cousin and the way I'm helping you is because I was one of your father's student and he helped me out a lot when I was alive, so to make it up to him I asked the Shinigami to become a Reaper to help you," said Obito. Naruto asks, "So you know who my father is, who is he?" As two individuals emerged behind him, Obito remarked, "Not only your father but your mother too, but instead of telling you who they are, why don't you meet them?" A man with bright blue eyes and spiky blonde hair, whom Naruto recognizes as the Yondaime Hokage, stood next to a woman with fair skin, blue eyes, and long red hair. Naruto asked the woman, who nodded in agreement, "Mom." "So where dad? I only see mom and the Yondaime," Naruto inquires. "Well, I'm your dad, Naruto, the Yondaime Hokage, also known as Minato Nimikaze, and this is your lovely mother Kushina Uzumaki," replied the Yondaime. According to Naruto, what my dad is the fourth Hokage. "Yes," Minato responds. Naruto. Naruto uttered the word, "Dad," while crying. Minato also said, "Naruto," while crying. Naruto said, "Dad." According to Minato, Naruto yelled, "You idiot," as he pushed his father backward with an elbow to the stomach. Minato said feebly from the ground, blood streaming from his mouth, "I suppose you're angry that I sealed the nine tail in you, right?" Naruto remarked, "Yeah, but with that we are now even." "Told you he would be pissed. Anyway Naruto, it is nice to meet you. You grow up so much, we're really proud of you," said Kushina. "Mom, I wanted to meet you for so long and there's so much I wanted to tell you," said Naruto. "I know, but let's deal with the fox first before we catch up," said Kushina. The Shinigami said, "All right, you guys do that while I keep an eye out outside." Before the Kurama cage, Kurama looked down at Naruto and remarked, "So Kit, you finally came to face me." "Yes," Naruto replied, "Kumarama ni-san. I wish you wouldn't call me ni-san, but it looked like that won't change. Anyway, it is foolish to face me because you can't hope to defeat me," said Kurama. "You know Yamimi said the same thing when I face him, but unlike then I won't be doing this alone like last time," said Naruto. "Yeah, you damn dirty fox, now face the awesomeness of Nanashi," said Nanashi. "Ignoring that idiot there, we are here to help Naruto-kun," said Hikari. Mugen no Sora apologized, saying, "We have you outnumbered here, Kurama Oni-chan. I wish all of you would stop that, it's not like we're a family or anything," Kurama stated. "But we could be Fox-kun. Anyhow, let's have some fun," Cloud replied. "We're not here to have fun, we're here to help Naruto Sama, Cloud-kun, Tree replied. Obito remarked, "That's right, you overgrown fox. I haven't seen Kurama in a long time," Hashirama said. Tobirama remarked, "It's unbelievable that you have to deal with something like that, brother." Kurama mockingly remarked, "The first and second Hokage have graced me with their present." Kushina said, "Remember us furballs." Minato remarked, "Looks like we have a chance to have our rematch." "What a reunion we have here, so many people to die at my hand," said Kurama. As he removed the seal and let Kurama go, Naruto remarked, You know I'm the only one here that is really alive, therefore the only one who can really die. Anyway, let's get started. You guys either bind him or distract him so I can take his chakra. Kushina put Kurama in a binding position and said, Chakurahan, chakra chains. Together, Hashirama and Tree uttered, Mokuton Hajutsu, Jukai Koden, secret wood style. Nativity of a world of trees, in order to ensnare Kurama within a tree forest. Together, Tobarama and Hikari used the phrase, Sweden, Suiryuden no Jutsu, water style, water dragon bullet technique, to defeat Kurama. To restrain Kurama, Obito uttered the words, Kaden, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. Cloud and Mugen no Sora uttered the words, Futon, Kaze, Ju no Hoko, wind style, wind beast roar, in unison to energize the fireball. Nanashi invoked 1,000 boots to attack Kurama's face while saying, Nis no Genjutsu, Tobui no Sen no Budo no Jutsu, false reality, 1,000 boot to the head technique. Naruto deadpanned, saying, only you would attack a giant powerful demon with shoe wear. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to do, Nanashi grinned. Minato yelled, Rasengan, Naruto, go take his chakra now, as Naruto leapt in and started removing Kurama's chakra. As red chakra started to take control of Naruto, Kurama remarked, ha ha ha, you think you can take my chakra just like that? Well, let's see how you handle it along with my hatred. In an attempt to stop hatred from taking control, Naruto stated, look, now is the best time to test out that new technique. Rewind. Well Naruto, since you master a few jutsus in Nis no Genjutsu, Fu no Noroi, and Seishin o Kawasu Mano styles of your Shinigami no Okuramanen bloodline, now I can teach you about the fourth style, Nanashi said to Naruto. What? There are really 4 styles and you choose now to tell me about it, said Naruto. The fourth style is not really a style by itself, it is a combination of 2 of the 3 styles or all 3 of them together, so it can affect the mind and body, mind and soul, body and soul, or mind, body and soul at the same time. This style is called Denketsu no Tamashi, unity soul, Nanashi explained. Naruto asks, cool, what can the Shinigami no Okuramanen bloodline not do? Nanashi retorted, among other things, it can't set the clock on your VCR. Fortunately, I discovered a DVD player from the Chamber of Not So Lost Technology from Alternative Universe, CNSLTAU. Even though I'm still not sure how to use it. Naruto thought, it's better than the VCR I found there. Final flashback, the words. Denketsu no Tamashi. Shin no Ketsugo, unity soul. True bond. With this our mind, body, and soul shall be linked and become one. Were spoken by Naruto as a pure white chain emerged from his heart and connected to Kurama. Once the chains were connected, Kurama experienced all of Naruto's memories, and Naruto experienced all of Kurama's memories. As the hatred stopped consuming him and vanished, Naruto said, your hatred is stronger than mine, Kurama, and from what I see of your past I can understand why, but I can't let it consume me. I won't let it consume me because I have things I want to accomplish and people to protect. It may not be much, and there aren't many people who believe in me, but it's enough reason for me, that way I won't lose here. As the new seal, the Torii seal, formed to hold the fox, Naruto remarked, now that we're working together, let's be friends and have a lot of good memories. Kurama remarked, sure, why not, idiot, it could be worse. Well done, Naruto, Kushina remarked. Yeah son, now that we have time in here until you wake, let's catch up, said Minato. Naruto told his parents about his life for hours until he woke up, and they told him about theirs. During that period, outside Naruto Mindscape as his troops, the Shadow Clones, battled the eternal enemy Paperwork. The third Hokage felt the fox's chakra surge while he read his Icha Icha Paradise book. He summoned the Anbu, and they proceeded to Naruto's location in the forest. When the third and Anbu arrived, they witnessed Naruto being overtaken by the fox red chakra. They are stopped by a barrier as they attempt to approach to take action to stop it. Why is this happening and what is causing it? The Hokage asks. The Shinigami appeared before them and said, look, we have some guests here. The Hokage asks, who are you and what you doing here? I'm the Shinigami and I'm here because of the kid. Naruto right now just unlocked the seal in order to battle and take the 9 Tails chakra away from him so that the kid can take control of the fox's chakra without having the fox influencing him when he use it. The Shinigami stated, which alerted the ANBUs. He did what? Screamed the Hokage. Just what I said anyway, you don't have to worry about the fox getting unleashed because either the kid does it and the fox is still caged or he fail and die, which give him and the fox a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The Shinigami replied. The Hokage asks, did you say he will die if he fails? The Shinigami replied, yes, you should be concerned about his life. The Hokage declared, we must put an end to this. Can't once it start there no way to stop it unless you want him to die now, said the Shinigami. The Hokage asks, is there anything we can do to help? The Shinigami stated, there is only one thing we can do. Pray. The Hokage said, pray. The Shinigami said, yes, pray, now have some hope, and wait for it to be done. As everyone watched and waited, they witnessed the fox's red chakra continue to control Naruto until it stopped in the middle, at which point it started to fade. Naruto collapsed after the barrier vanished. The Shinigami takes Naruto's place and covers his seal with a new one. That should do it, he will be okay once he wake up. Well, I done for now, I will talk to him later, so see you guys, hopeful not too soon or you be going to the afterlife. The Shinigami stated as he left. After that, Naruto was taken by the Hokage, who then returned to the village with the Anbu. The Shinigami, the third Hokage, the cat Anbu, and the undead gang were in the room with Naruto when he woke up a few hours later. According to Naruto, hey Oji-san. The third asks, Naruto, how are you and the seal? I'm fine and the fox is still seal in me, but now I can access his chakra anytime I want without going berserk and can let him out, but he will be under my control, so there's nothing to worry about, said Naruto. That good, was the third's response, expressing relief that Naruto was safe and that the fox had not gone out to destroy the village. It seemed that everything turned out okay, but there one thing you should know, the new seal kind of did something to your bloodline, said the Shinigami. The Hokage and Anbu are in the room to see the spirits there and are shocked to meet the ghost of the first, second, and fourth Hokage. Naruto asks with a great deal of concern, what happened? Which causes thunder to appear in the background. Well, from what you see here, your bloodline got an upgrade. When you experience extreme emotion, it cause other to see spirits around you and cause Nis no Genjutsu to create an illusion to reflect that extreme emotion, said the Shinigami. What is the advantage of these new abilities? Naruto inquires. None whatsoever, not every ability of a bloodline or a bloodline for that matter is useful. Hell, their bloodline that keep your hair forever messy, grow your pinky finger an inch long, and even a bloodline that tell the type and color of underwear the female gender is wearing, said the Shinigami. According to Hokages 1 through 4, the cat Anbu, Nanashi, and Obito, a bloodline that tells the type and color of underwear the female gender is wearing, what a glory's power, is what led to Hikari and Kushina beating up the pervert spirits in the room and sending dead glare at the living pervert. Now with that said, everything else you don't understand Obito can help you, so I be going now and let you explain what happened to your third Hokage, said the Shinigami. Do you ever stick around to do your job properly? Naruto inquires. The Shinigami remarked, not when I can leave it to someone else. Murmuring, lazy god of death. Hey, I do anything to make my job easy for me. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, Kurama new body that he will use to explore the outside world is hilarious. The Shinigami stated as he left. The words, damn you Shinigami, you turn me into a freaking chibi, are expressed by Kurama in Naruto's mind. The Academy Naruto was trying to stay awake in class the day before the graduation exam when an Anbu suddenly appeared. Anbu wearing the eagle mask said, Haruka-san, you must assist us in capturing Naruto because he defaces the Hokage monument. Naruto asks from his seat, Yo Eagle-san, did you bring me a treat? Eagle Anbu asks, no, how long have you been here? Innocently, Naruto stated, since the beginning of class. Naruto, have you been using Kage no Bunshin to pull off prank again? Haruka inquires. Naruto turned his head away from Haruka and said, no, there no way a dead last like me can perform such a jutsu, in an unconvincing tone. Oh really, so are you saying that I didn't catch you using Kage no Bunshin last week and the week before and then the week after that? Haruka is staring at Naruto. Naruto thought, damn, I forgot about that. Naruto uttered, I plead the fifth. I want you to clean off the paint after school. Now since graduation is tomorrow, let review the Henge no Jutsu transform technique. Haruka breathes a sigh of relief as everyone. One of his classmates remarked, Naruto, this is all your fault. That where you are wrong there, it was my clone not me that pulled the prank, replies Naruto. That may be true, however, since you made the Kage no Bunshin that pulled the prank, you are an accomplice, therefore making you at fault as the clone, said Shino. Naruto uttered the words, point, curse you Shino and your logic. Haruka said, next, Uzumaki Naruto. Henge, was Naruto's statement as he changed into a naked girl with two ponytails and smoke covering some of her privates, causing Haruka to collapse with a nosebleed. Naruto, you dumbass, don't invent stupid skills. Haruka shouted, her head large and devoid of jutsu. Maoiroke no jutsu, sexy technique, is not stupid. Consider that the fact that most male ninja are pervert, this move can knock them out and give me time to kill or humiliate them, depending if they are friend or foe," said Naruto. In response, Iruka's eye twitches. "Iruka, Sensei, your eye are twitching, you should have that check out," said Naruto. Iruka took Naruto to Ichiraku for some ramen after he completed his community service project, which involved cleaning the paint off the Hokage monument. "Naruto, how comes you vandalized the Hokage monument?" Iruka asks. "The ghosts of the first, second, and fourth Hokages should be asked." "Yeah, Naruto, what purpose did you have to do that to our handsome mug?" As Tuchi, Iruka, and the Hokages perspire at that, Naruto responds, "As the self-professed prankster king of Konoha is my special way of showing my respect to them, besides I made them look pretty. Tomorrow is your third time taking the exam, so are you going to stop pretending to fail?" Iruka inquires. Naruto lied when he said, "I have no idea what you're talking about. Naruto, I'm your teacher and I know you long enough to know when you fail the class on purpose, but I don't know why," Iruka responded. "For two reasons. One, your enemy tend to underestimate you if they think you're weak, and being dead last is a way to hide your true strength. Secondly, because the villager tend to treat me less harshly if they think I'm a doby," said Naruto. "You really shouldn't have to deal with thing like that, Naruto," Iruka murmured. "Don't worry, I prove them wrong and gain their respect when I become Hokage. And for the test tomorrow, as long as I don't have to do the Bunshin no Jutsu or find a way to fake it, I can pass," said Naruto. Iruka asks worriedly, "So you can't do the Bunshin no Jutsu?" "So the Bunshin no Jutsu will be on tomorrow test," sighs Naruto. "Yes," Iruka nodded. "Damn, no, I can't do it because I have damn too much chakra that I overload the jutsu. The best I could do is to make one Bunshin, which barely last a few seconds. I could use Kage no Bunshin, but they are solid and not intangible like the regular kind. Wait, I have my bloodline, which I could use the Nis no Genjutsu to fake the Bunshin no Jutsu," said Naruto. "You have a bloodline, and what do you mean fake the Bunshin no Jutsu?" Iruka inquires. "It's a secret, but if you promise me I won't fail if I fake the Bunshin no Jutsu, I can tell you," said Naruto. Iruka stated, "Depend on what I hear, fine. With my bloodline I can create an illusion of my own design, however it not like Genjutsu because I can make any damage inflict on an opponent by the illusion real if I do a certain thing and it can't be dispelled by Kai," Naruto replied. "So you going to fake the Bunshin no Jutsu by using this ability of yours to make illusion of yourself?" Iruka replied. Naruto asks, "Yep, so can I pass by doing that?" Well, you would be making clone of yourself and they are intangible because they are illusion, so technically it the same as Bunshin no Jutsu, so yes, but you will also be test on other subject that you need to pass to in order to graduate," Iruka responded. "Yeah, I know, but don't worry, tomorrow I'll amaze everyone with my incredible talent." The following day Naruto rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Today is the day that I start my path as a ninja." "You should have gone to bed early yesterday, Naruto." "Sama," said Tree. Naruto remarked, "I couldn't sleep because I was so anxious about taking the test." Kushina said, "Don't worry, son. Your father was the same way." Minato remarked, "So were you. You ought to have witnessed what she did." "And what did I do, honey?" Kushina asked, wearing a tick mark and a phony smile. Minato said, "Nothing, my red hair goddess. Could you guys not flirt in front of me right now? I don't need to be sick before the test even started," said Naruto. His parent blushed and said, "Sorry. Naruto, for the 100th times promise me that you burn that orange jacket soon," said Nanashi. "Hey, orange is a cool color, but I know this bright orange color is not good for being a ninja, so I will be wear the new clothes I made when I made Genin. Also I think I might go through a cosplay phase," said Naruto. Nanashi remarked, "I didn't think you were into cross-dressing." "I will be dressed as male character, I'm not a trap, you jerk," said Naruto. Written exam for the academy. Naruto was seeking assistance from his spectral friends and family. "Sorry Naruto, we know you hate written test, but this is something you have to do by yourself," they replied. In his mind, he said to them, "Mugen, Kurama, help me." "Sorry, we never need to read or write anything, so we can't help you," said Mugen. "Hard luck, kid," Kurama remarked. Naruto thought, "Stupid writing test, what's this got to do with being a ninja? I just have to do my best." Exam for ninja tools according to Iruka, Uzumaki Naruto. "Naruto," said Iruka. While sleeping, Naruto stood up and blew a snot bubble. Iruka screamed, "Naruto, wake up, ah." When Naruto wakes up, he screams and instinctively throws 10 shuriken and 10 kunai, hitting every dummy and target with a perfect bull's eye. Everyone blinked, unable to believe what they were seeing. "Well, was I meant to go next?" Naruto scratches the back of his head and asks. "Yes, You were supposed to hit the targets with 10 shuriken and 10 kunai and get graded on how well you hit them, Iruka replied. Well, since I end up hitting the target even if I was not awake, does that still count, said Naruto. As Iruka put it, sure, let's just move on, test of taijutsu. With a phony smile and a false act of kindness, Mizuki said, okay Naruto, don't worry, I will go easy on you. Naruto responded, okay, Mizuki. Sensei, but he thought, idiot with the Shinigami no Okuramono. I know that you really hate me and that you sabotage me in class every chance you get, so go ahead and go easy on me as much as you want, but I'm going to make you pay for what you did to me, jerk. After assuming their fighting stances, Mizuki in the Actemdi style and Naruto in Muay Thai, they charged at one another. Just as Muzoik was about to strike, Naruto dodged and delivered an elbow to the stomach, followed by a knee strike, an uppercut, and a final axe kick to the face. After all of that, Mayuzik was swaying badly. Get him finished. Because of the adrenaline rush from the battle, which made everyone there freak out and search for the source, Naruto's niece no Genjutsu spoke. Mizuki was painfully knocked out by Naruto's powerful jab after he stabbed into his inner furry, causing a tiger's body to form around him. Flawless victory was repeated by the voice, test of Genjutsu. Even though it is a crucial component of being a ninja, Skip didn't care about the subject, so for them, having it on the written test was sufficient. Naruto was relieved that he would not have to take another test in a subject he was terrible at. Test of Ninjutsu. Okay Naruto, once you make 3 bunshin you will get your Hite.8 and pass, Iruka replied. As Naruto whispered, niece no Genjutsu. Jiko no Guntai, Jiken 3, false reality. Army of self, time 3, he said, okay bunshin no jutsu. 3 intangible clones then materialized. Iruak gave Naruto his new Hot-Eye.8 to wear on his head and remarked, good you pass here you Hot-Eye.8, I'm proud of you. One of the Naruto clone's eyes suddenly darkened with a red pupil, while the other held a book before he took out and put on his glasses. Finally, the last one shrank to the size of a small child with a big blue eye. The dark-eyed Naruto said, yo, we meet again. Yami? Naruto inquires. Yep, the guy with the glasses is Brainy Naruto and the little one is Chibi Naruto, said Yami Naruto. According to Brainy, salutation Naruto Prime. Yeah, I'm free. Now I'm a bird. Whoosh, Chibi exclaimed as he ran around, clutching his hand. What's happening here? Naruto inquires. As you are aware, casting a jutsu involves putting a small portion of your soul or essence into it, which can have unanticipated consequences. It appears that your clones develop a psyche that reflects an extreme aspect of your own personality due to the combination of this phenomenon, your Shinigami no Okuramonen, and the jutsu you use, Brainy said, raising his glasses. What? Naruto said, big word, don't understand. Your clones are distinct incarnations of yourself, such as your dark or intelligent selves, and they appear as a result of something you did. Brainy is the intelligent, nerdy side of you that understands a lot of things. This is Chibi, the adorable version of you with boundless energy and a severe case of ADHD. And I am your dark, fierce, anti-hero self, Yami remarked. Alright. Hold on, is it possible for me to accomplish the same thing using my Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? Naruto inquires. Why do you ask when it's quite possible if you put in the effort? Brainy asks. As the sky darkened and lights flashed behind him, Naruto remarked, an army of Chibi-me plus near infinite energy plus ADHD plus sugar high equal utter chaos and mass destruction MWHA ha ha ha. Should we worry that with my genius mind he come up with things scarier than anything that an evil mad scientist can come up with, asks Brainy. Yami remarked, nope, he's just enjoying himself. Naruto, are your clones conversing with themselves and what are you laughing about so maliciously? A scared Iruka asks. Yeah, they are talking with themselves and to what I was laughing at, it was about a new jutsu I was thinking of coming up with, Naruto replied. Something tells me that it is best for me if I don't know about it, Iruka replied. You probably be more sane if you don't know what I am planning, said Naruto. Alright, Iruka said. Hey Naruto, you should dispel us before your classmate get a cuteness overload from Chibi, said Yami. The female students remarked, kawaii, even if it is the Dobi, this clone of his is so adorable. The words, must hug it, came from Hinata. Naruto remarked, yep, Chibi is a powerful weapon. After school while waiting for the other, Naruto sat on his swing. One of the adults there to pick up their child exclaimed, hey, that kid became a ninja. Another said, given that he is, why would they allow him to become one? Someone said, shush, we can't talk about it. Minato approached Naruto and the other members of the spirit gang and said, "Hey son, we're glad you passed. Come on, let go, and celebrate with everyone." Mizuki arrives limping after a while away from school, still hurt from the altercation with Naruto. "Hey Naruto, there's something important that I have to tell you. It seems that since your grade was so low that you can't be a ninja yet," said Mizuki. "What is the truth of that? Looks sad at the news," Naruto asks. Minato stated, "No, Naruto is lying, it is not true." "What the hell is the bastard doing? If he trying to hurt my son, I'm going to kill him," said Kushina. "Yes, unfortunately it is true, but there is a way around it. You have to do a special test in order for your grade to be overlooked," Mizuki replied. "What must I accomplish?" Naruto inquires. "You have to take the scroll of sealing and learn a jutsu form the scroll. There is a storage warehouse in the wood where you can practice it," Mizuki stated. Naruto said, "Okay, I'm going to leave now." Mizuki thought, "Oh, what a dumb demon brat." Minato remarked distantly, "Naruto, he was lying to you. If you do this, you will get in trouble." Naruto said, "I know." Nanashi remarked, "So I guess you have something planned." Naruto replied, "Nope, I'm just making it up as I go along." "You really should think ahead from time to time, son," said Minato. "What should we do next, then?" Nanashi inquires. "Go to the scroll of sealing and wait for Oji-san and ask him what to do," said Naruto. "In the Hokage Tower, let's see what it say about the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, basic information that I already know like getting the clone memory and stuff. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. That will be useful to have. Hanoe Bunshin Deibakuha, Shadow Clone Explosion. I will definitely have fun with this," said Naruto. Cloud cheered. Naru.kun goes boom, boom, boom. "So clone any other techniques that look good," Naruto says. "We don't want to do it, but knowing that Kachiyose, Edo Tensai, summoning, Impure World Resurrection, can bring the dead back to life is helpful in case we need to stop such jutsu." Clone number 6 stated, "We certainly don't want to engage in combat with a zombie army, do we?" Naruto responded, "No, we don't. How about the rest of you guys?" The majority of the clones said, "Nothing interesting. Wait there, Yoso no Ryu no Kami no Kokura, Divine Heart of the Element Dragon. You use your element to create a powerful dragon to cause mass destruction," Clone Pai replied. Naruto said, "All right, learn that jutsu." "What are you doing here, Naruto?" asked the third. "Oh Oji-san, you arrived at last. Mizuki was going to deceive me into stealing the scroll of sealing for him in order to betray the village, but I figured out what he was up to and I'm waiting here to tell you about it. However, you took too long to arrive, and I became bored, so I decided to see if there was any jutsu I could learn from the scroll until you arrived." "What then ought we to do regarding Mizuki?" Naruto inquires. "Naruto, those are kinjutsus and they are forbidden for a reason and others should not be using it carelessly," said the Hokage. "I only read the scroll to find out more about the jutsu associated with Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, which I already know how to do. Apart from that, the jutsus I learned from the scroll are Kachiyose, Edo Tensai and Yoso no Ryu no Kami no Kokura. I learned the Kachiyose, Edo Tensai technique because it looks really cool, and I learned not to use it but to stop it because I don't want to deal with the Legion of Undead," Naruto stated. "You have enough chakra to use the Yoso no Ryu no Kami no Kokura multiply time as long as you use it in a wide open area because it has a large area effect. Other than that, I don't see anything wrong with what you learn, though I will never understand your irrational hatred of zombies. Unless you're Naruto, is that right?" The third began by addressing Naruto. Naruto replied, "Yes. Has the Bunshin Deibakuha come to your attention?" the third asks. "Yes," was Naruto's naive response. As the third put it, Naruto. "I promise to use it only on enemy and on training ground and I won't use for pranks or on allies or to scare the civilians to leave me alone," said Naruto. "Good, now back to Mizuki. I'm betting that you come here so I can send some Anbu to follow you while you take a fake scroll with you to catch him in the act, right?" the third replied. Naruto created a clone to change into the scroll and said, "Well, I was planning on telling you so you can send some Anbu to get him by themselves, but you way sound really fun for me, so let's do it that way." When he heard it, the third thought, "I shouldn't have given him that idea, but I can't change it, oh well, I just let him enjoy himself." "Anbu," said the third, according to two devoted Anbu, "Yes, Hokage. Sama. You heard what Naruto said, help him to stop Mizuki, the third time." "Yes Hokage. Sama, we will aid Naruto-san in stopping the traitor," stated the Anbu. "In the forest. Damn it, what taking him so long, I'm getting bored. Oh no, why is he coming here?" Oh well, I guess this is the best time to do this. Obito, can you get them? Said Naruto. Iruka appears a few minutes later. Iruka said, I've located you, Naruto. Hey Iruka. Sensei, tonight is a nice night for a walk, huh? Said Naruto. Naruto, why did you steal the scroll of sealing? You will get into a lot of trouble, Iruka replied. Naruto asked, how can I explain this to you? Then he sensed Mizuki's presence. Oh, I know futon. K's no shoheki, wind style, wind barrier, Naruto said, obstructing the kunai volley. Iruka remarked, Mizuki, I see you behind this. Mizuki said, give me the scroll, Naruto. Iruka retorted, no Naruto, don't. Naruto handed him the scroll and said, all right, Mizuki. What? Did you realize what you just did, Naruto? Iruka inquires. Yes I do. Bunshin Deibakuha, Naruto uttered as Mizuki fell to the ground due to the explosion of the scroll. Wasn't that the actual scroll of sealing? Iruka inquires. Naruto replied, nope, it's still back in the Hokage Tower. And this is a setup to catch Mizuki for betraying the village, right? Iruka replied. Yep, there are two Anbu around waiting to strike at the right moment, said Naruto. Mizuki thought, damn the demon, I'll make him pay, I know, I'll tell him about it. Hey Naruto, why are you helping the village considering the fact? Mizuki responded. Iruka said, no, you can't, Mizuki. What are you guys discussing, huh? Naruto inquires. You are the demon fox, Mizuki remarked, grinning malevolently. I am not Kurama, so I cannot possibly be as egotistical and cynical as him. Additionally, he finds it extremely offensive when people claim that he and the weak blonde hairless monkey, as he referred to me, are one and the same. Kurama no Mon. Riberu 1 Rarisu, Gate of Kurama. Level 1 release, Naruto said, as a door appeared in Kurama, dressed as a chibi fox with one tail, emerge. Let me show you how much he despises it. Mizuki wet himself with fear as Kurama said, oh, you have no idea how much that irritates me. Did you just call forth the 9-tail fox, Naruto? Iruka inquires. Yes, but don't worry, Kurama will only need one tail to defeat Iruka. Sensei, who only has one tail and cannot do anything without my consent, Naruto inquires. Kurama stated, yes, it won't take much to beat this noob. Good Kitsune no Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Fox Shadow Clone Technique. Now I want him alive to get information out of him, so no killing but horribly maim is allowed, Naruto said as a dozen Kurama appeared. Kurama remarked, okay, this is going to be enjoyable. But before that I want you to apologize for what you did to Iruka's parent, lectured Naruto. Kurama whimpering, but it wasn't my fault, Kurama, was Naruto's stern reply. Fine, I sorry that you parents were killed Iruka-san, even though it was not my fault that someone put me in a genjutsu, Kurama replied. Naruto said, all right, you can now go crazy. Kurama said, yes, as he proceeded to maim Mizuki. Has the Kyuubi simply expressed regret for my parents' death? Iruka inquires. Yes, answers Naruto. And he claimed that he did it because he was subjected to genjutsu, correct? Iruka inquires. Naruto responds, yep. This is not going to be believed by anyone, is it? Iruka inquires. Right, is Naruto's second response. Hey Naruto, I really sorry that I wasn't able to help you out much. I know what it is like growing up without parent. It is lonely and painful, especially the way how most of the villager treat you, Iruka replied. It alright, I know you care a lot about me and you the first teacher to teach me that actually treat me like a person and was nice to me, said Naruto. Obito said, hey Naruto, I brought them here. In fact, because you were so nice to me, there's something I want to show you, said Naruto. Iruka asked, what is it? Naruto used his jutsu on Iruka, causing them to see the ghosts there. Well, I have a Kekkei Genkai that let me see spirits, and there are two spirits here that want to meet you, so I'm going to use my Kekkei Genkai to let you see them. Danketsu no Damashi. Shei no Okuramono, Unity Soul. Share gift, Naruto said. Mom, Dad, it that really you and Yandaime? Sama, Iruka says. The father of Iruka said, yes, son, it is us. Thank for giving us this opportunity to talk with our son before we move on. Naruto-san, Iruka's mother said. Iruka replied, yes, thank you for this, Naruto. No problem, was Naruto's response. Yami and my wife, Kushina, are here to also thank you for taking of our son, said Minato. No issue. Hold on, is Naruto your son? Shockingly, Iruka said. Yep, Naruto. Chan here is our cute little son, and we thank you for keeping him out of trouble and to continue to do so when we move on, said Kushina. Mom. Despite the fact that parents can be extremely embarrassing at times, Naruto remarked, I trust you enough that you won't tell anyone to keep me safe because they are my parents and it's kept a secret. Iruka said, thank you for believing in me, Naruto. After a while, Iruka had finished speaking with his parents. Take care of yourself now, son, and you too, Naruto-san. Also know we always be watching over you both, said Iruka's mother. As they both enter the afterlife, Iruka's father remarked, we are proud of you, Iruka and Naruto, since you and Iruka are like brothers and you are now a part of our family, so make us proud too. Naruto declared, I will bid Iruka's parents farewell. Iruka said, goodbye, Mom and Dad. I love you both. The accompanying Anbu then emerged. Oh right, you guys are here to deal with Mizuki, I almost forgot about him, said Naruto. Right, said the two Anbu. Can you guys keep my ghost whispering ability and the conversation we have with them a secret? The Hokage knows about my ability and told me that I should try and not tell people about it yet, said Naruto. One Anbu member stated, you have nothing to worry about Naruto-san. We will report this incident to the Hokage in private, and if he said to keep it a secret, we will. The other Anbu member concurred. Thank you, said Naruto. Returning to the issue at hand, did you simply allow the Kyuubi to attack Mizuki? The Anbu inquires. Naruto responded, yes, but he can't do anything without my saying so. So you're in control of the fox? An Anbu member inquires. Naruto remarked, petty much, the Anbu declared, man, nobody is going to believe what happens here. The other Anbu replied, yeah, I know. Naruto, how long have you been able to do this? Asks Iruka. For some months now after I took his chakra away from him during the forest incident, said Naruto. Wait, so the surge of chakra back then was you taking control of the fox? Said the Anbu. Yes, so do you have any more questions? Naruto answered. Iruka asks, it using the fox a little extreme. Maybe, but if I let Kurama do this, he'd be happy enough to forget about being village destroying trigger. Happy, said Naruto. The first Anbu said, well, since you put it that way. In addition, the other Anbu declared, and Mizuki is a traitor. With I guess, Iruak spoke. The three of them said, we can live with that. Okay. Hey Kurama, time to get back into the seal, okay, said Naruto. Alright, let's do this more frequently, Kurama said. After that, the group returned with a bleeding Mizuki, and a group of ninja joined them at the Hokage. One of the ninja went to seize Naruto and said, there he is, get him. To protect Naruto, the Anbu that captured Mizuki blocked them. No, Naruto-san was under order to expose the traitor Mizuki, so he did nothing wrong, stated the Anbu. That quite right, it seems that it was a success, but I wonder how did Mizuki get all of those injuries, asks the Hokage. The Anbu exchange glances. Well, it kind of a funny story, but I think it's something to be told in private, said the Anbu. Well, in that case, let go to my office to hear your report, and Naruto, since you complete your mission you can go home and rest up, also your pay will be put in your fund, the third replied. Okay, said Naruto, who was exhausted, omake. Fun with Anbu. The story of the orange trickster and prankster. Tower of Hokage. Naruto addressed the group in front of the Hokage's desk, asking, okay soldiers, what is the plan for our latest prank? Why are you going to cause trouble in front of me, Naruto? The Hokage gave a deadpan. This office will eventually belong to me since I will become Hokage, so I need to get used to creating battle plans here. Any ideas, guys? Let's get back to pranking, Naruto said. We haven't visited the Anbu headquarters in a while to have fun, Cloud stated. What? The Hokage remarked, you guys broke into the Anbu headquarters. Ignoring the Hokage remark, Tree replied, yeah, the last time we were there was to give Bird-san our special chocolate fudge cake for his birthday. Despite Naruto breaking into their high security headquarters, the ANBUs there were drooling over the cake's memory. Oh cat. Chan's birthday is in a few weeks and she likes strawberry, so we have to make her some strawberry shortcake for her, said Naruto. ANBUs cheered, yes, Uzumaki special cakes. The Hokage asks if his cake is really that good. An Anbu remarked, it's like eating a piece of heaven. With a foxy smile, Naruto said, hey there, a new Anbu rookie just joined. Let's test out his skill. The following day, let's say, Rookie Anbu, when the rookie noticed a letter addressed to him, he simply got in and put on his uniform. To Rookie-san, Charka should be directed into the seal. From Trickster and Orange Prankster, the novice did so with caution. Hello, Rookie-san. Your uniform and the uniforms of your fellow ANBUs have a seal attached to them. In a distorted voice, Naruto said, "We're going to play a game now, and if you win, the seal will come off without any issues. If you decide not to play or lose, the seal will activate, and there will be an explosive surprise and the Anbu force will go down." The rookie exclaimed, "What the hell, you bastard, why are you doing this?" "Oh, I doing this because I'm bored. Now for you first task, I want you to grope the breast of the 5 most violent female Anbu and then run like hell. When you done that, contact me again. You have 5 minutes to do it or else," said Naruto. The rookie uttered the word, "bastard," and proceeded with his assignment. Returning to the Hokage Tower, "Naruto, you did not really put explosive tags on the Anbu uniforms, did you?" Hokage inquires. "Don't worry, I won't do anything that will get the Anbu force kill. As for what I actually did, we have to wait and see," said Naruto. The rookie is back. He barely avoided being assaulted by 5 angry Anbu women. "Alright," the novices said. "Okay, so next I want you to strip down to your boxer and go to the town center and sing 'I'm Too Sexy' by the English trio, right?" said Fred. "Following that, run around the village twice in your boxer and get in touch with me when you arrive at the village gate. You have 2 hours, Naruto stated. "Damn," was the rookie's response as he received a few numbers from the women. "Okay, next I want you to moon at 20 different locations. You have an hour and a half," said Naruto. After a few more humiliating assignments. "Okay, for you last task, I want you to steal an article of clothing from someone using the hidden Kunoichi hot spring. The location of it is on the paper in your right pocket. You have 3 hours, said Naruto. The novice asked, "How did you get the paper in my pocket?" Naruto remarked, "That's for me to know and you to not." When the rookie arrived, he was about to steal a shirt when he heard footsteps and became alarmed, grabbing someone's bra. The Kunoichis there saw him and beat the living daylights out of him until he regained consciousness a few hours later. "What the hell happened? I remember being at the hidden Kunoichi hot spring and getting beat up, but don't remember how I got here or the location of the hot spring," said the newcomer. "Oh, I forgot to mention that pervert visiting the hot spring tend forget the location due to getting beat up to the point that it caused selective memory loss," said Naruto. "So, how do you recall the place?" the novice inquires. "I'm not a pervert, and the pervert, Nanashi, that I got the location from is no longer living," said Naruto. The rookie asks, "So I could have ended up dead?" Naruto activated all of the seals after saying, "Yes, you can consider yourself fortunate that you survived that, but since you failed, I have activated the seal." A scroll dropped down and said the following for the rookie as the Anbu reputation went down. When it was activated, there was a explosion of confetti. Every male uniform changed into a pink lace dress, and the females wore exotic bikinis. Overall score: A stealth, B+ velocity, A battle, B ability, A. In exchange for being my first test subject, you will receive some fudge brownies and have the opportunity to select 3 Anbu players by the end of the week for the prank contest the following month. The novice passed out from exhaustion after finishing reading the scroll. In the Hokage Tower, since you are training the Anbu and dealing with village security, why don't we count this as AS mission since you will be doing it each month? Naruto? Since you are not yet a ninja, I am unable to pay you for the mission at this time. However, I can establish a trust fund that will be disbursed as a bonus when you are compensated for your ninja work, the third stated. Okay, that will help me in the future, but I wish we're not in a recession right now because they have to cut some money from my orphan check, said Naruto. The third said, Naruto, we're not in a recession. Naruto remarked, well, someone has to tell them that. With a sinister aura, the third uttered, oh, someone will I make sure of that. Apartment in Naruto in his apartment, 12-year-old Naruto was having a party with his spectral family and friends. Hey everyone, I'm here and brought some friends to the party. Everyone, with me is Kami, Lord of Hell, Lady Luck, Fate and Destiny. Guys, this is everyone, said the Shinigami. Wow, who would have thought that I would be celebrating with the most powerful supernatural beings in existence, said Naruto. Now that the Shinigami is here we can tell Naruto about it, said Minato. Tell me what? Asking Naruto. That there will be an evaluation to see if you are ready to be a genin or not, said Obito. What? Are you saying that I'm not a ninja yet? Then what the hell were the graduation for? Naruto asks. To select those who qualify to be genin, but your jonin instructor will be the one who decide if you will be a genin or not. But don't worry Naruto, we have faith that you will pass the evaluation, said Obito. Naruto asks, man that suck, why are you telling me this? Well son, after you become a genin, me and your mom will be moving on to the afterlife, said Minato. You guys are leaving? Naruto inquired, his expression sorrowful. Yeah, sorry, We can't stay here forever, but don't worry, we will meet again, and besides, since I summoned the Shinigami to help me seal the fox, I have work off my debt as Grim Reaper, so I might see you from time to time," said Minato. The words, "I know, but I will miss you guys," were spoken by Naruto. The words, "We will miss you too, son," came from Kushina. "Your parents aren't the only ones that are going to go on to the afterlife. Me, Hikari, Haim, Hashirama, and Tobirama are going to go too. We taught you everything that we can, and there's nothing left for us to be here for, so once you become a genin, we're leaving too," said Nanashi. "I going to miss you guys so much. You all taught me, Cloud and Tree, so much. Thank you," Naruto said with sadness. "We going to miss you too. Now when I'm gone, I want you to do something for me," said Nanashi. Naruto proclaimed, "I will not follow you in your perverted ways. It's not that, and besides, you will become one in time. No, the thing that I want you to do is to follow 3 rules that I set up for you. Rule number 1, when someone asks you why do the thing you do, you must answer, because I am a ninja and a ninja is a master of, before telling them the real reason. Rule number 2, when you see a pervert being a perverted, you said that they have been cursed by the arrow Seishin Nanashi, and hit them with a baka bat while saying, now be purified. And rule number 3, protect those who are important to you with all you got," Nanashi replied. "Don't know why you want me to follow the first 2 rules, but I will them all, especially the last one," said Naruto. "Because I am a ninja and a ninja is a master of making dumb rules," said Nanashi. "Okay, that enough of the sad news, and let's get back to celebrating Naruto graduation from the academy that we couldn't do before because of the Mizuki thing. Time to pass out gift. I go first here, Naruto, you Grim Reaper badge. With it you officially work for me and can call any Reaper nearby for help," the Shinigami said as he presented Naruto with the badge. Kami handed him a yellow object shaped like a pork bun and said, "Hello Uzumaki Naruto. I give you this for being the most entertaining human in this world." "Thank you for a yellow pork bun," a bewildered Naruto said. The yellow pork bun rabbit with an emerald oval stone on its forehead declared, "Makona Madoki is Makona Madoki, not a pork bun. Makona's kind have the ability to travel from world to world. Munkona will be staying with you because you had been chosen to be a caretaker," Kami stated. "It seems that I've been taking in a lot of strange being lately, but at least it been fun. So Makona, why have I been chosen?" asks Naruto. "We Makonas have many important jobs to do since we can travel between worlds, which include transporting people from one world to another, gathering, transferring and store items, spells, skills and knowledge from one world to another. The Council of Makona wants the history and information of this world to be recoded and cataloged and decide to assign me to you since we are bounded to your lineage by a contract your father made in order to get us to help him design a time and space jutsu," Makona stated. Naruto questioned, "Makonas? There is more than one of you guys?" "Yes, I am yellow or blonde Makona number 42, and all of us Makona have 108 secret skills," Makona replied. "The Makona that helped me with created Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, was yellow Makona number 7 inches," said Minato. "My turn. To the most devilish prankster in this world I grant you this charm that protect from being tainted by the evil of this world," said the Lord of Hell. Naruto questioned, "So you are a fan of my work?" "Yep, some of the things you do, I end up using as punishment for sinners who are sent to my domain," said the Almighty. As he handed the book to the Lord of Hell, Naruto remarked, "Well, since you're such a fan, I can give you a copy of my book of 101 pranks, torture, and ways to drive people insane volume 1 that I wrote." The Lord of Hell remarked, "Thank you, this should keep me entertained for a while. Now for my gift I grant you my most favorite gambler, my most valuable lucky charm," stated Lady Luck. Naruto remarked, "But I'm not much of a gambler." Naruto blushed as Lady Luck remarked, "Well, you're still adorable and still my favorite, and people will be foolish to bet against you. Finally, our gift, we grant the one who we have the greatest hope in a charm that will grant one a long and happy life. Also we give you some advice, which is whatever life throws at you, you can always choose forge your own path for a better life," fate and destiny said together. "Thank you all for the gift and for believing in me," said Naruto. The Hokage and Naruto managing his photo ID looking at Naruto's photo, which shows him crossing his arm in his new outfit, which includes the same orange pants and blue sandals. The Hokage remarked, "Interesting picture you took there, Naruto. Not only does it show you wearing your new clothes, but it also has your friends in it too." He was wearing a new black hooded tracksuit with a red Uzumaki swirl on the back and orange flame at the bottom, a dark blue shirt underneath, and black fingerless gloves with a metal guard. His friends were on his left shoulder, Obito in crow form, Tree on his right shoulder, Cloud floating below his head, and Makona on top of his head. Yeah, well, since they are going to be with me on my ninja career, I thought they should have photos ID too, but because of the stupid ninja regulation, they can't, so I decide to have them in my photo ID, said Naruto. The Hokage remarked, it looks like you got a new pet there as well. Hi, I'm Makona Madoki and I will be working with Naruto-kun from now on, said Makona. It can talk? Inquired the Hokage. Yes, Makona can speak our language, though being ninja you probably seen stranger things, said Naruto. Well, that is true, the Hokage started to say, but a child interrupted him. Konohamaru yelled, Old man, fight me, as he attempted to attack the Hokage but stumbled and fell. Damn it! Who tripped me? Konohamaru exclaimed, standing up and surveying his surroundings. Ebisu came in after Konohamaru and said, Honorable grandson, are you okay and also no one trip you? Konohamaru addressed Naruto, saying, I know you tripped me. Pulling Konohamaru by his shirt, Naruto remarked, Idiot, it's your fault that you trip, not mine. Hey Naruto, let go of him, he is Hokage. Sama's grandson, said Ebisu. Konohamaru said, Go ahead and punch me, assuming Naruto wouldn't since he was the grandson of the Hokage. After carefully setting Konohamaru down, Naruto pulls out Mugen no Sora and uses it to slash Konohamaru, frightening everyone in the vicinity. They were glad to see that he was unharmed. Naruto slammed a boot into Konohamaru's face after saying, Now that I mark Unis no Genjutsu. Tobui no Budo no Jutsu. False reality. Boot to the head technique. Ouch! Konohamaru rubbed his face. 3 times you could have ended up dead, brat. The first was when you attack without being aware of your surrounding, which caused you to trip, creating an opening for your enemy. Secondly was charging at me carelessly, which I admitted is something I mostly likely would do but try to not make a habit of it. And thirdly, letting your guard down when you thought my attack failed. You should never let your guard down in front of the enemy. Use this as a learning experience, Brad, and for scaring you I give you this special goggle that I designed to try out to apologize. It has many function and I want you to list each function and how it can help as ninja by the end of the week, or else I take them back, Naruto continued. So Oji-san, since I done here I'm going to head out, said Naruto. Alright, Naruto, said the Thrid. Naruto turned into a naked girl and surrounded himself with steam, which caused the Thrid Hokage and every other male there to collapse backward with a nosebleed as he laughed and left. Oh, also, it really not that hard to beat the old man brat. Oiroku no Jutsu, sexy technique, Naruto said. Outside, Naruto noticed that Konohamaru was pursuing him after he had gone a while. Hey Brad, your stealth skills suck. You are using the Kokorimino no Jutsu wrong. Cloak of invisibility technique. Wrong, and will you stop following me? Sighs Naruto. Amazing, you saw through it. I will let you be my boss if you teach me Oiroku no Jutsu. Sexy technique. That defeat my grandpa, said Konohamaru. Naruto said, No, what, why? Inquired Konohamaru. Because I am a ninja and a ninja is a master of saying no in a cool way, and beside you have to learn about the purpose behind the Oiroku no Jutsu, sexy technique, before you can use it, said Naruto. Alright, Konohamaru said, teach me the rationale behind that technique. After saving the owner and staff from a group of street gang members who were attempting to kidnap them to sell as slaves and prostitutes, Naruto led Konohamaru to a maid cafe that was willing to serve him. Okay, follow me, he said. The waitress dressed as a maid said, Welcome master, how may I serve you today? Let get the Leaf Paradise special, Naruto-kun, Makona replied. The waitress squeals, Kawaii, as she cradles Makona. Something tell me that this going to happen a lot. Anyway, 3, Leaf Paradise special, said Naruto. As she composed herself and set Makona down, the waitress bowed and said, Yes, we will have your food out soon, master. Konohamaru said, Boss, what are we doing here? The owner laughed and the waitresses blushed when Naruto said, in addition to having the best food next to ramen, there are a lot of beautiful women working here that you can use as a model for that jutsu. Cloud whispered to Tree, when he grows up, Naru-kun will be a lady killer. Tree retorted in a whisper, he already is without knowing it to those who can see him past the fox. Now this jutsu is a pervert slayer technique and you have to know the reason behind it and the rules, so you don't end up marked as a pervert. So let begin the lecture and you might want to take some notes, Naruto said as he handed Konohamaru a. To start off with, the technique was original use as infiltration technique because there are certain places that the women can access easy that men can't, and the same can be said the other way around. It became a pervert slayer technique when it is used to take advantage of the lewd minds of the vast majority male population to knock them out by nosebleed and then humiliate them with pranks when they are unconscious. So to keep yourself from being a pervert you are limited to use the jutsu only in life and death situation or to stop pervert from being perverted so you can't use it on your grandpa unless he doing something perverted, said Naruto. Konohamaru questioned, then why did you use that jutsu on grandpa for? For 3 reasons, 1 to demo my skill to you, 2 to show you that your grandpa is a perverted and 3 to pay him back for the time he got away for being a pervert that I didn't know about, replied Naruto. Konohamaru questioned, if you didn't know then how can you get back at him for it? Even if I don't know when he is doing something perverted does not means he won't now back to my lecture in order to use the jutsu effectively you must understand the mind of a woman however the truth is that us men will never understand women, Naruto said as the men who were listening nodded in acceptance. Konohamaru questioned, then how will I use the jutsu effectively? We men will never truly understand women we might tap the surface but never ever get to the depth of the female psyche. So now I going to tell you about the rules. If you ever get in troubles with the female gender and chances are that you will if you end up misusing this jutsu. Rule 1 women are always right no matter what. Rule 2 even if we should be viewed as equal women shall be viewed as something greater. Rule 3 when you do something wrong apologize and never stop apologizing. Rule 4 never ever piss them off on purpose and Rule 5 if you ever piss them off run like hell. You have to keep these rules in mind when deal with the opposite gender if you want to live and keep your manhood. Naruto said with the male population nodding in agreement. Now while we are having lunch here I want you to start off the first part of the jutsu by observing the attractive quality that each girls have, said Naruto. They went to the woods after lunch so Konohamaru could practice the Oiroke no Jutsu, sexy technique, which he eventually mastered in a few hours. So kid why do you want to take down Oji-san for anyway, said Naruto. Because grandpa is the Hokage everyone see me as the Hokage's grandson and called me the honorable grandson and not by name, that why I want to be the Hokage and by beating grandpa I can, said Konohamaru. That won't work if it did I would have the cool hat and everyone would be bowing down to me while calling me Naruto. Sama by now. The Hokage title is not something that you can get that easily, you have to work hard to earn the title by becoming a strong ninja that protect everyone, said Naruto. Ebisu glared at Naruto and said, I found you, now let go home honorable grandson. No I'm going to defeat grandpa and become the Hokage, now take this Oiroke no Jutsu, sexy technique, said Konohamaru. Naruto sighed, he didn't understand what I said. What a vulgar skill. Such skill won't work on a gentleman like me, if you hang with him you become stupid, I will be your short cut to be the Hokage, said Ebisu. Oh really now Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, Naruto remarked as a dozen clones materialized. How foolish unlike Mizuki I'm an elite ninja tutor and won't be beat that easily, said Ebisu. Naruto's use of harem jutsu caused Ebisu to stumble backward due to the force of his nosebleed. In the Hokage Tower, Naruto is going to kill me with those jutsu before I die from old age, said the thread. Naruto is back. Naruto slammed the baka bat into Ebisu's head, saying, closet pervert, anyway he has been cursed by the arrow. Seishin Nanashi, now be purified. Damn it, why couldn't I defeat my tutor, I really want to be Hokage, said Konohamaru. Naruto struck his Konohamaru's head and remarked, like I said there is no shortcut to being the Hokage, you have to work hard to earn it, I should know because that is my goal too. If that's so, then form now on we are rivals for the title of Hokage, said Konohamaru. Fine by me, anyway I start my first step as a ninja tomorrow so I need to go now. Someday we will fight for the title of the Hokage so until then keep training and keep getting stronger, I be waiting until then Konohamaru, Naruto stated as he left. The following day following his breakfast and morning training, Naruto went to the academy to see who would be on his team. With Makona on his head, Tree on his right shoulder, Cloud on his left, and Obito flying behind him, he enters the classroom and reads a book that Makona gave him, titled Shinobi's Survival Guide for Dummies, which is written by Rikudo Senin and includes the following titles: Kono Yo no Kyusishu, Savior of the World, Shinobi no Kami, God of Shinobi, Jigen Ryoko, Dimension Traveler, and all. Around Uber Ninja. He hesitated for a second before settling down next to Sasuke. Look like you got rid of that stupid orange jumpsuit but what are you standing there for Dobi? Asked Sasuke. Well I was thinking about sitting here, but then decide that I don't want to be your meat shield to keep your fan girl from molesting you so I think I will sit down somewhere else, Naruto said as he walked away. Sasuke snarled, they don't molest me, Dobi. As he took a seat beside Hinata. Naruto deadpanned, they crowded around you and then grope every inch of your body. Makona remarked, so you are Hinata. Naruto. Kun's friend. Hinata and all the other girls scream, "Kawaii," when they see Makona. Naruto grinned and said, "Yep, it looks like that will happen a lot with Makona. Anyhow, Makona is my cute friend Hinata-chan." This made Hinata blush. Hinata blushes more when Tree asks, "Naruto Sama, is there a reason why you stated that Hinata Sama is cute?" Hinata blushed even more when Naruto said, "Because she is," with an innocent smile. "And what else did Naru-kun Cloud add?" Naruto tilted his head and asked, "What else is there to add?" "Never mind," was what Cloud and Tree said. At that moment, Sasuke's fangirls rushed into the classroom, and since Sakura arrived first, she was granted the privilege of sitting next to him. She did so while holding his arm. "Told you Teme, and from the look of it you seems to enjoy it because you aren't using Kawarimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, to escape," said Naruto. "Dobi!" Sasuke screamed, glaring at Naruto. Naruto questioned, "What Teme?" Sasuke growled and kept glaring at Naruto, saying, all this time you know how I could have gotten away from the dreaded fan girl and you didn't tell me until now." Naruto sarcastically remarked, "I believe that the great Uchiha Sasuke was a prodigy and knew about that." Sasuke stood up, grabbed Naruto by the shirt, and confronted him. Sasuke started to say, "Dobi, tell me how you know this, tell me how to deal with the dreaded fan girl, tell me," but was interrupted when he was bumped in the back, falling onto Naruto, who then kissed him. While all the guys were laughing at them, Naruto spit and coughed and said, "Ah damn it Teme, like I told you last time you confessed to me that I am a guy and I am only interested in girls not guys." "Shut up, it was an accident Dobi, and you promise me that you won't mention about that again. Beside, it was not my fault you look like a girl back then when you were really skinny and have long hair," Sasuke responded by coughing and spitting. Naruto looked around for confirmation, but most of the guys turned their heads in shame. "Well, no other guys confessed to me before, so you were the only guy who dumb enough to think that, right?" he said. One of the guys said softly, "Once we discovered that you turned down Uchiha because you were a guy, we kind give up." Naruto sobbed anime tears as he said to the sky, "Damn you Kami, not only did a guy steal my kiss, but I also found out that everyone assumed I was a girl. Why did you give me such a cruel life?" Everyone tried to figure out where the strange voice coming from around Naruto was coming from when Kami said, "Part of being the most entertaining human in this world is to experience hilarious situations such as this." Naruto addressed the heavens, saying, "That doesn't mean you should let such a thing happen, especially to me." The words, "We didn't let such things happen," were spoken by fate. "This was the outcome that we created due to the choice you and other made," said Destiny. "Anyway, we have to get back to our godly duty," said Kami. Naruto addressed the pale-eyed Hinata, saying, "Curse you supernatural beings anyway. Hinata, can you help me get rid of the memory and taste of that kiss?" Hinata's face turned red and she passed out as Naruto finished speaking. "Hinata, I thought you got over that along with your stuttering, but you still look cute when you face get red." I guess I get mouthwash from someone else," Naruto thought. "Is Naruto Sama causing Hinata Sama to faint on purpose?" asked Tree. Cloud grinned and remarked, "I don't know Tree-kun, but it's funny to see Hina-chan go down." Makona remarked, "Oh no, it looks like Naruto-kun is in trouble." Naruto remarked, My shinobi sense is tinkling," and then he leapt to the ceiling while sticking his foot to the bottom. With all of Sasuke's fangirls in agreement, Sakura said, "Come down here Naruto, you have to pay for taking Sasuke-kun's first kiss." "No, and it was my first kiss too. Who is going to pay for that now? Haruno-san, said Naruto. "Who care about a dead last like you? Now get down here now," said Sakura. "No," Naruto said, protruding his tongue at them. As Iruka entered the classroom, she noticed a faint Hinata, a sickly-looking Sasuke, and several irate-looking fangirls shouting at Naruto, who was suspended from the ceiling. Iruka said, "Would someone tell me what's going on here?" Iruka Sensei, my lip lost their innocent today to a guy, and then the most useless being on the face of the world are attacking me, Naruto said in tears. Iruka said, "Okay, whatever, sit down so we can start our team assignment," but the fangirl continued to yell at Naruto. "I said sit down," Iruka said, her big head devoid of jutsu, forcing the fangirl to sit down, allowing Naruto to descend and Hinata to awaken. A random student inquired, "Iruka Sensei, where is Mizuki Sensei?" Iruka declared, "He is gone and won't be coming back." I heard someone ask, "What happened to him?" Naruto wisely remarked, "He is a traitor who meets a traitorous end." Sasuke inquired, "And how do you know that Dobi Naruto remarked, "Huh, did you say something chicken? But. Alright, enough about that, let's get back to team assignment," Iruka replied. "We reached Team 7 after listing teams 1 through 6, which nobody here is interested in. Team 7 will be Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka stated. Together, Sakura and Naruto exclaimed, "Damn, Sakura because she detested Naruto and Naruto because he disapproved of her behavior toward him. And Uchiha Sasuke, your Jonin. Sensei is Hitaki Kakashi," Iruka replied. Sakura shouted, "Yes, true love always win." "No," was the response from every other Sasuke fangirl. Naruto cried anime tears as he said, "No. Damn you Kami, why do you do this to me?" "Because it is funny," Kami said, drawing attention to the area. Naruto pleaded, "Iruka, Sensei, you must assign me to a different team." "Naruto, there is a reason for the team set up. You, the dead last, is set up with the Rookie of the Year to balance the team out," Iruka stated. "I don't care about how skilled he is or even his little attitude problem. What I am worried about is the fact that he has the largest fan girl population in this entire village, and over half of them are Yoi fan girl. Making me his teammate mean that I am the only guy who spent the most time with, which mean I will be the number one person to be pair up with him, and I don't need that. I got enough of crap to deal with in my life," said Naruto. Iruka began to tell him that he was exaggerating the situation, but she turned to see that the majority of the female students were blushing and laughing as they wrote and drew. Sasuke also noticed this and started to turn completely white. As Naruto went to his corner of sorrow to weep, Iruka said, "I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do about it." Team 8 comprised Yuhi Kurenai as their Jonin, Sensei, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino made up Team 10, and their Jonin. Sensei was Sarutobi Asuma. Naruto said to Sasuke and Sakura, who were still sad about being victims of Yoi, "So do you guys want to have lunch together since we are going to be on the same team?" "HN," was Sasuke's response. "Who would we want to eat with a loser like you anyways?" Sasuke.kun want to have lunch with me? Sakura responded. "Fine, I guess you don't want to know the super secret information I have," Naruto sighed. Sasuke inquired, "What secret information?" "The secret that you would have learned if you joined me for lunch," said Naruto. Sakura remarked, "Naruto, you baka tell Sasuke.kun the secret." "No Haruno.san. Hey Hinata, Shino, Kiba, you guys don't mind if I join you all for lunch? My teammate are being meanie," said Naruto. Hinata declared, "I don't mind Naruto.kun." Shino gave a silent nod. Kiba replied, "Yeah sure. We should invite Iruka, Sensei and Shikamaru team too. I made my Uzumaki leaf special feast to celebrate graduating from the academy, so I made a lot of food to eat," said Naruto. The person who overheard Shikamaru asked, "Did he just say Uzumaki leaf?" was also heard by Choji. "Special," Shino had added. "Feast," Kiba uttered, drooling. While pulling Naruto by the arm, Kiba and Choji uttered the words, "Let go," together. "Okay. Hey Iruka, Sensei, we are having lunch together, wants to join us," said Naruto. Iruka said, "Okay, coming." Ino said, "Hey, what's going on here?" Shikamaru declared, "We're having lunch with Naruto and everyone." "Why?" inquired Ino. "Troublesome. Naruto made his Uzumaki leaf special feast, and it's the greatest feast anyone can have," said Shikamaru. "You kidding, right? Naruto probably can't cook," said Ino. Shino pushed up his glasses and remarked, "No, it is the best feast anyone can have, nothing compares to it." In order to find out what the big deal was, Sasuke accompanied Iruka, Naruto, Team 8, and 10 to a picnic table for lunch. In the meantime, at Naruto apartment, Kakashi was shown around Naruto's house by the Hokage. The Hokage stood in front of the door and said, "Hold on, Kakashi." A seal ray appears on the door and a click is heard as he puts his hand on it and channels chakra through it. They go in after opening the door. "A security seal?" asked Kakashi. Yes, Naruto is quite skilled in the sealing art and he places a lot of security seal around due the number of time people tend to break in his home, though how skilled I don't know, he might be a master at them. "The next time I see Jiraiya I will have him test Naruto," the Hokage replied. "From what I can tell it is unlike any security seal I ever see," Kakashi stated. "It might be an original design by Naruto, and if that is true then we should be careful and not set it off. The last time someone did that he have orange skins for weeks," said the Hokage. Kakashi was exploring the area when he opened the refrigerator and discovered a letter, a box, and a large jug. "Dear future sensei and Oji-san, I made my special, oh my Kami frosted triple layer chocolate fudge cake. And the fine rice wine that Makona got from Beverage World, which he gives 5 mekio, because I thought you guys might come over to my house while I'm at the academy. Regards, Kakashi read aloud, Naruto, Cloud, Tree, Obito, and Makona. Kakashi wonders, Beverage World? Mekio? Obito? He saw the Hokage at the table, chopping up pieces of cake and pouring himself some rice wine as he looked for answers. The Hokage exclaimed, don't just stand there, sit down and join me, with such fervor that Kakashi perspired but still joined in. Kakashi yelled, oh my Kami, where have you been all my life? After biting into the cake before succumbing to a food coma. Returning to Naruto and all of you when Naruto said, it looks like someone just took their first bite of my awesome cake. Everyone who hasn't tried the, oh my Kami frosted triple layer chocolate fudge cake, started to perspire and drool. Naruto uttered the words, anyway Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique, and a dozen of him materialized. All of the clones uttered the words, Henge no Jutsu, transform technique, as they changed into Naruto wearing a butler suit. The food appears when Naruto activates a stored scroll that he has pulled out. The food is then placed on the table by the clone. There were a variety of seafood, meats, vegetables, and small snacks available on the table once they were finished. As they poured drinks for everyone, the clone butler said, lunch is served honor guest, please enjoy. Some people were curious about where Naruto learned how to create solid clones. According to Iruka, Naruto aren't the butler a little overkill? Naruto answered, it's me you're talking about. Iruka said, right. Sasuke said, hey Dobi, what is the secret information you have? Naruto retorted, eat first, talk later. HN. Sasuke said as he bit into a tomato. Topped dish. When he did, he froze and his eyes became hazy. Together, Sakura and Ino exclaimed, Sasuke.kun? Sakura exclaimed, Sasuke.kun, as did Ino. Ino and Sakura exclaimed, oh no, Sasuke.kun died after contracting food poisoning. As everyone else nodded in agreement and began to eat, Shikamaru remarked, troublesome, he not dead, he just in a food coma from eating Naruto's cooking for the first time. It happened to everyone. Naruto told Ino and Sakura, come on dig in. Ino replied, oh, no, I'm on a diet. Sakura went on, yeah, me too. That stupid you ninja now and you need to eat in order get the energy need to be ninja. Also there are a lot of people in the world who goes hungry because they do not have enough food to eat, so eat the food that is provided for you, said Naruto. Sakura nodded in agreement with Ino's statement that, but I have to keep a slim figure. The guys there nodded in agreement when Naruto stated, guys like girls with some curves and not a stick, aside from starving yourself and not helping your development, especially the breast area. Ino and Sakura exclaimed, pervert. Together. I am not a pervert because I'm not suggesting any perverted act, just a medical fact that a balanced meal help with developing a gorgeous figure, said Naruto. Sakura remarked, well maybe. No, I have to keep to the diet. Ino said, yeah. The words, don't you dare waste food in front of me, so dig in or else I will force feed you, were released by Naruto, giving Sakura and Ino no choice but to eat. They both went into a food coma after consuming some food. Emerging from the food coma, Sasuke declared, Dobi, you will be the personal chef for the Uchiha family. Denial, I want to be a ninja, besides since we are on the same team you most likely be eating my food when we go on long mission Teme, replied Naruto. Sasuke uttered the words, point taken Dobi. The other person said, damn lucky bastard. Thank for making lunch for us. Naruto.kun is quite delicious, said Hinata. The statement, it is not as good as you, Hinata-chan, from Naruto made Hinata red in the face. Naruto grinned and said, the snacks you make are really good. The first half of the comment caused everyone to perspire due to misunderstandings. Once everyone has finished their meal after he finished his 50th bottle, Makona sighed and said, more rice wine. One of the clone butlers replied, of course. Man Makona, you drink alcohol as much as I eat ramen and you not even drunk, said Naruto. Empty another bottle. It is one of my 108 secret techniques, drinking a lot of alcohol without getting drunk, Makona said. Sasuke pointed to Makona and questioned, Dobi, I've been wondering what the hell is that? Naruto uttered, Makona? Makona is Makona Madoki. The statement, that not said much, was deadpanned by Sasuke. Kiba pointed to Tree playing a handheld game and Cloud playing shogi with Shikamaru. Yeah, also you have those weird doll things too. I mean, I heard about puppetjutsu, but it seems that they have a mind of their own, Kiba said. Because they do, and it looks like Cloud.kun beat Shikamaru once again, said Naruto. Damn, he really good. I never seem to be able to win again him. Up for another game, Cloud? Shikamaru replied. Cloud replied, sure, Pineapple.kun. Yeah, I am good at game of chance. Cloud.kun is good at strategy game. Tree.kun good at RPG. Obito.kun good at puzzle game, and Makona is good at kid game and drinking game too, said Naruto. Wait, they have a mind of their own. How is that possible, and how come most of you are not curious about this? Kiba responded. Shino, Choji, Shikamaru, and Naruto all look at Kiba. What? Kiba inquired. You forgot that I told you, Shikamaru, Choji and Shino about it the last time you asked me when we were hang out, didn't you? Said Naruto. Huh? I guess I kind of did, so would you mind reminding me again? Kiba replied. Kiba. Time like these I am really worried about how you live without me, Akamaru murmured. Life of a nin.dog is tough for you, Akamaru, especially with an owner like Kiba, said Naruto. Hey, wait, did you understand what Akamaru said? Kiba responded. No, it seems that Akamaru learned human speech, Shino replied. Human speech? Asked Akuamaru. No, I don't think Akuamaru can speak human language, it mostly like Makona doing, said Naruto. Yep, another one of my 108 secret techniques, translator. As long as you are in close proximity of me, no matter what language you speak, anyone can understand what the other is saying, replied Makona. Okay, anyway, reminding me again how those dolls work again, Kiba's replied. Naruto said, glancing at Ino, Sakura, and Sasuke, I would, but. What is it, some big secret? Don't worry, we won't tell anyone, Ino replied. Well, I kind don't want a lot of people to know about it yet, and you, Ino, are the biggest gossiper there is, and there's no way anything we would said would be kept a secret for long because of you, Naruto replied. I am not, retorted Ino. Shikamaru said, troublesome. Yes, you are, Ino, as everyone nodded. Dobi, just tell us it, probably nothing that great, Sasuke replied. Okay, fine, remember this time, Kiba. Anyway, the reason they have a mind of their own is because they possess a soul, said Naruto. Oh yeah, now I remember, you said something about sealing spirits in the doll, Kiba replied. Sasuke inquired curiously, where did you learn that technique, Dobi? A jutsu that can seal a person into a doll. That not it, what I said last time is there are seals written inside the doll that allow spirit to inhabit them, Naruto murmured. Spirits? You are talking like they are a real thing, Ino replied. Naruto remarked, they're because I can see them. Speaking of spirits, Naruto was irritated by two spirits who were currently engaged in a heated argument. Minato remarked, hey, your son turned out to be really emo, Teme. Shut up, at least he is not a dead last idiot, Dobi, Fugaku replied. Minato retorted, he's not ready dead last, he's just acting that way. Fugaku retorted, I still have the lowest grades in the academy. Would you both stop it, or I will find a way to make your soul black and blue. Both of you are adult, but you act as you are still academy student. Grow up, Kushina said to both men. Makoto remarked, boy, they never grow up, no matter how old they get. Anyway, you will let us meet my son soon so we can tell about what really happened that day and about that man so he can be prepared if he ever meet him, boy, Fugaku replied. Minato remarked, hey, don't talk to my son that way. Fugaku, be nice anyway, we really want to talk to him before we move on, Makoto replied. After giving them a nod, Naruto returned to the other. Sakura remarked, yeah, right there. No way you or anyone can do that. Actually, it is true. I didn't believe at first until he let me see them, Iruka replied. See them? You never say you could make others see what you see, said Shino. Naruto stated, I just recently learned about it. Ino questioned, so you can see dead people? Naruto answered, dead souls and spirits of all kind. Ino questioned, huh, spirits of all kinds, what do you mean? Animism, all thing human, animal, plants, inanimate object and geographic have a soul, and I can see these souls, said Naruto. Sasuke asked, so, is it a bloodline or something, Dobi? Naruto remarked, huh, more like part of my bloodline, Emo. So you do have a bloodline, that the secret you have, so tell us what is it and what it can do, Sasuke replied. Nope, that not the secret that I want to tell you, as for my bloodline it is a secret that I won't tell you yet, Naruto replied. Why won't you tell us, we your teammate, beside I bet you told the other, said Sakura. Actually all he told us is he have two bloodline but not the name or what they do, said Choji. The words, tell us, Dobi, came from Sasuke. Naruto responded, nope, not yet, not until we become a team, Teme. Sasuke answered, team, what are you talking about? We are a team. That is what I want to discuss with you, guy. The thing is we not really ninja yet, said Naruto. What the hell are you talking about? We graduate, asks Kiba. From what a little bird, Obito, told me, the graduation was only to select candidate who has the possibility to be genin, your jonin. Sensei have the final say if you are a genin or not after they evaluate you, Naruto stated in shock to most attendees. If that true, then is it okay for Naruto to tell us this, replied Sakura. Well, there no rule that said that you can't know, it just most people don't know beforehand, Iruka replied. Shino asserted, knowledge is power. Right, knowledge is power. That why I have info on the test they might give us in your jonin. Sensei, said Naruto. How the hell does an idiot like you have such information, asked Sasuke. In response, Naruto said, my super special ninja skill. Sasuke inquired, what super special ninja skill dead last? The super special ninja skill that let me paint the Hokage monument without anyone knowing until I am almost done and my skill to outrun the Anbu. Beside I can talk to thing other can't see so I can have them gather information without anyone knowing, replied Naruto. Sasuke remarked, point taken, so what do you have? Well, to start off with, from what I gather the evaluation forces on teamwork so they will test if the entire team member can work together or not and might try to trick us to fight among ourselves. Now from what I can gather about Team 8 Jonin. Sensei, her name is Kurenai Yuhi, recent promoted Jonin and is a Genjutsu specialist. Team 10 Jonin. Sensei is Asuma Sarutobi the Hokage's son, skill with using trench knives also have fire and wind jutsu. Now for Team 7 Jonin. Sensei is Kakashi Hitaki with the Sharingan in his left eye earn him the moniker Copy Ninja Kakashi and Kakashi of the Sharingan and said to master 1,000 jutsu. Naruto continued. Sasuke questioned, wait Sharingan, why do you think he has it? From what I gather his dying friend gives it to as a last request, said Naruto. HN, was Sasuke's response. In any case, I believe it's time for us to return, Naruto stated. Returning to the academy Team 7 continues to wait for their Jonin. Sensei for hours on end. The sensei and the rest of the team have already departed. At the moment, Sasuke was brooding in the classroom. Sakura was still staring at him as if he were a piece of meat, and Naruto was playing the game of life with Obito, Cloud, Tree, and Makona. Finally tired of waiting, Naruto decided to take action and summoned some Kage Bunshin and Yami Naruto. Sasuke said, Dobi, what are you doing? Well, Yami and some of my clone are going to give our new sensei a little surprise for being late. I on the other hand am going to continue to play the board game that I told you guys should join in because it will get boring wait for our sensei who have a reputation of being late which was proven right, while at same time I will be walking on the wall, replied Naruto. He will know why we are fear as the prankster lord of Konoha. Alright minion, let get to work. Yami laughed. Why? Inquired Sasuke. Because I am a ninja and a ninja is a master of doing strange and illogical things such as this and because Charka exercise like this help with building up your Charka reverse and control but for some reason I still can't get enough to do some of the simple basic E-rank jutsu. Naruto replied as he walked up the wall using just his feet. Sasuke said, you have been concealing your actual abilities, haven't you? Naruto continued the game from the top of the ceiling, saying, well, yes, I have. And Makona, I think we'll adopt twin, so put a blue and pink peg on my pieces. Makona took his turn after responding, okay, and our little one should have a playdate. Sasuke said, fight me, thinking, I'll prove my strength and come very close to killing him. Nope, I have no desire to stroke your ego emo chicken butt, but I think Haruno.san would like to stroke it along with other parts of you, replied Naruto. Naruto! Exclaimed Sakura, flushed. Sasuke attempted to incite Naruto by saying, what are you afraid to fight me? No, not really. If you want to test each other's strength I have no problem with it, however I have no desire to prove who is stronger, there is nothing to gain from it, said Naruto. How come? Asked Sasuke angrily. Sasuke nodded in response to Naruto's question, for many reasons and you want to know why? To start off with you want power but not strength and there is a different. Power is something you have, a kunai how power, an explosion tag has power but unless you direct the power usefully it won't become your strength. Then there is your pride that will be a problem, it will either make you unable to handle a defeat or make your victory hollow because if you lose you will brood or wallow over the lost and learn nothing to help you to get stronger. On the other hand, if you win your pride would deem yourself stronger than anyone and have no reason to better yourself. To be strong you must always better yourself because no matter how strong you become there always a chance that someone stronger is out there. Now I will tell you that I know about your clan massacre because I meet your parent ghost and I can have you meet them too but I am not going to let you meet them yet, Naruto continued. What? Why won't you? You don't understand how painful it is live a lonely life because your own brother murder your family and force you to see them murder right in front of your eye over and over, Sasuke barked. Please don't interrupt and let me finish. And you're right, I don't know how you feel or the pain of losing your family because unluckily or lucky depend on how you look at it. I never have a family nor knew about them until recently, but I do understand the pain of loneliness because for most of my life I was on my own and depend on no one but myself. However, I won't let you meet them because I know some stuff about the Uchiha clan massacre, probably more than you do, but not everything. Because of that I don't want cause any misunderstanding to form from limited information, so until I know more you just to wait for a little while. Also, if what I think to be true, what I tell you now will devastate you, and until I believe you are able to handle this you just have to wait. And lastly, there might be a connection between the death of your parent and the death of my parent, and talking about it will bring up stuff about my life that I am not ready to share with other yet, so can you at least wait until I am ready, Naruto said. How bad is the thing about you that you don't want to talk about? Asked Sasuke. It involved an S-rank secret, and death if told by someone other than the Hokage or me and also make me question if my life is worth living for from time to time, Naruto groaned. Sasuke was left perplexed and wondering about what the blonde had told him, while Sakura, who had overheard the conversation, was rendered speechless. At last, Sasuke said, "You will tell me eventually, right?" "Yeah," Naruto said. "I will." "All right," Sasuke said, "but I still want to fight you." "Fine, but under some condition. First condition is no matter who will lose or win the fight we will help each get stronger, since we are a team and comrade, so after each fight or spar we will comment on our strength and our weakness that we need to improve. Secondly, willingly to help other while at the same time willingly ask and receive help," said Naruto. "Fine, I am willing to live with that, and since I am willing to ask for help will you teach me how to walk on the wall?" asked Sasuke. "Sure, but not today because sensei should come around now, but I will teach you tomorrow after tomorrow morning training, which you will be joining me in Haruno.san too, since you want to get stronger and we going to be on the same team," said Naruto. Sasuke remarked, "All right, that doesn't sound too bad." With an evil smile that sent shivers down the backs of both teammates' spines, Naruto said, "Oh, wait until you see what morning training mean to me. I know there are lots you are not willing to tell us yet, but are there anything that you can tell us?" asked Sasuke. "Well, I guess I can tell you that our true enemy that brought pain and misery to both of us may be the same person, and it is not your brother. Also to try to remember the events that occur around the time when that event happened," said Naruto. Sasuke focused on Naruto's words and recalled how peculiar his clan was acting at the moment. He became even more perplexed, but he had plenty of time to think before the door opened. A bucket full of bright neon orange paint fell and got stuck on his head, and the one-eyed, silver-haired shinobi was covered in tar and feathers and had pie thrown at him. An older silver shinobi who attracted Naruto's attention said, "Haha, that should teach my son to not be late." He said, "You can see me," and Naruto gave him a nod. "Well, it's nice to meet you. My name is Hitaki Tsukumo and I your new sensei's father. This guy wasn't always this late, but since he lost his good friend he adopt his habit in memory of him, but hopeful by take you guys as student will help him move on," said Tsukumo. Naruto mouthed to him, "I'll try. Good friend, I don't remember him saying we were good friend," said Obito. "Yummy, I give that prank a B rank. If you added some rabid squirrel I might give it an A rank," said Naruto. "Damn, I knew I forgot something. Anyway, until next time, bye," said Yami. The words, "See you later, anyways sensei you 3 hour late," came down from Naruto's ceiling. Upon thinking, when did he learn tree climbing exercises and who taught him that? Kakashi remarked, "Well, my first impression is, I don't like you guy, especially you Whisker. Ah, and here I thought I did you a favor by add some color to your monotone life," Naruto grumbled. The words, "Anyway meet me on the roof," were spoken by Kakashi. On the roof of the school. "Okay, let's begin with some introduction. Tell each other your name, likes, dislike, hobbies, dreams for the future," said Kakashi. "Why don't you go first, sensei, and give us an example?" replied Sakura. "Okay, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. My likes and dislike I have no desire to tell you guys. I have lots of hobbies. As for my dreams it is none of your business," said Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura thought, all we learn is his name. Naruto remarked, Very informative. What, did you even hear what he said? All he told us was his name," Sakura responded. "I heard what he said, though I think you guys couldn't interpret what it mean, so Makona, since one of your 108 secret techniques is translator, can you translate what was said?" Naruto replied. "All right, my name is Hitaki Kakashi," Makona said in Kakashi's voice above his head. "I have a lot of hobbies that involve doing naughty things, so I don't want to corrupt my innocent students. So I don't want to tell you guys about my likes and dislikes because it's naughty and you guys are too young to know. Makona concluded by laughing. Kakashi remarked, "Hey, you give the impression that I am a pervert." Naruto questioned, "Do you deny that you are a pervert?" "Our new sensei, Kami, is a pervert," Sasuke and Sakura thought. Kakashi remarked, "Anyway, let's continue, you go next, Pinky." Sakura looked at Sasuke and said, "My name is Haruno Sakura, not Pinky, and the thing I like is... well, the person I like is... my pastime is..." She repeated, glancing at Sasuke. "As for my dream for the future," she declared, turning back to face Sasuke. "I don't like Naruto," she stated. Naruto said, "Ah, you hate me, Haruno-san, and here I thought you hated me and want to kill me like everyone else." Kakashi was taken aback when he revealed how easily the majority of the villagers treated him. "So from what the useless fan girl said she liked to stalk, worship and plan to rape chicken butt here," said Naruto. "Naruto!" screamed Sakura. Naruto whispered to Sasuke, "Hey, Teme, you better watch your back. I think she has a list of ways to get you alone so she can rape you." Sakura said, "I don't have a list." "Oh right, you have a pink notebook decorated with hearts and glitters, using a picture of Emo taking a shower that you took secretly as a bookmark and titled it Sasuke Hearts Sakura that contain all your plans of what you want to do with him," Naruto replied. Sakura inquired, How did you know about that?" As Sasuke's eyes started to twitch, Naruto deadpanned, "I was actually joking about that." With a pat on the back, Naruto remarked, "Damn fan girl, you scary. I feel sorry for you, Emo chicken butt." Uchiha was still twitching. "Right, that was downright disturbing you turned twitchy," said Kakashi. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are tons of things I dislike and right now it is mostly fan girl, mainly a certain pink hair fan girl. I don't really like anything in my dream. No, my ambition is to resurrect my clan and kill a certain man or was to kill a certain man, but due to certain information or lack of it I am not so certain about it now," said Sasuke. Sakura thought she missed the remark about her. "Sasuke-kun, you are so cool, I will help you revive your clan." "So what you are saying is that you are an antisocial emo with a chicken butt hairstyle with a slight brother complex, right?" Naruto asks. "What with you and my hairstyle and I don't have a brother complex," Sasuke replied. "Well, when I see your hair every time I have a strange craving for chicken," said Naruto. Kurama mentally remarked, "I understand what you mean, Kit. I feel the same way too, so I can have some." Naruto said, "Sure," as a dozen chickens materialized in his mindscape. "As for you brother complex him, oh hey Itachi is here," said Naruto. Sasuke asked, "What where?" as he stood up and looked around. Naruto said, "You have an unhealthy obsession with your brother. Dobi," snarled Sasuke. Kakashi said, "All right, let's finish with our blonde whisker commentary. Right, my name is Uzumaki Naruto and my likes are ramen, especially the ramen Iruka buy me from Ichiraku. I also like my pseudo and blood family and friend no matter what state of existence they are in. What my dislikes are is waiting 3 minutes for cup ramen to cook, people who mistake you for something that you are not, and sad souls that wander this world. My hobbies are tasting different flavor ramen, pranks, cooking, sewing, designing seals, breakdancing, other form of dancing too, gardening, singing, playing musical instrument, sketching and making a certain blue-hair brunette with lavender pearls eyes blush in many different way," Naruto said while everyone else sweat dropped at what he stated. Sasuke remarked, "And you said I have an obsession. Hey, after my intervention I am down to ramen for 2 days per week, though during those 2 days of ramen I do tend to eat more than my weight in ramen. Anyway, my dreams are many because I want to accomplish many things in my life before my time in this world end. One of them is to stop a certain man that took my family away from me and give me a curse life. I want to stop him to keep him from bring more pain and misery to other in this world like he did to me," Naruto stated, causing Kakashi and the others to wonder what he was talking about. "On a lighter note, my other goal in life is to help as many sad souls in this world to find peace and happiness and to become the greatest Hokage ever so I can protect the other and have people of this village acknowledge my existence. Also, I want to fill out my list of accomplishment in my journal with many pages of accomplishments and stories. As for my personal goal, I want to become strong enough to protect people who are precious to me, especially a certain blue-hair brunette with lavender pearl eyes that I like to make blush in much different way, and when I do become strong enough to protect her I think I keep that to myself," Naruto grinned. "So I have a weirdo with a ramen obsession, an avenger with second thoughts, and a creepy fan girl who is making fun of some poor girl, and I kind of feel sorry for her," Kakashi thought. "Brunette girl with lavender pearl eyes and blue hair." Hinata sneezed, Achoo! Are you okay, Hinata? You not coming down with anything because you were sneezing a lot? Asked Kurenai. Hinata responded, No, I don't think so. Kurenai smiled and said, Well, perhaps someone is talking about you right now. I'm hoping it's Naruto-kun, Hinata thought, blushing. Hinata sighs to herself. Who am I kidding? Why would he talk about me? Returning to the other and Naruto, Kakashi began, so now with the intro done with, but Naruto cut him off. Wait, my friends have not introduced themselves yet, said Naruto. With a, okay. Kakashi spoke. Kakashi raised an eyebrow when Naruto pointed to Obito in crow form and said, Well, it looks like Obito wants to go first. Naruto said, His hobbies are pulling pranks and his dreams for the future are to pass on his prank on me and make me a great Grim Reaper. Kakashi was confused by how similar the crow Obito is to the human Obito, and he chose not to question it at the time. His likes are his friends and to perform random acts of kindness even though it always makes him late for stuff. What he dislikes when people claim that his excuse for being late is lying and when the Shinigami is being lazy. Yeah, I am next. My name is Cloud. My likes are my friends like Naru.kun, Tree.kun, Obito.kun and Makona.kun. My other likes are flying, sky watching, clouds, stars, moon and doing fun things. My dislikes are people who hurt my friends and not doing fun things. My hobbies are singing, playing music instrument, playing with wind and blowing and whispering behind people's ears. My dream for the future is to have lots and lots of fun, Cloud replied with enthusiasm. Hello, my name is Tree. My likes are my friends and helping Naruto Sama in any way I can and plants. My dislikes are people who hurt my friends and pollution. My hobbies are gardening and planting plants everywhere, making the world greener. My dream for the future is to make the whole world a great garden, or at least make sure the world is a little greener, Tree said with a smile. Hi, my name is Makona Madoki. My like are alcoholic drinks, delicious foods and my friends. My dislikes are people taking alcoholic drinks from me. My hobbies are drinking alcoholic drinks and displaying my 108 secret techniques. My dream for the future other drinking more alcohols is helping Naruto.kun accomplish his dream. Hey Naruto.kun, can I get some sake after this? Said Makona Madoki. The words, Sure Makona, man you sure like your sake, were spoken by Naruto. Anyway, now with the introduction over with, I can tell you what we will be doing tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be doing a survival exercise, Kakashi stated. Naruto. Okay, is that all? Kakashi laughed and remarked, No, there more and you guys are going to flip when you hear this. Alright, what is it? Inquired Naruto. Out of all the graduates only 33% will be chosen as genin, the other 66% will go back to the academy. This survival exercise will decide if you will be a genin or not, Kakashi stated. The Jonin is shocked when the three younger ninjas gaze at the older one without showing any surprise. He blinked back at them after they blinked at him. Sensei, that really not funny. If too many of us failed, then the academy teacher will have their paycheck cut, and if that happened, then Iruka Sensei won't have enough money to take me out for ramen. Think about the ramen, Naruto said with tears in his eyes. Sheesh, what with you and ramen, and why aren't any of you surprised about the news? Kakashi responded. Well, I know about not being a genin yet because a little birdie told me about it, and if he didn't, me I could have found out about, since there's always a student who failed the test that complained loudly about it, and since I know about it and these two will be in my team, I decide that I should at least tell them about, to be fair, said Naruto. Oh come on, did you have to take the fun out of it? Anyways, the details of where and when to meet will be on this printout. Don't be late. Bring all your ninja tools and don't eat breakfast, because if you do, then you will throw up. Kakashi grinned and then disappeared among the leaves. Don't be late, that rich coming from him. Anyway, you guys want to get some ramen with me and talk about each other's skill level so we can plan how best to use it in tomorrow exercise, said Naruto. They both said, sure, why not, and started to walk away. Omake. Village Warfare. The story of the orange prankster, trickster. Tower of Hokage. Naruto addressed the group in front of the Hokage's desk, saying, Okay soldiers, we have declared an all-out prank strike on the village. Fun with Enbu, rookie, now wearing the bunny mask, said, Hokage. Sama, why is Uzumaki-san and his strange dolls? Bird. Creature. Friends. Whatever doing in here? Well, for some strange reason he liked to come here to plan out his pranks. If I remember right, the prank he did on you was planned inside here. The Hokage replied. Yes, that pranks. Anyway, should we do something about his plan to prank the whole village? Replied Bunny Anbu. Yes, we should. General Uzumaki, since you are plan an all-out prank strike on the village, can you also test and report on security stats of the whole village? In your report include any weakness that need to be dealt with in order to improve the overall stats of our security system. This will be counted as an S-rank mission, the Hokage replied. After giving a military salute, Naruto said, "Yes, sir, I will do my best, Emperor Oji-san." As Bunny Anbu put it, what I meant is should we stop him from doing it? No, once he start on something, especially a prank, there is no way that we can stop him. The best we can do is encourage him to do it in a safe way or way that is beneficial to us. You also should be glad you are stuck doing guard duty with me this week because the tower here is one of the safe zone from his prank attack, said the Hokage. Bunny Anbu said, "Yes, thank you for that," and the other Anbu nodded in agreement. Okay, we will do the works, so that means 7 bright neon glowed in the dark color paint. All the kind of stink bombs include the new stick on smell stink bombs, paint bombs, and itching powder bombs. We shall start from the outer perimeter, then work our way to the center, so let's start by donning our prank war battlesuit, said Naruto. On the periphery of the village, Naruto wore an orange biker helmet and an armored jumpsuit in black and orange. Let's get this started. May shift humiliation be delivered upon our enemy, said Naruto. Tree, Cloud, and Obito answered, "May shift humiliation be delivered upon our enemy." Subsequently, Naruto hurled paint bombs, itching powder bombs, and stink bombs to his left and right as he ran across the rooftop. After a while, he sighed with his hands and applied an active seal, causing the paint to burst into a vibrant display. Within an hour of this, similar incidents were taking place throughout the village. The Hokage Tower was crowded with people who had heard about the incident by the end of the day. Bunny Anbu remarked, "Well, it appears that Uzumaki-san's pranks were successful." The Hokage replied, "Yes, I just need to get his report on it now." Naruto emerged from a secret compartment and gave the Hokage a scroll, saying, "Here, Emperor Oji-san, it was one of my best work." "Naruto, how did you find that hiding spot and what you doing in there for?" asked the Hokage. "Oh, I like to explore around the village, and sometime I find all kind of hidden passage with the help of the many spirits I meet. As for why I am in here, I am hiding in here until the heat died down, and since I carry everything with me I can stay hidden for weeks anyway. I got to go back to hiding now," Naruto said as he shut the concealed compartment. The Bunny Anbu questioned, "Should we worry about those hidden passage?" "No, since Naruto found them he most likely set up all kind of seal and trap to keep people from finding and entering them," said the Hokage. Outside the apartment of Sasuke, Naruto banged on Sasuke's door and yelled, "Hey chicken butt, wake up and open the damn door already." A weary and agitated Sasuke questioned, "What the hell is it 5 in the morning? What are you all doing here so early? As I told you yesterday, you will be joining me in my morning workout, so hurry up and get ready because we have to pick up Haruno-san too," replied Naruto. As Naruto turned to get more comfortable, a sleeping Mikona in the hood of his hoodie said, "Give me 5 more minutes, please." A drowsy Uchiha questioned, "Do you always get up this early in the morning to train?" Naruto answered, "Yeah, anyhow, hurry up and get ready already." They walked a few blocks to Sakura's house once Sasuke was ready. Look like everyone inside the house is still asleep," Naruto thought. "Of course there no normal person is awake around this time," said Sasuke. Naruto said aloud, "That's not true, you're awake right now anyhow. We need a way to wake her up." "Oh, I know. Hey, Haruno-san, Imo is here to ask you out on a date." A pink blur appeared as soon as he finished speaking. Sakura questioned, "Sasuke-kun, are you really asking me out on a date?" Sasuke answered, "No, we have morning training right now." Sakura remarked, But it's 5 in the morning. The time of day is the least of your worry now. Hurry up and follow me, we need to get started," said Naruto to them. At the Hokage Monument's base, "Okay, we going to start off with some light training, and then as time pass it will get harder. To begin with, we will run to the top of the monument. Once at the top we will then crawl down to the bottom. After that we will run laps around the perimeter of the village until we have to meet up with Kakashi for the survival exercise at training ground 7 inches, said Naruto. Sakura remarked, "You called that light? What about resting up for the survival exercise, Dobi?" asked Sasuke. "Yes, I consider this light because I haven't add weight yet, nor have you carry anything heavy. As for the survival exercise, Kakashi will be late again like last time, and I estimate that he will be late at least 3 hours or so we will have time to rest after I teach you the tree walking exercise, but if you guys get tired during the exercise you can rest," said Naruto. They worked out for an hour in the morning, went home, showered, changed, and then regrouped at training ground 7. Sakura, who was still sore from the morning workout, questioned, "After all that, how the hell are you not exhausted, Naruto? I've been doing that type of exercises for a long time and got used to it. You guys need to keep this up and will be able to handle it over time. Now for the tree walking exercise, what you need to do is channel Charka to the bottom of your feet and then walks up the tree. Keep in mind that if you use too much you will be blasted off, but too little and you won't stick on the tree, said Naruto. Yeah, trees are living being, and if you push them too hard they push back, Tree replied. Sakura reached the tree's first branch on their first try, while Sasuke climbed a few feet before being blasted off. Sakura exclaimed, "Look, Sasuke-kun, I did it." HN, was Uchiha's irate response. Good Haruno-san, it seems that you have perfect control compared to us, however your reserve is way less than both of us. The second benefit of Charka exercise other than control is it built up your reserve, so keep going until you get tired. As for you Uchiha, you need to calm down, getting frustrated won't help and also make it hard to do. So if do get frustrated, stop, take a breath and wait until your mind is clear to start again, Naruto advised them. Okay, was their response. Sasuke inquired, so what will you be doing while we work on this? With a straight face, Naruto stated, I will be learning how to fly after a little tree walking exercise to help me gain more control. When Sasuke asked, seriously, what are you going to be doing? Really, I'm going to learn how to fly, Naruto answered. Sasuke deadpanned, you are telling the truths, aren't you? Yeah, said Naruto. Cloud exclaimed, Yahoo, Air Naruto, is open for business. Why? Inquired Sasuke. Because I am a ninja and a ninja is a master of aerodynamic and also it for a jutsu that I am developing, replied Naruto. Sasuke said, HN. Naruto started the lift, the first step in learning to fly, while Sasuke and Sakura continued their tree walking exercise. In order to float off the ground, Naruto channeled some wind chakra to the bottom of his feet. However, because this was his first time trying the exercise, he either felt a slight breeze blow from his feet to his face or was blown up into the sky before suffering a painful descent. Well, Kakashi is 2 hours late already, so I guess now will be a good time to stop and rest for now, for we will have about an hour or two left until our late sensei arrive, Naruto replied a few hours later. Okay, HN, his exhausted teammate said. Naruto remarked, anyway, let's eat. I packed a lot of food. What, but didn't Kakashi? Sensei said not to eat any breakfast, Sakura responded. Well, he did say that, but he didn't order us not to eat, he just said not to or we will throw up, so I consider it as an advice I choose not to follow. Beside, right now is not morning anymore and it is too early to be noon, so I don't consider what we having as breakfast but brunch, and if we do end up throwing it is better to do that than be tried and hungry for what Kakashi will have us do, Naruto said as he and Mikona began to eat. Sakura joins in as well, both of them growling in their stomachs. During their meal, Naruto remarked, since we will be working together, I decide what part we play in our team formation. Sasuke questioned, what are you talking about, Dobi? Well, think of the team as a veteran warrior and each member of the team as a tool used by that warrior. For example, since Kakashi will be our Jonin Sensei, he will be the horse that the warrior will mounted because he will be the leader of our team that will not only lead us to battle but support us when needed. As for me, due to my large stamina and my ability to make a bunch of solid cage bunshin, I will be the shield that will protect the warrior and at the same time wear down the enemy by stopping or reducing his blow. As for you Imo, you will be the sword that the warrior wield because you like to cross sword, grin. Naruto. Sakura screamed, flushed, and Sasuke snarled. What is it, chicken butt with a brother complex and no interest in the opposite sex and his scary pink hair sidekick with a chicken butt fetish? Innocently asked Naruto. Sakura yelled, Sasuke-kun is not a fetish, once more. I do not have a brother complex and I am interested in girls but not weak and annoying fan. Girls? Sasuke continued to growl. Okay, I was only joking, partly anyways. Yeah, so with the skill that Teme possess, he is the sword that the warrior wield because you will do the most damage to the enemy and be the one to deliver the final blow. As for you Haruno-san, the only thing left is the armor which the warrior wears to ensure that they survive, so your job will be to support the team. So to recap, our team for the most part will work like this. Kakashi will lead us. I will be the one to weaken the enemy, while Imo Teme will be that will strike them down when they are at their lowest, and Haruno-san will make sure we don't do anything stupid that will get us killed unless you guys have anything to add or said, Naruto replied. I always figure you be the one who always wants to be the one in all the action, said Sasuke. Oh, I will be, don't be mistaken. I will take down as many enemy as I can in a battle, but you be the one to make sure they stay down, said Naruto. HN, it not that bad of a plan, so I guess it can work, Sasuke replied. Sakura's staring eyes made Sasuke twitch and Naruto perspire. It doesn't matter to me because no matter what happens Sasuke-kun will always be the one to recuse me, Sakura said. Naruto sighed and whispered to Sasuke, well, if we do become a team, we will have to find some way to knock that fan. Girl attitude out of her or it will get us or her kill. We better or else we will be short one team member by my hand, said Sasuke. Yo, it look like you guys are getting along nicely now, said Kakashi. You're late, exclaimed Sakura. 4 hours late to be precise, said Naruto deadpanned. And from now on I will keep a record of it, and so far 4 hours is your current record for how late you are. Tsukumo, the ghost of Kakashi's father, spoke from behind him, saying that nothing once he was late for a whole day. Hell, the reason he is not in his grave right now is because he was late for his own death. Kakashi answered, sorry, I got lost on the path of life. Tsukumo remarked somberly, that is partially true, he was grieving over a friend at the memorial once more. Ah, the path of life which lie between Beach of Broken Hearts and the Park of Epiphany, and also if you take a path to the right of it you will reach the Chamber of Not So Lost Technology from Alternative Universe, or CNSLTAU for short, said Naruto. The words, Baka don't encourage his lie, were spoken by Sakura. Naruto questioned, how do you know if he is lying? Sakura answered, because there is no such thing as the path of life. As he removed his hoodie and changed into a yellow armor versus shaped vest with an armor gauntlet and knee pad, and a skull mask over his face. Think of the Scorpion from the Mortal Kombat games, Naruto remarked. Really, then they should change that sign for that path, because everything I walk by it always say, the path of life. Now that Kakashi Sensei is here, I think I should get ready for battle. Kakashi questioned, what up with the costume change? Because I want this battle to be awesome, and this costume is the embodiment of awesomeness, replied Naruto. Dobi, have you been wearing that underneath your clothes all this time? Asked Sasuke. Don't be silly, Teme, it was seal in my necklace, all I did was active the seal to switch the clothing, replied Naruto. Okay, let's get this test started now. I set the clock for noon. Your task is to take one of these 2 bells from me by noon. Those who can't get the bell by noon get no lunch, and I will be tying them to one of these stumps and be eating my lunch right in front of them. Kakashi instructed them to wait for their stomachs to growl. It didn't occur. Kakashi inquired, you guys ate breakfast, didn't you? Nope, we ate brunch, and you said not to eat breakfast but didn't said anything about brunch, replied Naruto. Point. Now you need only 1 bell to pass, however if you don't get it then you will fail and be sent back to the academy. So come at me with the intended to kill, said Kakashi. Sakura remarked, but if we do, you will be in danger. If we kill, will it count as voluntary manslaughter or second-degree murder, because I need to know what to tell my ninja lawyer if you end up dead, sensei, said Naruto. You know, in the real world only those with no talent often boast like that, well ignoring what Mr. Dead last comment and start when I say so, Kakashi responded. Naruto uttered the words, dead last before launching a kunai at Kakashi. As he swiftly moved behind Naruto and halted his attack by grabbing Naruto's hand and pointing his own kunai to the back of his head, Kakashi remarked, whoa, slow down there. I haven't even said start yet. Sakura thought, there's no way I could not even see what he did. Sasuke thought, so this is what a Jonin is like. Ah, but a real ninja won't wait for his opponent to say they are ready to attack in order to attack. They attack their enemy when they least expected, replied Naruto. You make a good argument there, and from the look of it you are prepared to come at me with the intent to kill. It seemed that I'm beginning to like you guys, said Kakashi. As Kage Bunshin jumped from behind Kakashi and attempted to grab the bells, but failed and was dispelled when Kakashi dodged and attacked it, Naruto remarked, well, as long as you like me as a friend or a student, because I don't swing that way and I have a police to horribly maim and kill pedo on sight. Also Kakashi. Sensei, you said start. Kakashi pondered, a Kage Bunshin and he created one and got it behind me with me barely noticing it. He more skilled than I thought. As the genin went into hiding, Kakashi remarked, right, I did say start, so good luck, and began. Naruto yelled, yo Kakashi, come and fights me. Kakashi remarked, you're a little bit off, aren't you? Alongside Sasuke. I can't believe that moron, and for a moment I thought he have some skill when he make the Kage Bunshin and show me how to do the tree walking exercise, said Sasuke. From behind Sasuke, Naruto remarked, I take that as a compliment from you. Sasuke inquired, what? When did you get there? A few moments ago, and I sent a clone to get Haruno-san here to plan out an attack, said Naruto. Then the Naruto Kakashi is fight out there as a clone? Sasuke inquired. Yeah, and there are more around to take its place if it get dispel, so we will have time to plan thing out, said Naruto. But there are, Sasuke started, but Sakura's tackle cut him off. You know we are hiding here and make noise defeated the purpose there anyway, let brainstorm on some idea for how to do this, said Naruto. Perhaps I can get rid of this creepy, irritated fangirl, Sasuke thought as he said, but there are only 2 bells and one of us will have to fail. Sakura's head read, "There is no way I will be separated from my Sasuke-kun." Naruto remarked, "I don't think that the real objective of the test." "What do you mean?" inquired Sakura. Naruto asked them, "Tell me how many genin teams only have 1 or 2 genin in them." They gave him a blank stare. Little to none. The only reason a team consists of a jonin and genin is if that jonin take that genin as his or her apprentice, which is highly unlikely because he is testing all of us. The other reason a genin team has only 1 or 2 genin in them is either 1 or 2 of the previous genin teammate are dead, retired or promoted after being on the team, replied Naruto. "So you said that either all of pass or none of us pass," said Sakura. "Right," said Naruto. "Then what the main objected and how do we all passed?" Sasuke inquired. "Well, let's think of this scenario. You are being pursued by 3 enemy ninja and you need to take them down in order to survive, and there are 2 ways to do it. One is to take all 3 of them out at once and the other?" replied Naruto. "The other way is to separate them from each other and take them out one by one, which is what Kakashi is doing by having fight for those 2 bells when there are 3 of us," said Sasuke. "Right, doing so it make it easy for him to take us down because no normal genin will have a chance to take down a jonin. However, if we work together it make harder for him to do. So with that said, do you know the main objective for this test?" replied Naruto. Sasuke whispered, "Teamwork. Who thought you have a brain, Dobi?" Maybe I heard how to pass this test from one of my ghostly friends," said Naruto. Sakura inquired, "Did you?" "Who knows, so do you guys have an idea on how to do this?" replied Naruto. "I do. Let Sasuke-kun use his cool skill to beat Kakashi and get the bells for us," said Sakura. No, because that defeated the purpose of the test and you were delusional, and we need to fix that if you are in our team, because that kind of attitude will either get us or you kill," said Naruto. Beside him, Nanashi remarked, "You right, kid, she really needs some sense no into her or it will be trouble later." Naruto asked the blood and pseudo family, Ero, Seishin, Hikari, Haim, Mom, Dad, Hashi, Oji-san, and Tobi. "Oji-san, what are you guys doing here?" Nanashi answered, "We can see how you are doing with the test." "So Hikari, Haim drag you 3 pervert to keep you from peeking again, right?" Naruto was deadpanned. Nanashi said, "I'm sorry we couldn't bring you along." Naruto answered, "There is no way in hell that I would go Ero, Seishin." Sakura asked in confusion, Naruto, who are you talking to?" Naruto answered, "My parents and people who I consider family." "There no one here, so does that mean that they are, you know," said Sakura. Naruto answered, "Ghost, yeah, any back to what we are planning." Sakura whispered to her crush, "Doesn't it creep you out that he is talking to the dead Sasuke-kun?" Sasuke answered melancholily, "Not really, I mean he gets a second chance to be with his family. You know I can hear you guys, and it not my second chance but my first, because they died right after I was born, so I never got the chance to meet them until recently, and you will get your second chance soon, Sasuke, but for now focus on the test. So here what I am thinking. We let my Kage Bunshin fight him, to analyze his skill while at the same time tired him out. Then we will wait for an opening, then we shall strike me with my wind jutsu and Teme with his fire jutsu, because combined those 2 elements will make the attack stronger than normal. Haruno.san, you will back us up with Genjutsu or Kunai and Shuriken. While he is dealing with us 3, one of my clones will try to get the bells." Naruto replied. I guess we go along with that plan for now, so now let's see what he and your Kage Bunshin can do," replied Sasuke. Returning with the Kage Bunshin and Kakashi. "The basics of being a ninja is to hide yourself well. What you are doing it not very ninja-like," Kakashi said. As he assumed his Muay Thai stance, Naruto remarked, but because I am such an uber.ninja that I can hide in plain sight." Kakashi pulled out an orange Icha Paradise book and said, "I'll teach you everything there is to know about ninja fighting. Lesson number 1, Taijutsu." Naruto twitched his eyes and pointed at Kakashi, saying, "That book, why the hell are you reading that book in front of me, especially while we are fighting right now?" "Why? Because I want to read what happens next, but don't worry because it won't make a difference against you guys," Kakashi replied by turning the page. Naruto calmed down and said, "That once my book is published next week, I make sure it outsells that one, and also I going to kick your ass, Ero." Kakashi. His blue eyes, which seemed to hold the endless blue sky, narrowed as a legendary warrior's body materialized behind him. With Naruto the real and other with anime tears in his eyes, Naruto exclaimed, "Why Kami? Why must all of my sensei be perverts?" Kami answered, "Because your life is a comedy." Naruto rocked back and forth. "Everyone is trying to corrupt me and make me a smut reading, bathhouse peeping, skirt chasing pervert. Yes, so join us, we have cookies, hot mouth-watering cookies, said Nanashi. Naruto screamed, never, at Nanashi. Okay, forgetting the mental breakdown you having right now, what fighting style are you using? It doesn't look like the academy style or any I see before. Also, what with that thing behind the clone? Asked Sasuke. The fighting style is Muay Thai. As for the thing behind the clone, it is a result of my Kekkei Genkai. It caused an image of something to appear that reflect my emotion state, replied Naruto. Sakura asked, Muay Thai? Yeah, or also known as Art of Eight Limbs, and you will see why. It was taught to me by Ero. Seishin, said Naruto. A ghost taught you hand-to-hand combat. How aren't they like intangible? Said Sakura. As he munched on some popcorn, Naruto remarked, yeah, we may never have fought hand-to-hand, but he shows and corrects me on the stances and moves while I practice it on my Kage Bunshin. When his teammates noticed that he was eating, they stared at him. Naruto said, you guys want some? Sasuke questioned, why the hell do you have popcorn, Nobi? More importantly, how much food do you carry with you? First the big lunch yesterday, then this morning brunch, and now popcorn, Sakura continued. To answer your question to why, it is because I am a ninja, and a ninja is a master of enjoying quality food when they watch a show like the one that we are about to see. As to how much food I have, I don't know off the top of my head, as I carry almost everything with me, including the kitchen sink, and haven't recently taken in the inventory. So do you guys want some? Naruto replied. Grabbing a handful of popcorn, Sasuke said, HN. Sakura replied, sure. Returning to Kakashi. Naruto charged and delivered a jumping punch, but Kakashi blocked it while he was still reading his book. Get ready, arrow. Kakashi, here I come. As he stopped Naruto's spinning heel kick, Kakashi asked, arrow. Kakashi, what happened to Kakashi? Sensei, huh? Naruto said, once you become our sensei and teach us something, you get the sensei title back. Kakashi dodged the elbow slash and moved behind Naruto. With a Tora hand seal, Kakashi said, well, if you want me to teach you something, then I shall teach you that a ninja isn't supposed to get caught from behind. Because it was a Kage Bunshin, Kakashi prodded Naruto's butt in Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi. Senengarashi. Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu. 1000 Years of Death, causing him to fly and then pop into smoke. Kakashi thought, another Kage Bunshin, huh? So that's what he means when he said that he was hiding in plain sight. He was more talented than what the academy report said, and he made me think that I was fighting him when he was actually hiding in the shadow. Alongside the other in crow form, Obito uttered, it's unbelievable that he did that. He would never have done this as a team. Naruto addressed a clone and dispelled it to send the message to the other Kage Bunshin. Oh, he is so going to pay. I got all the memory of the clone, so now my butt has phantom pain. Okay, all KB. Unit, show him to mercy. As the Grim Reaper's body materialized behind him, Naruto chuckled and said, on the plus side, he shows me a new way to humiliate my enemies, mahaha. His fellow teammate thought, they're both crazy. Anyway, you guys should get ready. Wait for the signal and then attack, said Naruto. What the signal? Inquired Sakura. A booth to the face, described Naruto with a sly smile. Says Sasuke, a what? Naruto answered, a booth to the face, just wait and see. Returning to Kakashi Bunshin, one of Naruto's cages, emerges trembling. Kakashi said, I didn't figure you'd be the one to get scared, but you need to get one of these bells if you want to pass, but he was laughing instead of trembling in terror. As Naruto continued to laugh and let out a little kill intent that caused the Grim Reaper's body to appear, he said, bells, pass. You think after what you did that I am concerned about that? No, what I want is retribution. What I want is for you to pay. Mugen no Sora, and you will pay me back tenfold. He appears to have transformed into the Grim Reaper when holding Mugen without Sora. Kakashi asked, a staff, how do you think it will make a difference? Naruto said, oh, this is no ordinary staff. He channeled chakra into it, causing a blade to appear on top of it. Naruto then charged at him. As he performed a few hand seals and ensnared Naruto in an illusion, Kakashi remarked, a scythe, huh? Well, ninja fighting lesson number 2, Genjutsu. Megan. Narakumi no Jutsu, demonic illusion. Hell viewing technique. Another Naruto said, oh arrow. Kakashi, you should follow your own advice when you said that a ninja isn't supposed to be caught off guard from behind. He appeared beside him. When Kakashi noticed a woodland creature behind him, he asked, a squirrel. Not just any squirrel, but one of my Suicide Squirrel Squad. Bunshin Daibakuha, Shadow Clone Explosion. Naruto uttered, causing the adorable woodland creature to detonate, forcing Kakashi to leap aside. They are a part of my Exploding Woodland Creature series. I also have the Zoo and Chibi Animal series and recently working on farm animals, said Naruto. He developed a set of jutsu by combining Henge no Jutsu, transform technique, and Bunshin Daibakuha, shadow clone explosion, to create an exploding animal. And I feel like this will lead to something negative, Kakashi thought. A kunai attached to a chain shot out of Naruto's hand toward Kakashi, who jumped back to avoid it, but more of Naruto's cage Bunshin appeared. Naruto said, making things explode is not the only thing I can do, it's just something I like to do. Now to bind you. Chakurahan, chakra chains, get over here. As each of the cage Bunshin slashes with their scythe, an invisible claw, like scratch emerges from each of them. Now get a taste of my futon. K's. Jusarashu, wind style, wind beast slash, they each said. Kakashi announced, ninja fighting lesson number 3 ninjutsu doden. Doryuheki, earth style, mud wall, and used an earth wall to block the attack. Kakashi put his book away and charged in for an attack. Wind release though I wonder who taught you that jutsu because I never seen it before, he said. In response, Naruto blocked the attack with his scythe and said, yeah, it's my elemental nature affinity. As for who taught me that attack, it was my tiger friend from the forest. Subsequently, another cage Bunshin leapt above Naruto to perform a downward swing, and Kakashi leapt as well, only to have another cage Bunshin emerge from the side and slit his arm. Kakashi observed the spot where Naruto slashed at him and remarked, well, it appears that your attack did not cause any harm or cuts, but it left a peculiar seal on it. A boot materialized out of thin air and flew toward Kakashi's face. Naruto remarked, oh, it didn't because I didn't want it to cut or hurt, but that mark there will sever a purpose. Nis no Genjutsu. Tobui no Budo no Jutsu. False reality. Boot to the head technique. When it didn't dispel, Kakashi tried to dodge it, but the boot changed course in midair and slammed into his face. Kai, Kakashi said, assuming it was Genjutsu. Using the other Sasuke said, that was the signal, right? Naruto answered, yep. Signing, Sasuke said, let go then. Right, Sakura answered. Nanashi pondered, he learns to like that jutsu as I do. Returning to Kakashi, Kakashi thought, well, that wasn't a genjutsu because my face is bruised and has a shoe imprint on it as well. What kind of jutsu makes a boot appear and for what reason? Maybe a space and time jutsu. But had to consider it when the other genin appeared and started attacking. Sakura hurled several shuriken at Kakashi, followed by kunai and senbon. Sasuke blew a massive fireball at Kakashi and uttered the words, Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Futon. K's. Jutobo. Wind style. Wind beast howl. Naruto stated that the attack would be larger and burn hotter if the howling wind attack was added to the fire. After the attack was over, Kakashi vanished. Sasuke inquired, where is he? Then Naruto started to say, be careful, he's underground and going to attack one of us from below. When I said, a hand from below gaped his leg, stopping him. Kakashi dragging Naruto down. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, earth style. Double suicide decapitation technique. The real Naruto appeared behind him and used Mugen no Sora in spear form to stab him in the back. Nice try, arrow. Kakashi. Hee now that you are marked I going to make you pay for what you did to me. Seishin o Kawasu Mano. Tippoto no Performansu. Spirit Breaker. Teapot performance. Naruto grinned wickedly. Kakashi couldn't stop singing, I'm a little teapot, short and stout, he said. If I let him go he won't be able to do anything until he finishes the teapot song. However, as long as leave the charka blade of the spear in him I can feed my chakra to the receiver that I mark on him to continue to cast the jutsu on him and keep him from doing anything. So you two get the bells now while I hold on to him, said Naruto. As Naruto's other teammate approaches, Kakashi continues to sing while holding one hand on his hip. Here is my handle, he says. As Sakura and Sasuke gape the bells, Kakashi sings, here is my spout, with the other arm out and the elbow and wrist bent. Kakashi sings, hear me shout when I get all steamed up, and Naruto lets go. Kakashi finished by leaning over toward the spout arm and saying, tip me up and pour me out, as a clone recorded everything from a distance. That a scary jutsu you have there, Naruto. I couldn't stop what I was doing. I didn't know you have a jutsu to control people action, said Kakashi. The jutsu didn't force you to do anything, it amplified your desire to perform such action, so deep down in heart somewhere there the desire for you to perform the teapot song, and the jutsu just brought it to the surface, said Naruto. Hey, that's a useless jutsu, but it's funny to use on people. I wonder if you can learn that kind of jutsu, Kakashi thought. And the thing about it, it is a Kekkei Genkai based jutsu, so unless someone has the same Kekkei Genkai as me they can't use it against me, said Naruto. Kakashi thought, damn, but did he say he has a Kekkei Genkai? I hope we find out what it is. I wonder if it has anything to do with the mark he made when he stabbed and cut me with his staff. Oh arrow. Kakashi, you don't think your punishment for what you did to me is finished yet? I can still use jutsu on the receiver I marked because they're still there. Naruto said, so take my niece no genjutsu. Yokuho no Fantaji, false reality. Bathhouse fantasy. Which put Kakashi in a huge bathtub with sexy, attractive women dressed in nothing but towels. He then passed out and fell backwards as a result of the blood oozing from his nose. Now that he's unconscious, I'll complete the Super SS rank task of discovering what's behind Arrow. Kakashi's mask. After removing the seals, Naruto remarked, a seal to keep people from seeing. I can deal with that. Naruto took a picture of Kakashi's attractive face, saying, so this is why he wears a mask. Without it, he will end up getting raped by fan girl. This will lead to the fan girl raping him. Having finished that, let's get a prank and a blackmail photo that we can use against him before going to Hokage to see if we pass. Naruto said to his other teammate, you guys want to help? The words, HN, were uttered by Sasuke and Sakura as they joined forces to blackmail their unconscious sensei. In the Hokage Tower, now since Kakashi an hour late so far and going to be late a few more hour let being with which Genin team pass or fail, the third replied. Entering the room with Kakashi unconscious in a pink dress, Naruto said, man, even when he's unconscious and we're dragging him, he still manages to be able to be at least an hour late. His other teammate followed. The Hokage questioned, do I want to know what happened here, Naruto? As the others watched in amusement. Naruto pulled out a scroll and opened a large plasma TV that was connected to an electric generator powered by chakras. Well, I could tell you, but it is funnier if I show since I got it all on tape, he said. Sasuke, like everyone else, sweated and deadpanned, you weren't kidding when you said you carry everything including the kitchen sink. As he connects his camcorder to the TV, Naruto responds, yep, I carry everything with me. Naruto fast forwarded, saying, now let's skip when he molests my clone and get to where we own him. Your clone is the molest? Did Hokage ask? Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi. Senin Garashi. Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu. 1000 years of death. But at least I got a new way to humiliate my enemies. Also it is a good thing it was my clone and not me because if it was then he will be dead and horribly maimed. Naruto responded as everyone began to sweat. The Hokage sighed, I need to speak with Kakashi about informing you about such jutsu. Naruto said, but that's where I get my kick and giggles anyway here where we made Arrow. Kakashi looked like a noob. He then played the video of Kakashi performing the teapot song, which made everyone laugh uncontrollably. Okay, let's see which of my classmates pass then wake up Arrow. Kakashi so he can pass my team, said Naruto. Why are you calling Kakashi Arrow and what make you think you team pass when he haven't tell you yet, asked Kurenai. When he mentioned that Kakashi read smut in front of them, Kurenai frowned. Because he read that orange smut that my novel will outsell once it comes out next week and he will pass us if he knows what is good for him, Naruto said. Asuma questioned, kid, are you threatening your Jonin sensei? As everyone stared at him, Naruto said naively, no, I would have considered doing such a thing. I'm actually going to blackmail him. What if we are able to blackmail a Jonin then that mean we have enough skill to be Genin, replied Naruto. The kid got a point there though I wonder what he has on Kakashi, said Anko. Anko ne.san, you're here. It seems like I don't have those episodes when I see you, but I still do when I see Spock for some reason. Anyway, do you have a snack for me? Asked Naruto. Handle the candy bag Naruto was holding. Just these bag of treat I stole from some brat here Naruni, Chan, Anko said. As Kurenai stared at her friend, Naruto said, thank you, and dug into the candy. What? Anko inquired. The statement, you stole candy from children, was deadpanned by Kurenai. If he wanted them he should have used better skill to hold on to them, replied Anko. The Hokage said, remember your legal sugar intake level, Naruto. Naruto shocked everyone by saying, okay, oh yeah, I also forget I accomplished the Super SS rank mission of finding out what under Arrow. Kakashi mask, here is the picture of it. Many Kunoichi blushed as the Hokage remarked, I see why he wore a mask now, as others peered over his shoulder. The Hokage remarked, now let's return to the identity of our new Genin. Team 8 is passed by Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, and Kurenai Yuhi Jonin Sensei of Hyuga Hinata. With Hinata Keke Genkai and Taijutsu, Kiba Sense, and Akamaru and Shino Bugs, they work well together and make a great tracking team. Even though Hinata has a self-esteem issue, Kiba is really reckless, and Shino is really silent, Kurenai said. Team 10 is passed by Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino's Jonin Sensei. Sarutobi Asuma. Ino is bossy but skilled in her family's jutsu. Choji enjoys eating a lot but is strong, and Shikamaru is incredibly lazy but brilliant. They may emerge as the new Ino Shika show formation because of their outstanding teamwork, Asuma stated. Kakashi woke up and said, "Huh, where am I and why am I wearing a dress?" Kakashi scowled at Naruto as he sat next to his teammate in the back and said, "Because it clashed with your eye arrow, Kakashi." "It's great that you could join us, Kakashi. Did your team pass?" the Hokage inquired. Kakashi thought, "Well, I'm not sure if I should let them pass or not." "Hey Arrow. Kakashi, if you don't pass the whole village will see how youthful you are," said Naruto. "You didn't," Kakashi said, his face pallid. Naruto said, "Oh, I did," while holding him a picture. "How can I prevent myself from ruining this image?" Kakashi inquired. "Who said that the only one or that I have the negative with me?" said Naruto. Kakashi said, "Fine Kakashi," but was cut off when someone kicked in the door. As he entered the room, Guy said, "Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind. Now that I am here we just have to wait for my hip rival Kakashi," said Guy. Kakashi said, "Hey Guy," and took out the Icha Icha Paradise book. Guy sobbed anime tears as he said, "Oh no, I am later than my hip rival." Naruto said, "Hey Bushier Brows Sensei, how are you? What are you doing here? Lee's Kahai, Naruto.san, Guy inquired. Naruto pulled out another candy and put it in his mouth, saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Bushier Brows Sensei. Did you say something?" Guy pointed to Kakashi and remarked, "Ah damn you, Kakashi, infecting the youth with your young and hip attitude." Kakashi said, "Huh sorry Guy, did you say something?" as everyone else was perspiring and worried that Naruto would adopt Kakashi's tardiness. The Hokage said, "Anyway, Kakashi, let's get back to what you were saying about your team." Kakashi shocked everyone by saying, "Right, because they were able to work together, I passed Team 7. The Hokage raised an eyebrow and said, "Really now?" "Yes, even though I couldn't see much of Sakura's abilities, she was able to support the others by using Senbon, Kunai, and Shuriken in their team attack. While Naruto used his wind jutsu to enhance Sasuke's fire jutsu. Sasuke was able to execute a high-level fire jutsu when they were attacking together. What surprises me the most now is Naruto's skill, as it differed from what I deduced from the Academy report," Kakashi said. A random Jonin began, but Anko silenced him with a punch to the face. "Yeah right, the Uchiha most likely did all the work, I bet the demon." Anko grinned evilly and said, "Don't you dare say such a thing about my knee, Shan, or else." Naruto said, "Thank you, Anko Ne.san, for having my back." Back to what I was saying, while they were hiding Naruto made Kage Bunshin, who I thought was him too, stand out in the open to engage in a taijutsu battle with a style I never seen before, said Kakashi. "Shaolin Kung. Fu Naruto.san or Muay Thai?" Guy questioned Naruto. "Muay Thai for hand-to-hand combat, then Shaolin Kung. Fu when I use my staff," replied Naruto. "So you the one who taught him to taijutsu style, huh Guy?" replied Kakashi. "No, I not the one who taught him those style, but I see him use them when he spar with Lee from time to time," Guy replied. "Right after I," says Kakashi, "according to Naruto, molest my Kage Bunshin. He summons another Kage, Bunshin, using that taijutsu move. He draws out a staff, channels chakra into it, and forms a blade to transform it into a scythe. I swear I saw the image of death behind him. In any case, I used that Bunshin in a genjutsu, but he sent out more that included henge as a squirrel that exploded next to me. Did you know that he created a number of jutsu for animals that explode?" Kakashi asked. "Unfortunately, yes, because of his unusual interest in explosion, he is not allowed to test out his new explosive tags within 100 km of Konoha," said the Hokage. "Because someone mistakenly thought a tracking seal was the same as one of my untested explosive tags used on a missing .nin, they took away my enjoyment of using my vibrant and destructive art of explosion." As everyone perspired in admiration of the spectacular firework display, Naruto remarked, "You guys did manage to save him in the end, and that explosion was fantastic. Come on, it's going to create a fiery Crimson's Phoenix raining 1,000 fireballs down to earth." In the Element Country, somewhere, there was someone out there with an explosive skill that rivaled mine. "I have to meet him," said Deidara, Iwagakure's explosive missing .nin. Sasori, the puppet master, once said, "Art is eternal, your explosion is not." According to Deidara, art is a bang, returning to the Hokage Tower. "Come on, I know someone here appreciate my explosive arts," said Naruto. "Can I have some of those explosive tags, please?" Sasuke inquired. "Oh, I knew you appreciate them, sure I give you some and give you a teammate discount," said Naruto. "What, I have to buy them? I thought you give them to me for free," said Sasuke. "I would, but sealing ink is not cheap nor tag paper," said Naruto. "Yes, going back to the test, he tries to bind me with chakra chains after the woodland creature explodes, but fails. He then uses wind jutsu in conjunction with his scythe." Kakashi stated, "I think he used to be able to use his unusual jutsu that caused a boot to hit me in the face, because when he slashed me, it left a strange mark instead of cutting or hurting me." "Did you, Naruto, learn the Shinigami no Okuramono, gift of the death god, based jutsu from Nanashi?" the Hokage inquired. "Yeah, I master all that Nanashi taught me and now creating a few of my own," said Naruto. "The gift of the death god, or Shinigami no Okuramono?" Kakashi inquired. "Naruto's Kekkei Genkai, which we shall reveal during the council meeting right after this, and if you want to know you can come along to the meet and your teammate can come too if they want, Naruto," said the third person. Naruto remarked, "Sure, it beat having to talk about multiply time." Okay, after that they attack together and I try to catch them off guard by attacking from underground, but make the mistake of attacking of Naruto's Kage Bunshin, which get him to use one of his special jutsu, said Kakashi. Naruto added, "And make arrow." Kakashi sing the teapot song, as everyone giggled at the thought. "Yeah, that anyway, he give the opportunity for his teammate to get the bells, and can you call me sensei now since I pass you making me your sensei now?" Kakashi concludes. Naruto replied, "Yeah, sure, arrow." Kakashi, "Sensei. I guess that the best I could do. Anyway, from what I see I believe Naruto to be prodigy like Sasuke but doesn't show it in the academy for some reason." Kakashi replied. "Well, ninja is a master of deception and I just doing what a ninja is required to do and also lessen the abuse from those who hate me believe I am not a threat," said Naruto. The Hokage remarked, "You really don't have to hold yourself back because of others. I know, and also I not a prodigy, it just I have to deal with a lot of perverted sadist sensei with high expectation of me and a lot of free time with nothing to do but train. It like I have a lot of friends to hang out with or a family to spend time with," said Naruto. "Naruto, you should really stop train until you collapse from exhaustion. You really scary me the last time I found you asleep in the forest of death," the Hokage said. "What, I am friend with those forest tiger and they won't let anything happen to me," Naruto sighed. I know, but sometimes it still worries me. Now that's over, you're all fired." The Hokage said, "Team 7 is now free to go to the council meeting." The room for council meetings, Naruto thought, "Wow, there are a lot of clan heads here, and as the future Hokage, I have to make a good impression." As his new sensei and teammates chastised him for his antics, Naruto yelled, "Waz up my ninja." The Hokage merely laughed. Sakura said, "Baka." Dobi was added by Sasuke. Kakashi said, "We need to work on your tact." Uzumaki-san, "What are doing here? We are having a council meeting right now," said Hiyashi Hyuga. Naruto remarked, "Oh, the meeting is about me, Hyuga-sama." Kakashi remarked, "So you do have some tact?" "Yes, but I don't do it much because it is boring and make me feel old," said Naruto. Inoichi inquired, "Is it about it?" "No, it's not about furballs. It's connected to it, but it's not about it. In addition, you guys shouldn't worry about it because it was resolved a long time ago," Naruto said, perplexing his teammate. "What do you mean that it was resolved a long time ago?" The civilian council member followed Danzo's request to enter. "Ah, creepy one. I'd old dude, what the hell is he doing? Oh, also the civilian council members too, because what we are dealing with here is ninja business, so only ninja council members needed to be here," said Naruto. "Watch your tongue, demon brat," said a member of the civilian council. Some of the people there snorted when Naruto said, "Okay, but I don't know why," sticking out his tongue and trying to observe. "That what I want to know too. I called the ninja council to deal with ninja business," said the Hokage. Another member of the civilian council said, "If it's about it, it will affect us civilians." Sakura's mother said, "Yeah, and my daughter is teammate with him." "I don't know why civilian council is here, but I am here for my own reason and still waiting for an explanation from Uzumaki-san," Danzo said. While others tried not to laugh, Naruto said, "Don't feel like telling you, creepy one. I'd old dude because you look like some evil villain that work from the shadow planning evil deeds. You should show respect to your elder Uzumaki-san," Danzo stated. Naruto said, Creamy 1. I'd old dude, respect should be earned. You are trying my patience, boy. Now tell me, what do you mean when you said it has been taken care of, said Danzo. You know, if you talk about it, Oji-san can have you arrested, said Naruto. Sasuke inquired, what is it that everyone is talking about? A civilian council member said, we can't tell you Uchiha-sama for fear of execution. Oji-san, because they are my teammate, I was going to tell them about it eventually, but you might as well tell them now, Naruto said with a sigh. Naruto, are you certain? The Hokage inquired. Yeah, and if they don't want to be my teammate after this, you can make arrangement for any changes that are need to be made, said Naruto as he looked down. Okay, Sasuke-san and Sakura-san, what I about to tells you is a village secret that you cannot talk about nor tell anyone about, or you will face execution. Do you understand? The Hokage said while both of them nodded. As you are aware, 12 years ago, the Kyuubi no Kitsune attacked the village. Our fourth Hokage defeated them, but the Kyuubi was not killed. Instead, a child was sealed inside. As the jailer of the Kyuubi no Kitsune and its containment, that child continues to protect this village today. The Hokage stated that a law was passed to prevent others from discussing it and that it was kept a secret from the younger generation so that he could lead a normal life. Sasuke remarked, so you're saying Naruto is that child, right? Yes, but you must understand that he not the Kyuubi but a jailer, said the Hokage. This is the thing you mentioned that you didn't want to discuss, Hadobi? Sasuke inquired. Yes, I was afraid that you guys will hate me for it just like everyone else or think I was the fox, said Naruto. Well, I know you were definitely not the fox because it definitely orange jumpsuit wearing IDOITS like you, replied Sasuke. Hey, that jumpsuit was good for stealth training and repels fan girls, said Naruto. Sakura said, but Hokage-sama, wasn't it dangerous for him to walk around with the fox seal in him? It could have broken free or possessed him. Kakashi and Sasuke gave her a dissatisfied look, while Naruto simply looked dejected. Not really. The fourth, a seal master, made the seal, and it functions flawlessly, letting a tiny bit of its chakra blend with mine. Only in life threatening situations or when I was truly angry did the fox have the opportunity to influence me in the past, and even then, it was only a slim chance. Naruto remarked. I swear I could hear it laughing every time some idiot tried to beat me to death because they thought they were killing the demon. It will be free soon, thanks to the idiot that is dooming himself. The words, should have killed you when we have the chance, were muttered. Well, killing me would cause the fox to be dead for some time, but it will live again, said Naruto. You mean it would come back to life? Shouldn't it be extinct after death? Kakashi inquired with curiosity. According to Kurama, he is a living manifestation of chakra, which is energy that cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. As a result, if I were to die, Kurama's chakra would be dislocated around my body, but it would eventually reform and reappear. You would need to find someone to seal it again in order to contain it, but he said that person wouldn't last long or wouldn't be able to do so unless they were the same as me. The only reason he does not want to die is because he will be weaker than the Ichibi after his rebirth, and he cannot allow that to occur, Naruto said. Uzumaki, are you implying that you can converse with the demon in addition to knowing its name? Danzo inquired. He doesn't said much other than complain how weak I am or what prank to do, said Naruto. Naruto should be careful with dealing with it, you can't trust it, said Kakashi. Like I said, there's nothing to worry about, I took care of it, said Naruto. What do you mean that you handled it? Danzo continued. If you truly want to know, I took Kurama's chakra away from him, which effectively took away his power, so that he couldn't affect me. I now have complete control over him and can use his power without worrying. Here, I demonstrate to you how helpless he is now. Kurama no Mon. Riberu 1 Rarisu. Gate of Kurama. Level 1 release, Naruto said, calling out Kurama. After I took his chakra, a new seal was formed so the fox can't do anything without my saying so, and it is backed by the deal with the Shinigami. While everyone else was blinking at the chibi fox, Kurama declared, I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, fear me. Naruto remarked, yeah, the chibi look is working against you. Kurama sobs anime tears as she says, curse you Shinigami, look at you, it reduces me too. The Hokage rubbed his forehead and said, not was that really necessary. I just show them they have nothing to worry about and hopeful stop placing their hated on me. Oh, and Kurama apologized to everyone for attacking the village, said Naruto. But I told you it wasn't my fault, I was under control by that Teme, Kurama moaned. I know, however, there was a lot of destruction and death, so did for good faith, and if you don't I will put you in the box of believe it, said Naruto. Nobody should hear you say, believe it, for hours, damn you. All right, I apologize for causing so much damage, even though I was controlled by someone else, Kurama said. The civilians' jaws dropped as all of the ninja attempted to execute Kia after that. Naruto sat in a comfortable chair, unsealed it, and ate a snack he had brought. "Well, this meeting is more interesting than I expected it to be," he said. "Hokage. Sama, is this really happen and it's some big prank set up by Uzumaki-san?" said Hiyashi Hyuga. "I'm afraid not," said the Hokage. "So now everyone knows it not a threat anymore, can we excuse the creepy one? I'd old dude and civilian council so we can get back to ninja business," said Naruto. "And your Kekkei Genkai wouldn't be related to this ninja enterprise, would it, Uzumaki-san?" Danzo asked, startling everyone in the room. "Wow, you really well informed, but I guessing you don't know what it is or what it can do," said Naruto. "No, but now I know you possess a Kekkei Genkai, so tell what it," asked Danzo. "Kekkei Genkais I have two, and no, I won't tell you," said Naruto. "Watch your tongue, boy, and I will make you tell me by any means," threatens Danzo. Naruto glared at him and shocked everyone by saying, "How by using your stolen Kekkei Genkai, you bloodline thief?" "What would have caused you to say that, Naruto?" the Hokage inquired. Naruto glared at Danzo and said, "Because it is true. I know what you are hiding under those bandages of yours, because you are not the only one who works with ghosts in this village." Danzo used genjutsu on everyone and Koto Amatsukami, distinguished heavenly gods, to enter Naruto's mind and control him, saying, "You boy know too much and need to be dealt with," as he removed his bandage to reveal his implants. Inside the mindscape of Naruto. "What the, where am I?" Danzo asked himself as he looked around and realized that he was standing on the surface of an endless sea that reflected the sky. The sky was the strangest twilight sky he had ever seen, with a giant sphere floating about the water's surface in the center and a bright moon and countless stars on one side, and a bright sun and clouds on the other. The two sides bled into each other like a cosmic maelstrom in the middle. Naruto said, his voice resonating throughout the room, "I chose the twilight sky because with it I can enjoy both the wonder of night and day." Danzo snarled, "Where are you and how in the hell are we?" Naruto responded, "From everywhere. I thought it was obvious, after all you used that jutsu to enter my mind to control me." Danzo remarked, "So we are in your mind, where are you?" "Here," Naruto said, sitting on the edge of the largest sky island in the center, as what appeared to be a city surfaced but turned out to be multiple islands rising to the sky as they float above the sea freely as birds. "Yes, we are in my head. The other layer, you know, is what we think about when we lose our train of thought, and all of my memories and juicy stuff are in the city and island. In any case," Naruto stated, "I have better grasp on my mind because reason 2 is the reason why coming in here wasn't a smart move." "What is the second reason?" Danzo inquired. "That I also thought was obvious because my body shared two souls, meaning two minds, so not only do you have to deal with me but my roommate too, which is bad for you because the jutsu you use only work with one mind one body scenario," said Naruto. "Other mind you don't mean," Danzo started, but stopped when a huge shadow covered him. The massive, ancient forest behind him was not what drew his attention, but rather the enormous, nine-tailed fox that was approaching him and bleeding into the sea with every step it took. That right there, also Kurama, or as you know him as Kyuubi no Kitsune. Anyway, Kurama, once you done using the creepy one, I'd old dude as a chew toy spit him out of our mind," said Naruto. Beyond Naruto mindscape, Naruto uses the opportunity to throw a chakra knife at Danzo, marking him with a seal, as he collapses and screams in agony. In any case, what happens to you after you turn into a Kurama chew toy is phantom pain and a terrible hangover. As the jutsu deactivated, Danzo took Mangekyo's Sharingan and 10 ordinary Sharingan, causing everyone to break out their genjutsu. Naruto remarked, "Fu no Noroi. Mariakuna cho Teikoku, curse vessel. Powerless superpower." Everyone glared at Sasuke, who snarled, "You bastard, why the hells do you have so many of my clan Kekkei Genkai?" The Hokage snarled, "Danzo, I can't believe you did something like this. He has both first Hokage cells and the Sharingan implanted in him, which is why he also stole Mokuton, wood style, Kekkei Genkai." When Danzo started to make a hand seal to get away, everyone gave him murderous looks as Naruto remarked, "But the way he retains it makes it imperfect compared to the original." Naruto linked his soul to Tree and said, "Oh no, you don't. Let me show you how true Mokuton works." "As you wish, Naruto. Sama, I shall lend you my power," Tree replied. Naruto stunned everyone by using Mokuton when he said, "Okay Mokuton. Chakra no Kaiketsuki no Ki. Wood style. Chakra vampire tree." As a tree emerged from the first Hokage's cells in Danzo's right arm, binding him and draining his chakra. As the tree branch removed the eyes and threw them into a sack, the tree grew. When it was finished, the tree rolled the sack toward Naruto. Those eyes don't belong to you, so let take them away from you, Mokuton. Bodarchi wood style. Body leech branch, Naruto said. Naruto handed the Hokage the sack and said, "Here, Oji-san, you deal with this." Naruto wrote a seal on a piece of paper, wrapped it around a kunai, and threw it at the tree that bound Danzo. Yeah, I can do what the great, holy log can do, but I don't have a gift. I tell you all how I can do it once I deal with this trash, he said. Fuinjutsu. Kekkei Genkai Uketsu Fuin, sealing techniques. Bloodline limit stasis seal. Okay, that should make the stolen Kekkei Genkai lie dormant unless he does a certain something to himself, then all trace of the stolen Kekkei Genkai is destroyed and it will be painful for him to take a number 1, said Naruto. Is there a safer Fuinjutsu you could use? The Hokage inquired. Yes, if I did care about how the side effect affect him, but I don't, said Naruto. Root, I will not allow a weapon like you to escape from me. As the root agent emerged, Danzo said. The ghost people are coming out in the open. Well, I guess operation Rebirth is a go, said Naruto. As they started to eliminate the member who didn't respond to Naruto, the majority of the root ninja said, "Hi Naruto. Taiko." Well, Naruto, is there anything you would like to share with me? The Hokage inquired. Well, I accidentally discover the root headquarters in the bowels of Konoha. Brainwash and give back the humanity of most of the root agents, remove the cursed seal on their tongue, turn them against Danzo while at the same time loyal to Konoha and right now there take down root and free themselves from Danzo control, Naruto stated with a straight face. The Hokage remarked, "You know you've been doing the impossible lately." "Oh, I understand," Naruto answered. "What do you want, Naruto?" Taiko, Asun .bex. Root member inquired. Continue with the plan. Take the prisoners, which include Danzo, to Anbu to be interrogated and have all the members who are loyal to Konoha to wait for the Hokage to see what will happen next, said Naruto. To give the impression that he was still in charge, the Hokage said, Naruto, I am the Hokage, so I will give the order and my order is to follow what he said. Damn you, you not only destroyed me but also the 2 greatest Kekkei Genkai, Konoha and my organization. I can only imagine how strong you are with 2 Kekkei Genkai of your own. If I could have gotten my hands on you, I could have turned you into the most potent weapon known to man, Danzo remarked. There is no use in trying to change who I am. I am a weapon, but not for you, the Hokage, or the village. Rather, I am a weapon for the benefit of the locals, especially the defenseless ones who treat me with respect. Even though the majority of the villagers treat me badly, it is because of them that the village runs smoothly and is lively, giving the people I care about a happy and tranquil place to call home. I cherish the people I care about, and their willingness to share their joy with me makes my suffering more tolerable. You can call me a weapon, a demon, a monster, or anything else you want because I will be any of those things if it means I can keep them safe and secure. However, I will not be someone like you, who has destroyed people's lives and willfully sacrificed others for your own self-interest. As everyone clung to Naruto's promise, he said, I will stop you because as long as I live I will protect as many innocent people as I can and keep others from living the cursed life that I live. Sacrifices are necessary and shinobi should be willing to risk their life for the village, Danzo stated. What you said may be true, however you are will to throw away live like cheap kunai to gain what you want and not for the village. I however try my best to preserve as many life I can while trying my best to accomplish a goal because the more people there are the more there is to fight for, said Naruto. You are stupid for continuing to fight for those who despise you in addition to holding on to such a belief. As the last desperate attempt to escape, Danzo said, come with me, and I can give you a greater purpose to live for that you never got from the village. I already have a purpose in life, which is to be a protector, so I'll join you because you can give me a purpose as well. I was destined to follow this path, which I freely chose to do so, and I was born to fulfill it. Even though it's stupid of me to keep protecting people who don't deserve it, I've already shed a lot of blood and tears for them. A little more won't change anything. As Danzo was being dragged away, Naruto declared, now that I have finished speaking to the scum who plagues the village, take him away to be dealt with so he can never poison this village again. The Hokage told Naruto, you look so much like your father when you said those things. Naruto said gravely, pausing for dramatic effect, nah, I'm more awesome than that baka. Now can we return to the meeting because there is something important that we must attend to once I tell you everything. What is wrong? Uzumaki-san. It has to do with your Kekkei Genkai. Shikaku Nara piqued everyone's interest by saying, you were able to perform Mokuton, but you said you don't have the extinct Mokuton Kekkei Genkai, so I assume that you were able to do such a thing because of the Kekkei Genkai you do have. While everyone else took responsibility, Naruto calmly said, what you said is true, but the important I mention is not about my Kekkei Genkai, it's something more important, and it's dinner. What makes knowing your Kekkei Genkai more significant? Kakashi inquired. Because we need food to survive but not know what my Kekkei Genkai won't kill us, so that is how it is more important, Naruto replied with sincerity. The Hokage sighed. Let's just start this meeting. Naruto remarked, all right, but where to begin? The Shinigami appeared in front of them and said, how about I help you out, kid? Omake Initiation Konohamaru. The story of the orange trickster and prankster. Tower of Hokage. Okay, Private Konohamaru, if you want to join me in my S-rank prank mission, you must follow tradition and accomplish our initiation rite, Naruto told him. The Anbu bunny inquired, how often do they have these meetings with Hokage Sama? The Hokage stated, 3 times per week. What must I do, boss? Konohamaru inquired. The words, you must publicly humiliate yourself, were spoken by Naruto. What must I do? Konohamaru inquired. As I said, you must publicly humiliate yourself. In order to have the right to laugh at other, you must laugh at yourself first and learn to let other laugh at you, said Naruto. Konohamaru complained, I bet you didn't publicly humiliate yourself, boss. Naruto said, oh, but I have a picture here of me running around butt naked when I was 4. Show him the photo. Naruto. Sama, didn't you said that happened because the no one at the orphanage was willing to help you put clothes on, Tree replied. Naruto remarked, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Why does he always have that on him? Bunny Anbu inquired. He carries with him the few childhood photos he does have because he doesn't have many. The Hokage stated, that photo was taken by an Anbu who thought it looked cute. Well, how about this picture of me wearing this girly dress when I was 5 years old? Naruto inquired. You didn't have anything other than that to wear, Cloud stated. What was the original purpose of my dress? Naruto inquired. Tree replied, it was one of the clothes you were able to find. This one where you dress up in this strange white suit and dance to disco, huh? Naruto inquired. I think that one count as publicly humiliate yourself because people were making fun of you for weak, Cloud stated. There you have it, Konohamaru, an example where I publicly humiliate myself. Now it is your turn, said Naruto. All right, boss, what must I do? Konohamaru inquired. Naruto grinned evilly and said, well, I do have an idea, but I need to find a ukulele, coconut bra, and grass skirt. I feel like I'm going to regret this, Konohamaru remarked. The following day, we witnessed Naruto strumming a ukulele while Konohamaru performed the hula dance while wearing a coconut bra and only his shorts and grass skirt. Naruto continued to play the ukulele as he said, come Konohamaru, move those hip, to the laughter and pointing of onlookers. Stop talking, boss, Konohamaru whispered. The Hokage questioned, are you taping this, Anbu? To which the bunny Anbu replied, yes Hokage. Sama. Good, this will be a funny story that my great-grandchildren will hear and see about, said the Hokage.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.